Hard time in the city. My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hard times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Hi, welcome to the mop-up for November 25th, 2021. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. Happy Thanksgiving to Professor Mike Steinel. Thank you for all the brilliant music you provide us with. Happy Thanksgiving. If you're listening in America, happy Thanksgiving. And if you're listening overseas, then you genuinely have something to be thankful for. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in New York City where the temperature is 66 degrees and they say it's cloudy. I wouldn't know. I'm not at a $30 million vacation home on Nantucket like Joe Biden and his family of grifters. That's where they're spending Thanksgiving. President Joe Biden is spending his Thanksgiving weekend on Nantucket. You know, I once met a woman from Nantucket. And anyway, they are spending their weekend on Nantucket, staying in the $30 million home of David Rubenstein, co-founder of the Carlyle Group private equity firm. That's the Carlyle Group private equity firm, also known as the President's Club. Carlyle Group, owned and operated by war profiteer David Rubenstein, whose $30 million home Joe Biden and his family of grifters are staying with. The Carlyle Group has been described as possibly the world's largest silent investor in war. Thank you for the coffee, Leslie. I would have preferred a coffee enema, but this will make do. Get it? Okay. The Carlyle, it's Thanksgiving. As the Democrats say to the African Americans, where else are you going to go? The Carlyle Group, also known as the President's Club, has been described as possibly the world's largest silent investor in war. That's Joe Biden's good friend, David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group. That's where our president the Democrat, our Democratic president, is spending his Thanksgiving Day weekend while 1 in 5 American children are living in poverty. He's inside a $30 million home right now. The federal government has no apparatus in place to keep track of the tsunami of evictions that are taking place right now. But our Democratic president, the one who is, Scranton Joe, middle-class Joe Biden, he's spending his Thanksgiving on Nantucket inside the $30 million home of war profiteer David Rubenstein. Rents are unaffordable. Nobody can afford to rent in this country. Housing is unaffordable. And thanks to the Faircloth Amendment, there's no new public housing getting built in America without turning old public housing over to developers. There's a freeze on the federal government building new housing, new public housing. It's just frozen at I think this Faircloth Amendment about the year 2000. Meanwhile, as the United States doesn't build new public housing, homelessness is an epidemic in places like Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco, Jeffrey Katzenberg's Los Angeles, and right here in New York City. But our Vice President Harris and Joe, they went to a soup kitchen the night before Thanksgiving, and they fed the homeless as though that helps. Because why? They fed the homeless for an hour to draw attention to the plight of the homeless. Joe, we know about the homeless. We see them every step we take. We don't need you going to a soup kitchen for a photo op to draw attention to the plight of the homeless. We need you building homes for the homeless. So it was a trip, a 1-hour photo op at the soup kitchen the night before Thanksgiving. I don't even think it was the night before Thanksgiving. I think it was 2 nights before Thanksgiving. And then he jets off to the $30 million home of war profiteer David Rubenstein, co-founder of the Carlyle Group. David Rubenstein, the war profiteer David Rubenstein, is worth at least $7 billion. Don't be fooled by the hundreds of thousands of dollars that war profiteer David Rubenstein spends each year on branding his name, so you don't know that David Rubenstein is a war profiteer. You need to know who you need to know who war profiteer David Rubenstein is. He's more than just the billionaire who lent his $30 million Nantucket mansion to President Biden and his family of grifters for Thanksgiving. You need to know who David Rubenstein is. I should bring his face up. I apologize. I know some of you have a full stomach and this is going to be disgusting, but I want you to see the face of evil, because this is an evil war profiteer named David Rubenstein, and I can't find his disgusting, repulsive war profiteering face. I'll bring it up later. You need to know who war profiteer David Rubenstein is. He is the face of evil, as evil, if not more evil, than Jeff Bezos. I think he's worse, because Jeff Bezos doesn't live in the shadows the way war profiteer David Rubenstein does. Know this man's name, David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group. That is the home. He owns the $30 million home that Joe Biden and his family of grifters are celebrating Thanksgiving. Millions of Americans have fallen into the abyss, disappeared. They just disappeared. We lose track of them. We can't keep track of who's getting evicted. There's no apparatus inside the federal government to find out who's ending up on the streets. Why? Because of war profiteers like David Rubenstein, because our government has money for bombs, but not to keep track of who's getting evicted. We have money for David Rubenstein's smart missiles, but none for homes. We can't build homes for the homeless. And so homelessness in America becomes complicated. We have our professional managerial class, people with their wonderful educations, and it's their job to make homelessness more complicated than it actually is. They say it's a mental health issue. Right, because war profiteer David Rubenstein is mentally ill, and he takes all the money for his war profiteering, so there's none left for the homeless. Homelessness, despite what the professional managerial class will try to convince you, homelessness is not complicated. Homelessness increases when rents and property values are off the charts, as they have been for several decades. Homelessness increases when nobody can afford a home, right? That's the basic law of supply and demand. Economics 101. The smaller the supply of homes, right, the more expensive it becomes to buy a home, the more expensive it becomes to rent a home. And so if you own a home, it is in your best interest to make sure that the supply of homes is low. That way you can charge more for rent. That's a fact. That's why homelessness is rampant. There is a direct relationship between the high price of homes and homelessness. We have people living in the streets. I don't need to tell you that. I don't need to go to a soup kitchen and ladle out turkey to draw attention to the homeless problem the way Joe Biden needs to do. I don't need to tell you that we have homelessness. I don't need to tell you that we have families living in the street. Something like 1/4 of the children inside the New York City public school system are homeless. Why? Because our government, our local government, our state government, and of course our federal government, all those governments are controlled by landlords. Landlords like Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Democrat Nancy Pelosi, who's supposed to speak for the middle class, for the people who are staring but have not yet fallen into the abyss of homelessness. Speaker Nancy Pelosi has a, conservatively speaking, and when you're talking about Nancy Pelosi, you are speaking conservatively. She has a $100 million real estate portfolio that we know of. She does not want the government, her government, to mandate an increase in the supply of housing because that destroys the price of her property and the property of all her donors, like the Getty family in San Francisco. And so Americans, more and more Americans, are disappearing. They're just living on the streets while the rest of us pay as much as half our salaries just to afford rent. Homelessness is not complicated. We don't need to hold hearings on homelessness. The answer is our federal government needs to build more homes, either public housing or free housing. So please spare me your gratuitous appearances at the soup kitchens, Joe Biden and Vice President Harris and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. You want to help the homeless? Build homes. Get rid of the Faircloth Amendment. And no public-private partnerships. You know, we hear the term public-private partnership all the time. We really don't know what it means because we're not supposed to know what a public-private partnership is. A public-private partnership is the Carlyle Group, is war profiteer David Rubenstein. It starts with our war economy. A public-private partnership is, hey, we want to bomb a country of brown people, but America, you know, we have all this money to build bombs. We could build the bombs ourselves, but you know what? Why don't we turn it over to a private company like the Carlyle Group? That's a public-private partnership. See, the American tax dollars are transferred to Halliburton or Boeing or Lockheed Martin or David Rubenstein's Carlyle Group, and they partner with our tax dollars by getting paid exorbitant sums to build weapons we don't need, or at least shouldn't need. Private-public partnerships, public-private partnerships are perhaps the biggest scam of the 21st century. And when we're told about homelessness, we're told, well, the city needs a public-private partnership. That only increases homelessness. You cannot work with developers to build low-cost homes or free homes because developers, besides being the scum of the earth, Donald Trump, developers work the system. Developers work the system. They know who to bribe. They know how the payoff system works. And it is in the best interest of a developer that there be a shortage of affordable housing. Jared Kushner, not brilliant whatsoever, but evil. Jared Kushner's evil, so he shamelessly worked the system. That's what evil people do. They're not brilliant, they're just evil. And he knew how to work the system. He would build high-end luxury apartments in parts of New Jersey that were specifically zoned for low-income housing. He worked the public-private partnership system, and so he ended up with a tax subsidy to build in a low-income zone space, but he built a luxury apartment, but took the subsidy that comes with building low-income housing. He worked the system. He found out where they were zoning low-income housing, and a couple payoffs, grease a few palms. He builds the palms. He builds some shitty luxury apartment. No low-income housing, but he gets the tax break. He gets the tax subsidy for providing low-income housing to the poor. That's what happens when you form a public-private partnership to solve a problem that's been caused by the private sector and can only be cured by the government. That's how it works. That's how private-public partnerships work. You cannot solve homelessness through a public-private partnership. It's that simple. And so the professional managerial class, I'm trying to get Professor Catherine Liu back on the show, so that's why I keep saying professional managerial class. Her book, Virtue Hoarders, it's like Listen Liberal. It's one of those life-changing books. And you realize that 10%, the professional managerial class, 10% of our population is paid to deceive themselves and each other that we can solve problems by being inclusive with corporations, when in fact the corporations, the rich, are the problem. You see, you can't bring in the professional managerial class to provide health care to every single American because they would never outlaw health insurance companies. I want Medicare for all. The only way you can have Medicare for all is if you declare war on the health insurance companies. Aetna, Humana, they have to go out of business. You cannot work with the health insurance companies to make health care free. Period. Period. It's our tax dollars. That money belongs to us. We don't need to partner up with a health insurance company to provide taxpayer subsidized health care to taxpayers. We have to outlaw health insurance companies, but the professional managerial class has been trained, is paid to tell you that health insurance companies are efficient, even though we know Medicare, government Medicare, the VA is efficient, and for-profit healthcare is not. There's a built-in markup on corporate provided healthcare. It's not efficient. You know that. We all know that. You all know the hours you spend on the phone trying to get your operation approved by a health insurance company. You know doctors have to spend half their time trying to get paid by the health insurance companies. You know that government is more efficient than corporations, but when you are lied to repeatedly by the professional managerial class representing both parties, you accept the lie. So you can't work with developers to provide low-income housing. That's what every city tries to do, and that's why homelessness is just increasing year after year. Asking developers to provide low-income housing, that's like asking Ted Bundy to perform CPR on a co-ed. You need to know who the enemy is. We have enemies. War profiteer David Rubenstein tries to gin up enemies. He's right. We do have enemies. Our enemy is David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group. You need to know who the real enemy is. The people, here's who the enemy is. The people who demonize the United States government must in turn be demonized by the United States government. It's time to prosecute these people who, like David Rubenstein, war profiteer David Rubenstein, he needs to be prosecuted. Soup kitchens, for example. Rubenstein, war profiteer David Rubenstein, big philanthropist, of course, loves to give to Harvard, loves to give to soup kitchens. Well, soup kitchens should be run by the government, not philanthropies. I don't have to tell you about the public-private partnerships here in New York City involving homeless shelters, battered women's shelters. All year, I've been reading about New York City's fraudsters, charlatans, who run these soup kitchens, who run these battered women's shelters, who run these homeless shelters. All year, New York City has been rife with stories about these fraudsters who take public money from the government to run soup kitchens, homeless shelters, battered women's shelters, and they take our money, and they make off with it. They pay themselves $1 million a year salaries. They hire their idiot kids. They go on luxury vacations. And yet we're told the city can't run a homeless shelter. The city can't run a soup kitchen. We have to depend on churches and nonprofits to do this more efficiently. That's because we're being lied to. And we're being lied to because the government has been taken over by these robber barons who, in the service of their own capital, insist private enterprise is more efficient than government. Now, we need to stop it. Stop it. Just stop it already, okay? Stop saying that private enterprise is more efficient than government. That was one of the first lies that Ronald Reagan told as president of the United States, that the government needs to get out of the way. Well, we've done a 42-year experiment with government getting out of the way. How's that working for you? It's working perfectly well for the robber barons. Government needs to get in the way. We need to stop it, because government is not greedy. Corporations are, and greed is inefficient. Greed is inefficient. War profiteer David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group, he's the owner of the $30 million estate on Nantucket, where Joe Biden and his family of grifters are spending their Thanksgiving. David Rubenstein, war profiteer, is not efficient. We haven't won a war since WW2. The only efficiency is in transferring our tax dollars into the pockets of war profiteers like the Carlyle Group's David Rubenstein, war profiteer. It is not more efficient. Taking taxpayer dollars and turning it over to corporations to perform government services is not just inefficient, it's theft. Baked into that automatically is a 20% markup. The minute you have anything run, any government service that's turned over to a corporation, automatically expect a 20% markup, because corporations maximize profits over customer service. So stop it. Government is more efficient. Stop it. I'll take the post office over Amazon anytime. I'll take the post office over Apple anytime. The post office doesn't hire slaves the way Apple does. That's not efficiency. We fought a civil war over this economic issue. Apple hires slaves. The post office doesn't. The reason you can't find a high-paying job in this country is because Apple hires slaves overseas. You pay somebody, I don't know, $2 a day, that's a slave. It would be more expensive to have a slave in this country than to pay a worker $2 a day. That's a slave. You get your coffee picked by slaves. But the wealthy, the managerial professional class, they salivate over the money that comes into the Internal Revenue Service. They think it belongs to them. They think our money, our tax dollars, belong to them, and they spend all their time conspiring to get their greedy paws on our tax dollars. So they say, privatize Social Security. They want their cut. They would get 20% of Social Security. The bankers, they would get 20% of your Social Security if we could privatize it. They want to privatize Medicare. The health insurance companies, they are trying, Medicare Advantage, the health insurance companies, they want in on Medicare. That's their money. They think they're entitled to it. And of course, privatizing war. They want their cut, and that's why war profiteer David Rubenstein, the founder of the Carlyle Group, that's why he is one of the most evil people ever to call himself an American citizen. War profiteer David Rubenstein, who founded the Carlyle Group. Learn about him. Know his name, David Rubenstein. Know who the Carlyle Group is. They are the wealthy, the managerial, professional class who salivate over your tax dollars and they want it. They want to privatize Social Security. They want to privatize Medicare, privatize war. They're privatizing libraries, the police. And there is not a single example of a government service provided by a private corporation that works better and more efficiently than when it was performed by the government. Why? Why, when we turn government services over to a corporation, is it less efficient? Why do you think? Because government money is sacred. Government money is sacred. That's why we're locking up these men and women who take New York City tax dollars to feed the homeless, but instead pay themselves $1 million a year. See, government tax dollars are sacred. And the American people are offended when their tax dollars are used for nefarious reasons. Not so much on public-private partnerships like the PBS. For example, this guy, Neil Shapiro, who is the head of WNYC, WNET in New York City. That's a public-private partnership, so he's able to collect $750,000 a year as the head of this bullshit radio station, WNYC, Neil Shapiro, public radio, $750,000 a year he gets. They ask for your money, they have pledge breaks, and then they get underwritten by David Rubenstein, war profiteer, who underwrites the PBS, hence the David Rubenstein show on PBS. Yes, the head of the Carlyle Group, war profiteer David Rubenstein, has his own show on the PBS. Not because he's charming, but because he also gives about $10, $15 million to Ken Burns to fund his documentaries, and he also funds the local Washington, D.C. PBS affiliate. So David Rubenstein gets his own show. Is that efficient? Is David Rubenstein deserving of his own show on the PBS? Of course not. Of course not. Government is more efficient than the private sector because government money is sacred. And when you create a public-private partnership like the PBS, it becomes less sacred, and we don't know. We don't pay attention. And it's okay that Neil Shapiro gets $750,000 a year to run a bullshit radio station, WNYC Public Radio, and they're going to be barraging me with mailers asking me to donate money. So maybe Neil Shapiro can get $1 million a year running the nonprofit public-private partnership known as WNYC here in New York City. Government money is sacred because it belongs to the people, and nobody working for the government makes $1 million a year. Nobody. You create a public-private partnership, suddenly Neil Shapiro is making $750,000 a year. So what happens is, and it's been going on for the past 40 years since the racist Ronald Reagan became president, even Ron Jr. in the Showtime special says that his father held racist views. So what's been happening for the past 42 years is people who work in the government, and they start off, with a good what they consider a good education. They're part of the professional managerial complex, but they're working for the government. What happens is when they leave the government, they try to take the job with them. And when they succeed, they charge 10 times as much. They try to say, I don't want to work anymore as a general. So I'm going to leave the Pentagon. I was a procurement officer with the Pentagon. I was making nothing. I was making all these defense contractors rich. I'm going to take my job with me over to Boeing, and I'm going to get paid 10 times as much and have more say in what weapons the Pentagon uses. That's the way it works. And it's why Frank Carlucci, he was President Reagan's defense secretary. He was also a CIA director. I think he was an assistant CIA director. Frank Carlucci, he took his job with him when he went to work for the Carlyle Group. It really is uncreative. I mean, it's not entrepreneurial. There's nothing entrepreneurial about this. It's just theft. It's some greedy bastard like Frank Carlucci or David Rubenstein, war profiteer David Rubenstein, who got started in the Carter administration. They're not creative. They're just thieves. They think I'm working for the government and I've learned all these skills. I've made all these connections. I've learned how the government works. Why don't I do the unpatriotic thing and take this job that I do and transfer it out of the federal government and into the private sector and charge my government, my country, 10 times as much, and at the same time spread the lie that this will be more efficient than the way it was before, that having this job performed by Booz Allen or by the McKinsey Group will be more efficient than having it done by some civil service employee who just wants to live a quiet life and work for the government he loves. And too many people in our government, because the culture has changed since Ronald Reagan became president, too many people in our government buy into this. Literally, they buy the services. Instead of providing the services, they buy the services provided by corporate America because they're planning on leaving the government as well. Why, when you're surrounded by all this largesse that you bestow upon these corporations, why wouldn't you eventually leave the government to get your kickback, your legal kickback? And so eventually you pass through you've created a culture of civil service employees. Not all, not in fact, most of them are not this way, but you have the opportunistic infections, the well-educated, who are just passing through the civil service, who are taking their jobs with them and charging 10 times as much. They are gutting the federal government. And the taxpayers, we're paying for all of it. This is not entrepreneurial. David Rubenstein didn't invent anything other than a new way to steal money from the government. This is the height of not being patriotic. This is the height of hating your country. And the richest 1% hate our country. They do. They hate our country. Anybody who loves their country would at least pay their fair share of taxes. But they don't. The richest 1% do not. There's entire industries set up so rich people don't have to pay taxes. The professional managerial class, your friends who are accountants, who are lawyers, what do you think they do all day? They pore over statutes and devise new ways to cheat the government out of the money it's owed. That's what lawyers and accountants do. The richest 1%, they either don't pay their fair share of taxes. Sometimes they pay no taxes at all. Zero. Zero taxes. Now, we went over Bill Maher, the ignoramus, thinks that Amazon sometimes doesn't pay taxes, but he thought Jeff Bezos always paid taxes. But Bill Maher is an ignoramus who hasn't read a book in 40 years. If he read, he would know that Jeff Bezos in the past 10 years, 3 of those years, he paid zero taxes. What is he, the wealthiest man in the world? I think he is. There were 3 years where he paid zero taxes. The rich get off on not paying taxes. They salivate over not paying taxes, and they get hard thinking of all the money that the Internal Revenue Service collects each year. There's like this pile of money sitting there, and they want it. And they devise ways to get it. Like Jeff Bezos, he's going into space because there's NASA, the government, they need rockets. NASA doesn't make the rockets. That's a public-private partnership. And Jeff Bezos wants to build NASA's rockets. And when NASA decides SpaceX is going to build the rockets instead, Jeff Bezos takes them to court and sues for the right to rip off the taxpayer by building rockets for NASA and, of course, the military. And what you have right now are politicians, high-level government officials who supposedly work for us temporarily while they're going crazy thinking of all the money they're not making right now. Anybody who is in a top-level position in government knows that they can make more money in the private sector. And they're going crazy because should I leave now? Should I leave now? It drives senators, drives Congress people crazy. It drives low-level, chiefs of staff, advisors crazy. And what they do is they trade on inside information that is illegal. But since we live in a lawless society, nobody dares go after them. This is all illegal. For example, Democratic Congressman and problem solver Josh Gottheimer, he of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, Josh Gottheimer, the congressman from Bergen County, the Democrat, the Harvard Law School graduate, this piece of shit, which is unfair to shit because shit is actually substantial, has some value to it. You can take shit and something will grow from it. So Josh Gottheimer isn't even a piece of shit. He calls himself a Democrat. He calls himself a graduate of Harvard Law School. Meanwhile, this officer of the court, as a lawyer, as a congressperson, this month he bought stock in Apple. He also bought stock in PayPal. It's interesting that he bought stock in PayPal. He also bought stock he sold stock in MasterCard, but bought stock in PayPal. And that's kind of interesting. He did that last month. It's interesting because he sits on the Financial Services Committee in Congress. What do you think Harvard Law School graduate, Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer knows by sitting on the Financial Services Committee? What do you think he knows about PayPal that prompted him to buy stock last month in PayPal and sell off his shares in MasterCard? What do you think he heard sitting on the Financial Services Committee? What do you think he heard? What do you think Democratic congressman from Bergen County, New Jersey, Josh Gottheimer, the problem solver, Harvard Law School graduate, who's opposed to a social safety net, who's opposing Build Back Better. What do you think he heard last month that prompted him to sell off Texas Instruments? Congressman Josh Gottheimer of Bergen County also sits on the Homeland Security Committee. So what do you think Democratic congressman from Bergen County, New Jersey, and Harvard Law School graduate Josh Gottheimer, what did he hear sitting on the Homeland Security Committee that prompted him to sell off all those shares of Texas Instruments? And why was he buying up Microsoft this summer? Millions of dollars worth of shares of Microsoft. What did Democratic congressman from Bergen County, New Jersey, Josh Gottheimer, hear that made him want to sell off millions of dollars worth of Microsoft? What? In the past year, Democratic Congressman from Bergen County, New Jersey, Josh Gottheimer, bought and sold close to $50 million worth of stock in 1 year. Why? What do you think he found out and then traded accordingly? Well, our friend Jeff Blackwood turned us on to capitaltrades.com. You see, Josh Gottheimer can't wait to go into the private sector. It's driving him crazy that he's killing time as a United States congressperson because he can make so much more money in the private sector. And, he has that sense of entitlement that only a Harvard Law School graduate can have. So he feels he's owed this inside information that he's trading on as a United States congressperson. $50 million in trades this year. Think about this. A United States congressman sits on the Financial Services Committee, Homeland Security, and in the past year, Democratic congressman from Bergen County, New Jersey, Josh Gottheimer, bought and sold $50 million worth of publicly traded stocks when he should have been doing the people's business. Jerome Powell, right now as we speak, President Joe Biden, middle-class Joe, is spending his Thanksgiving dinner with his family of grifters inside the $30 million Nantucket home of war profiteer David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group. Before he left for his Thanksgiving vacation, he renominated Jerome Powell to head our Federal Reserve. Now, if this were if the Federal Reserve were a real bank, Jerome Powell would have ended up like Burt Lance. Jerome Powell should be behind bars. He's the chairman of the Federal Reserve, and there's a huge scandal over at the Federal Reserve with various presidents of the Reserve trading stocks. No prosecution. They're just leaving. Some of them are citing health issues, mental health issues. They don't tell you it's mental health issues. Greed is a mental health issue. There's a huge scandal over at the Federal Reserve. Many presidents of the Reserve, I think there are 12, they set interest rates, right? And they're not supposed to be trading stocks. But Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, a year ago, back in October of 2020, sold anywhere between $1 and $5 million worth of stocks. He is the world's banker, Jerome Powell. And he dumped stock right before the presidential election. Now, minutes from the Federal Reserve meetings are top secret because it is the ultimate inside information. Markets move. Markets move. The stock market moves based on whether or not Jerome Powell decides to raise or lower interest rates. He is the inside information, and he's selling up to $5 million worth of stock in October of 2020, right before a presidential election. And he's not going to prison? How is that possible? In what universe is that legal? In what universe is that acceptable? It's not. And Joe Biden just renominated him to head our Federal Reserve. Joe Biden, who is celebrating Thanksgiving tonight inside the $30 million home of war profiteer David Rubenstein, who founded the Carlyle Group. Wonder what the home looks like in Nantucket. I wonder what his $30 million mansion, wonder if he decorated it with any of Hunter Biden's artwork. See, you know why I loathe Hunter Biden? And not because he's a graduate of Yale Law School. I loathe Hunter Biden because I hate it when Rudy Giuliani is right. I hate the fact that none of us in America are discussing what was found on his laptop. See, Hunter Biden lends credence to Fox News, Rudy, the New York Post, and Donald Trump. That's what really drives me crazy. When our president, his first impeachment was when he got on the phone with the president of Ukraine. I think his name is Zelensky, the comedian who became president. And Donald Trump said, I will give you all the arms that we're supposed to give you, but in return, you have to give us some dirt on Hunter Biden. There was dirt to be had on Hunter Biden. Joe Biden should not have been the Democratic nominee. It should have been Bernie. Bernie's clean. Biden is dirty. It's a family of grifters. And Joe Biden, he's allowing his entire family to get rich off him. He constantly sets Hunter up with new business ventures. This artwork that he's doing, I wonder what kind of work the Carlyle Group, run by war profiteer David Rubenstein, I wonder what kind of work David Rubenstein is secretly providing to Hunter. And of course, Jimmy Biden, I think the president's brother's name is Jimmy Biden, another profiteer. And of course, the media doesn't touch any of this. It's considered inappropriate. And it's even inappropriate to question David Rubenstein, war profiteer David Rubenstein. Nobody brings up the Carlyle Group. Jen Psaki, the White House press spokesman, before the president of the United States flew off to Nantucket to spend Thanksgiving inside the $30 million home of war profiteer David Rubenstein, the White House press spokesman, Jen Psaki, was asked if it was appropriate for President Biden and his family of grifters to be spending Thanksgiving inside the home of a billionaire. Nobody bothered to mention that it was war profiteer David Rubenstein. David Rubenstein, war profiteer, was just reduced to another billionaire. But he's not just a billionaire. David Rubenstein, war profiteer, is not just a billionaire, and he's not just a war profiteer. He may be, some say that war profiteer David Rubenstein might be the biggest war profiteer in the world. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about Richard Haass, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, which David Rubenstein, surprisingly, is the chairman of. David Rubenstein, war profiteer, is the chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations. Meanwhile, Richard Haass this week, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, he's busy going on talk shows this week. I saw him on Morning Joe telling us that Russian troops are amassing along the Ukrainian border. Richard Haass, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, which war profiteer David Rubenstein is the chairman of, Richard Haass was on Morning Joe this week telling us all about the national security challenges facing the Biden administration. Now, he's not telling us Biden's national security challenges. He's creating them. He's ordering them. That's so his boss, war profiteer David Rubenstein, can keep the profits coming into the Carlyle Group. Now, this is not conspiracy nonsense. Just Google Richard Haass, Council on Foreign Relations, find out who the chairman is. It's David Rubenstein. Google the Carlyle Group, find out what the Carlyle Group is, find out where their investments are. The media is not going to report on who war profiteer David Rubenstein really is. They're not going to even report on the Carlyle Group. This isn't a conspiracy. This is true. The Carlyle Group is possibly the world's biggest war profiteer. They get their money off war. Meanwhile, war profiteer David Rubenstein is chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations. The president of the Council on Foreign Relations, Richard Haass, is making the rounds of the talk shows, blathering about China, how China is preparing to invade Taiwan. That's the minute Joe Biden became president, we heard that Taiwan was going to be attacked by China. They couldn't wait to tell us that Taiwan was under threat. Richard Haass, that's what he said this week. He says that Putin is testing America by amassing troops on the Ukrainian border, that Xi, the head of China, is testing us by what? Something with Taiwan. And he blamed Richard Haass, who is president of the Council on Foreign Relations, which war profiteer David Rubenstein is the chairman of. Richard Haass blamed the squabbling over the infrastructure bill, the squabbling over Build Back Better. He says these investigations into January 6th, and most importantly, America pulling out of Afghanistan, Richard Haass, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, whose chairman is war profiteer David Rubenstein, chairman of the Carlyle Group. Richard Haass said this week that all of this, the intra-party squabbling, has contributed to the appearance that America is weak. America's weak, so Putin is testing us because we pulled out of Afghanistan. See, Haass works for the military-industrial complex. Council on Foreign Relations has been set up by the military-industrial complex. And so they're saying China and Russia are feeling free right now to mess, that's the term he used, to mess with America because we're starting to look weak. Now, these are all lies, but we have a war economy, and a war economy requires enemies, because without enemies, real or imagined, we can't spend $1 trillion a year on weapons that we don't need. And without enemies, our arms manufacturers can't sell weapons to Taiwan, Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, all the other allies in the world who need our weapons and who profits off the sale of all those weapons. War profiteer David Rubenstein, who is founder of the Carlyle Group, which is perhaps the largest war profiteer in the world, the Carlyle Group. Richard Haas, president of the Council on Foreign Relations, chaired by war profiteer David Rubenstein, who runs the war profiteering Carlyle Group, perhaps the world's largest investor in war. His job, Richard Haas, is to add an intellectual patina to why we need to funnel more tax dollars into arms manufacturers. It's his job to remind American taxpayers that the world is a dangerous place, and it is a dangerous place. It's dangerous because of people like Richard Haas and David Rubenstein. Now, we're heading into the 2022 midterms, and Joe Biden's popularity is in the gutter. He refuses to help the American people by fighting for a meaningful social safety net bill. He loves to talk about our soldiers making the ultimate sacrifice, but he, Pelosi, Schumer, they can't make a sacrifice for the Americans who are truly suffering right now. He can't even get the Democrats united on raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. But trust me on this, he will unite the Democratic Party and probably the American people next year when he performs an address from the Oval Office explaining why he had to fire some Tomahawk missiles at a country of brown people. And David Rubenstein will get richer from that. And because the media gets in line whenever we're killing people overseas, the president and his party will be rewarded with a boost in favorability ratings. Richard Haas will go on Morning Joe and talk about how presidential Joe Biden looked when he ordered the Tomahawk missiles to kill brown people, the same way he said about Soleimani's killing that this is the first time Donald Trump looked presidential. They say things like when he orders a strike, they say President Trump became president today. And they know that the American people traditionally, because we're suckers for war, we rally around the flag when we're on the brink of war. That's what we do. We've been conditioned to forgive our leaders when there's a hint of war. When the scent of war is in the air, we rally behind our idiot leaders like George W. Bush, who was never more popular than the day after 9/11, the day after we saw what happens when you put a president, an ignoramus, in the Oval Office who rather play golf than read intelligence briefings about Osama bin Laden flying planes into buildings. The World Trade Center came down. The Pentagon, folks, an airplane flew into our Pentagon on 9/11. That shouldn't happen. We spend $1 trillion a year on defense. How did the Pentagon, I can understand a plane being flown into the World Trade Center, but we're spending $1 trillion a year on defense, and the Pentagon, the Defense Department, was defenseless on 9/11, and nobody pointed that out and said, wait a second, what are we spending all this money on if you can fly a plane into the Defense Department? Something isn't adding up. Something isn't adding up, but nobody added it up. We just got in line, and the day after 9/11, 9/12, George W. Bush, his popularity soared because he always fails upwards, George W. Bush, and he was never more popular. By the way, the bin Laden family, one of the early investors into war profiteer David Rubenstein's Carlyle Group. Osama bin Laden got his fortune from the bin Laden family, the builders, they're contractors in Saudi Arabia. Bin Laden family, early investors in David Rubenstein's Carlyle Group. as was the Bush family. And that's why David Rubenstein, war profiteer David Rubenstein, his Carlyle Group is known as the President's Club. It's where presidents and politicians go to be rewarded for the largesse they bestow on the military industrial complex. And that largesse is not theirs to bestow. It's our money being transferred to Saudi Arabia, right? War is good for the president. It's good for the war industry. It's good for the richest 1%. It's not good for our economy. War isn't good for our economy. It's great for some members of the investor class, and those people who benefit from war, that's who Joe Biden is spending his Thanksgiving with tonight. David Rubenstein, war profiteer, founder of the world's largest investor in war manufacturing, David Rubenstein, blood money, filthy, horrible human being who nobody talks about, David Rubenstein. David Rubenstein, worse than Jeff Bezos. We don't know about him because the Carlyle Group has its roots in espionage. So it knows how to remain undercover. Remember Carlucci, early investor, former head of the CIA, deputy director of the CIA. So they're smart. They present themselves, the Carlyle Group, as just an investment firm. That's all. It's hard to learn about the Carlyle Group. They do a pretty good job of scrubbing their reputation on the internet. Stories have been written about the Carlyle Group in The Nation magazine, American Prospect, The Guardian. But it's hard to dig deep into the Carlyle Group because it's both a private equity firm and a publicly traded stock. They invest in other private equity firms and other stocks. So it's hard to learn where its record profits all come from. Carlyle is also a shadow banker doing business with sovereign funds all over the world. But they were early investors in defense stocks, and according to some, they are the largest investor in war. The Center for Public Integrity, Pulitzer Prize winning Center for Public Integrity, is part of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. They've done work on the Panama Papers. This is what the Pulitzer Prize winning Center for Public Integrity wrote back in 2004 about war profiteer David Rubenstein's Carlyle Group. This is what Pulitzer Prize winning Center for Public Integrity wrote in 2004. Quote, from its founding in 1987, the Carlyle Group has pioneered investing in the defense and national security markets, and through its takeover of companies with billions of dollars in defense contracts. And that's why it became one of the US military's top vendors, ranking among better known defense firms like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics. Unlike those firms, however, the Carlyle Group itself is not a manufacturer. It offers no services directly to the Pentagon and has no defense contracts. Rather, the Carlyle Group manages investments. This is from 2004. These are the numbers from 2004. Rather, the Carlyle Group manages investments, some $18.4 billion from 600 individuals and entities in 55 countries, like the Bin Laden family. I'm adding the Bin Laden family. Back to the quote. According to its website, it says it manages $18.4 billion from 600 individuals and entities in 55 countries. quote, the firm's business is making money for these investors, the vast majority of whose identities are not disclosed to the Security and Exchange Commission or other government bodies. Plus, the Carlyle Group owns Booz Allen. The Carlyle Group owns Booz Allen. Let that sink in for a second. Booz Allen. That's the CIA contractor, Booz Allen. The Carlyle Group owns Booz Allen. Edward Snowden worked for Booz Allen. Actually, he worked for the Carlyle Group. For some reason, we always identified him as an employee of Booz Allen, but Booz Allen is owned by war profiteer David Rubenstein's Carlyle Group. So let's be clear here about Snowden, Edward Snowden, who's now in Russia. Edward Snowden didn't work for the NSA when he leaked all those documents. That we know, right? He worked, we were told, for Booz Allen, a CIA and NSA contractor, privately owned contractor doing government work. Booz Allen, which is owned by the Carlyle Group. Think about this. The Carlyle Group is a subcontractor paid to do work for the CIA and the NSA. That's the privatization of government services, right? Edward Snowden, who, if you think he was wrong for leaking all that information about the NSA spying on us, that wasn't a government worker who leaked that information. That was an employee of the Carlyle Group. But that didn't become an issue, right? That didn't be like, nobody said, wait a second, why are our government secrets being trusted with Booz Allen, which is owned by the Carlyle Group? Shouldn't government secrets be held by the government, not the Carlyle Group? But as I said earlier, the people who work for the CIA, the NSA, the people who work for the Defense Department, they take their jobs with them, right? Carlucci, Defense Secretary, former head of the CIA, invests in the Carlyle Group. You should trust us with your secrets. That's why Edward Snowden worked for the Carlyle Group when he leaked all that NSA information, and not for the NSA. Information technology, right? That the government needs outsourced to private contractors like Booz Allen, which is owned by war profiteer David Rubenstein's Carlyle Group. So back in 2013, when Edward Snowden leaked all those NSA documents that revealed how the United States government was spying on us, he wasn't working for the NSA. He wasn't a government turncoat. He was working for Booz Allen, which is owned by the Carlyle Group, which is run by war profiteer David Rubenstein. And nobody talked about the Carlyle Group. Nobody asked in 2013 why a private investment firm was hired by the CIA and the NSA to do data management. Seems to me our nation's most valuable secrets should not be entrusted with an investment firm like the Carlyle Group. Seems to me that if you're trading stocks on the open market, you should not have access to the NSA's secrets. Seems to me Edward Snowden is off in Russia, And we don't want him to come back. We being Biden, the Carlyle Group, the CIA, or the NSA. Seems to me the United States government wouldn't want to put him on trial for the same reason they didn't want to put bin Laden on trial, because that would compromise the entire American financial structure of private investment firms having access to our most private information. The NSA, the Defense Department, the CIA, they are hiring the Carlyle Group or the McKinsey Group to manage our secrets. Edward Snowden only became a First Amendment issue. It became a whistleblower issue, the rights of government whistleblowers, when in fact, Snowden was a subcontractor, a government contractor. It became an issue about WikiLeaks. It became an issue about whether or not this should be reported or not. But nobody asked the question, why are we trusting our government secrets with Booz Allen, which is owned by the Carlyle Group, which is run by war profiteer David Rubenstein? And by the way, did I mention that President Biden tonight is celebrating his Thanksgiving dinner on Nantucket inside the $30 million home of war profiteer David Rubenstein, who runs the Carlyle Group? It's going to get worse. Stick with me. I'm going to tell you, you're going to get even angrier. And I want you to get angry, not cynical. I want you to get angry because this is your money. This is your money. This isn't about ideology and whether or not you're on the left or the right. This is about your tax dollars being transferred to war profiteer David Rubenstein. Why is NSA and CIA information being handled by private equity firms like the Carlyle Group? Nobody asked that question, but it is the question. Why is the Pentagon, the CIA, and the NSA subcontracting its most secretive work to publicly traded companies who trade stocks, because they're also private equity firms? Like I said earlier, and I'm not running, I don't traffic in conspiracies, okay? These are just the facts. And it's a conspiracy of greed that we can solve. We can solve this. This is not some massive conspiracy. This is just greed. Like I said, the bin Laden family is one of the biggest and earliest investors in the Carlyle Group. And of course, Prince Al-Walid bin Talal of Saudi Arabia, he runs the Kingdom Fund. It's the largest investment firm in Saudi Arabia. He put $500 million into the Carlyle Group back when it was starting out. Lord knows, it was founded in 1987. Lord knows what that $500 million investment is worth right now. Frank Carlucci, Ronald Reagan's defense secretary, former deputy director of the CIA. Before 9/11, he had a $121 million stake in the Carlyle Group. What would it be worth now? I think Carlucci is dead, but what would that $121 million stake in the Carlyle Group, what do you think it's worth now? He had a $121 million stake in the company. He was the former deputy director of the CIA, and Prince Talal had $500 million before 9/11. James Baker, Ronald Reagan, and George W. Bush insider, Secretary of State. James Baker, he was the Secretary of State for George Herbert Walker Bush. I think he was Treasury Secretary and Chief of Staff to the racist Ronald Reagan. Before 9/11, James Baker had a $121 million stake in war profiteer David Rubenstein's Carlyle Group back in 2001. So the war on terror made a lot of people wealthy. It made the Bush family wealthy, made James Baker wealthy, made the Carlucci family wealthy. It made David Rubenstein, who runs the Carlyle Group, very wealthy. It made the Saudi princes very wealthy. And it made the bin Laden family incredibly wealthy. And the Carlyle Group, they're great at paying off the people who do their dirty work. They hire people to speak. Ever wonder why Hillary Clinton got, I don't remember, what was it, $1 million for 5 speeches at Goldman Sachs? These exorbitant speaking fees that Colin Powell got from the Carlyle Group. George W. Bush, when he left office, got paid to speak before the Carlyle Group. What did George W. Bush have to tell the Carlyle Group that they didn't already tell him to say? Why did they have to pay him all that money? George Herbert Walker Bush paid exorbitant speaking fees by the Carlyle Group. And of course, Prime Minister Tony Blair. Tony Blair got huge speaking fees when he left office. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for one speech. Tony Blair, who knew there were no weapons of mass destruction, but he greenlit the invasion of Iraq, and he took his cut after he left 10 Downing Street. He knew there was money waiting for him because his predecessor, John Major, worked for the Carlyle Group at the time. He headed their European division for the Carlyle Group. So Blair, after Tony Blair left town at 10 Downing Street, he was assured by John Major, who wasn't even part of the Labour Party, it was Margaret Thatcher's party. Major, John Major said, there's money waiting. There's a speaking fee waiting for you. Just go to war. And we'll never really find out how much Tony Blair made. It's hard to find out. They admit to paying Tony Blair a couple $100,000 for his speech. But war profiteer David Rubenstein, his Carlyle Group owns hundreds of companies that we know about. So the payoffs are impossible to detect. Like I said, the Carlyle Group, it's a private equity firm and a hedge fund and a publicly traded stock. They can shuffle money through thousands of its corporations. A $150,000 speech here, a $150,000 speech from this subsidiary, $150,000 speech from this subsidiary. Soon it adds up. And that's why former Prime Minister Tony Blair, who gave us the war in Iraq, like Colin Powell, Tony Blair could have stopped the war in Iraq, but he took his payoff in hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees from the Carlyle Group. And that's why Tony Blair was named earlier this year in the Pandora Papers. He was named succeeding in hiding millions of dollars in an offshore account. Where did all of Tony Blair's money come from? So the Carlyle Group, partly from the Carlyle Group, or, just some, David Rubenstein, war profiteer, picking up a phone and telling somebody to hire Tony Blair to do absolutely nothing, to keep his mouth shut. Hire Tony Blair. He'll keep his mouth shut the same way he did when he knew there were no weapons of mass destruction. This is not to make you cynical. This is the way the world is. It's to make you angry. because it's your money. Forget left versus right, forget ideology, forget Karl Marx or Adam Smith. This has nothing to do with anything other than your money, your taxes, your patriotism, your love of country, and your desire not to have your money go towards airstrikes on innocent brown people. This is your money, and you have every right to demand to know where it goes. So the first step is to stop the privatization of government. Don't get cynical. Get moving. Anytime somebody says to you, government is inefficient, that person is your enemy. They want your tax dollars. That's the first step. It has to become axiomatic. Is that the term? It has to become undeniable that tax dollars should be spent by and for the government in the name of the government, not by corporate contractors. If Boeing wants to profit off war, let Boeing go to war with McDonnell Douglas. We should be making the bombs, not Boeing. This privatization of government has to stop. Tax dollars coming into the government they have to be spent by and for and in the name of our government. Stop thinking that anybody who says public-private, private-public partnership, stop thinking that that's a good thing. That is just a soft entry point for corporations to steal tax dollars. Anything that is a private-public partnership is theft. It's theft of tax dollars. There has never been a public-private partnership that wasn't a complete ripoff of the United States government and your tax dollars. Stop thinking that corporations can solve your problems. They are the source of all your problems. You need to demand that our politicians stop saying corporations can spend tax dollars better than the government can. It's a lie spread by think tanks funded by corporations in order to transfer tax dollars into their pockets. And this is all being done in the open, but nobody's talking about it. Paul Pelosi, the speaker, Nancy's husband, he trades tens of millions of dollars worth of stock out in the open. It's all being done out in the open. We've talked about Congressman Josh Gottheimer trading, $50 million worth of stock this year out in the open. That's being done out in the open. Imagine what is happening in the shadows where there's no transparency, where it's private equity. What is being done in the shadows when private equity is doing work for the NSA, for the CIA, for the Defense Department? If it's private equity, there's no transparency. There are no hearings. We have no idea what war profiteer David Rubenstein, who runs the Carlyle Group, which owns Booz Allen, which does subcontracting work for the NSA, we have no idea what secrets war profiteer David Rubenstein gets his hands on. If Edward Snowden, a Booz Allen subcontractor, Booz Allen owned by the Carlyle Group, if he can leak documents to WikiLeaks, what's to stop him from leaking documents to his boss, war profiteer David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group, which owns Booz Allen. How would we know? We're so worried about Facebook gathering information on its customers, our privacy. That's a red herring compared to what war profiteer David Rubenstein and his Carlyle Group know about us. Think about what is going on with war profiteer David Rubenstein. He's getting paid by our government to spy on us, essentially, to manage the data. What is to stop war profiteer David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group, from turning around and making investment decisions accordingly? Or using that information to move markets by getting some people to resign. I mean, secrets, if you're craven, if you're amoral, like war profiteer David Rubenstein, if you make money off bombs, killing people, what's to stop? Why would you even think twice about using a secret about somebody to make them quit their job? And you know that they're going to quit their job before anybody else does, so you short the stock. That's who President Joe Biden and his family of grifters, that's where Joe Biden is tonight for Thanksgiving. Inside the $30 million Nantucket home of war profiteer David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group, who, some say, is the largest silent investor in war. And staying in war profiteer David Rubenstein's home right now is the commander-in-chief of the United States military. And that's why the Carlyle Group has been such a great investment, because war profiteer David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group, knows before anybody else where the next hotspot is. He knows it before the military does. So he knows where to move his money. He's not a genius. He's just evil. David Rubenstein right now doesn't even have to bug his $30 million home where Joe Biden is staying right now. He doesn't need to listen in on the commander-in-chief's private conversations. He doesn't need to know what our commander-in-chief is thinking, because David Rubenstein is telling the commander-in-chief what to think, because he runs what is called the President's Club. The Carlyle Group is also known as the President's Club. It's where presidents and politicians, senior politicians and CIA directors and State Department heads go to collect their bribes after they commit a favor. For war profiteer David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group. Look at all of Joe Biden's advisors when it comes to war, because the midterms are coming up and it's wartime. They are war profiteers. Everybody who is advising Joe Biden is a war profiteer. WestExec. We've talked about WestExec. Speaking of WestExec, Jen Psaki, who was a senior advisor to WestExec, she was asked 2 nights ago during a White House press briefing whether or not it was appropriate for Joe Biden to be spending Thanksgiving in the home of a billionaire. That was the only question Jen Psaki was asked. Nobody asked about David Rubenstein. because he has a publicist. And nobody asks where his billions come from. David Rubenstein, and I double check because he's been offered as a guest on my show several times. I'm not making this up because he has a publicist. And Rubenstein writes books, and it's the same David Rubenstein that gets sent to me. He hosts the David Rubenstein Show on the PBS, so make sure you give money to the PBS this year. He funds Ken Burns documentaries, and I've been offered, I think twice, 15 minutes with him for a press junket so he can promote his book. And he writes books about leadership. And I know, I've turned it down because I know exactly how this plays out. David Rubenstein comes on the show for 50 minutes to talk about his book on leadership. And I start asking him about the Carlyle Group. And I know exactly how this goes. I'm not here to talk about the Carlyle Group. I'm here to talk about my book. And if I push hard enough and he's in a sporting mood, he'll obfuscate and play with me and think of me as a loser, as a low-rent podcaster, some pathetic loser who imagines conspiracies, and he'll humor me for, he'll play out the clock, the 15-minute clock, and he doesn't have to answer. Nobody asks him. He's never been asked about his war profiteering. He wanders the halls of the PBS with immunity. He hosts his own show. He donates millions to the PBS, millions upon millions to the PBS, and nobody ever asks him about the Carlyle Group. And he wouldn't storm off my show. Like I said, he would do the 15 minutes and say something like, okay, we had some fun, hang up. And that would be it. And he wouldn't think twice about it. And then I would get a call from his publicist, who would make it very personal. She would make it very personal. The publicist would tell me that I put her in an awkward position. I made her look bad. And I would start to feel guilty. And she would ask me to apologize to her. And if I didn't apologize, I wouldn't be granted access to all the other pieces of human excrement like David Rubenstein. She would just take me off the list, which is why the show, I don't care about access. I really don't. I'd rather tell you about David Rubenstein. I'd rather have you then Google David Rubenstein and find out about his war profiteering. I don't need to have David Rubenstein. I don't need to have a moment with David Rubenstein where I make him squirm or he makes me squirm. That's not satisfying. It's more important that you know who David Rubenstein really is. He is a war profiteer. That's why I don't worry about access to important people on this show, because you can't speak the truth if you're worrying about access. There's no upside to having David Rubenstein on my show. And I wouldn't make him squirm. I could not make him squirm. He's subhuman. He invests in death. He's a war profiteer. You think I'm going to make him feel bad? The American people deserve to know who David Rubenstein really is and where his money comes from, and that he is a war profiteer, and that the Carlyle Group perhaps is the biggest war profiteer in the world, and that the $30 million home on Nantucket, where Joe Biden right now is spending Thanksgiving, it's owned by the war profiteer David Rubenstein. And that was paid, that $30 million home was paid for by us, by our tax dollars. The Carlyle Group makes all its money steering government contracts into the hands of private equity. And nobody says anything about this. Nobody says anything about the Carlyle Group and how Rubenstein makes his money investing in weapons all around the world. And of course, by the way, he owns Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that? Did you know that the Carlyle Group also owns Dunkin' Donuts, because you can't drop a bomb on Americans. You have to kill them slowly with poison, like Dunkin' Donuts. He owns Dunkin' Donuts. So 2 days ago, when Jen Psaki was asked about the president staying at the home of a billionaire, not war profiteer, just a billionaire, Jen Psaki, the White House press spokesperson, defended the decision by saying, and I quote, "It's Thanksgiving. This is a time to put politics aside, spend time with your loved ones, and talk about what you're grateful for." See, Jen Psaki doesn't care about politics. To her, politics is a team sport, and she just happened to get picked by the Democrats. She could have been picked by the Republicans. She got picked by the Democrats. So, of course, Jen Psaki, the White House press spokesperson, says we should put the politics aside when it comes to David Rubenstein. And she's kind of right, because he is bipartisan. The Carlyle Group is bipartisan. They bribe bipartisanly. They bribe Democrats and Republicans. Glenn Youngkin, he just won that heated race in Virginia and became Virginia's 74th governor. He's a Republican, and he's the former head of the Carlyle Group. So we need to rise above politics when it comes to David Rubenstein. So, of course, Joe Biden staying in David Rubenstein's $30 million mansion on Nantucket has nothing to do with politics. It should. It should. Joe Biden should be driven out of office for this. But when it comes to actually running America, Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin' Donuts. No, it runs on war. And when it comes to transferring our nation's wealth into the hands of war profiteers like David Rubenstein, we always put politics aside. It is in the best interests of people like David Rubenstein to make politics sound dirty. I don't think politics is dirty. I think it's how you root out the dirt. But we have to rise above politics. No, we have to rise above war profiteers like David Rubenstein and lock him up. We need to lock him up. He is a war profiteer, just like Glenn Youngkin, the new governor of Virginia, is a war profiteer. And so is Jen Psaki, the press spokesman for Joe Biden. So, of course, she would say rise above politics. Politics is dirty. No, politics isn't dirty. Jen Psaki is dirty. She comes to us from West Exec as a lobbying firm for the military-industrial complex. As part of West Exec's public relations package, if you get a statement from them offering their services, this is from Politico. And by the way, The Intercept did some great work reporting on West Exec. According to Politico, West Exec's press package boasts, and I quote, this is from their press package, quote, West Exec Advisors is quite literally the road to the Situation Room, and it is the road everyone associated with West Exec Advisors has crossed many times en route to meetings of the highest national security consequences. That's how West Exec, the lobbying firm that Jen Psaki worked for, that's what West Exec boasts. If you go to westexec.com right now, their motto is, quote, bringing the Situation Room to the boardroom. That's the motto of West Exec, founded in 2017 by our current Secretary of State, Tony Blinken. The Secretary of State is supposed to negotiate peace, not war. But Tony Blinken is bragging about his access to the Situation Room where war is conducted. And Jen Psaki, the White House press spokesman, likes to boast that she was a press spokesman for Obama's State Department, right? Before she was the official press spokesman for Joe Biden. We know that she was a press spokesperson for the Obama State Department. In fact, when CNN introduced her on the Situation Room, she was paid. She was a paid contributor on CNN from 2017 to 2020. They introduced her as a former State Department spokesman. They never identified her as a paid partner in WestExec. The same time she was on CNN, 2017 to 2020, she was a lobbyist working for WestExec. So when she was on CNN, she was lobbying. See, that's their selling point. Their access not just to the Situation Room where we fight our war, but also access to Wolf Blitzer's Situation Room, where you could, put a shiny patina on weapons being dropped on brown people. David Rubenstein, that's WestExec, which has been hired by the Carlyle Group, which benefits by the lobbying that WestExec does. David Rubenstein is chairman of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. David Rubenstein is chairman of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. He used to be chairman of the Smithsonian. And of course, he's the current chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations, where we get our top-notch information about foreign affairs. It's a very respected think tank. As I said earlier, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations is Richard Haass, who makes the rounds on talk shows warning us about China and Russia. And he's very good at promoting war in a very sly way. But he's working for Rubenstein, who is the war profiteer, who is chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations. And its membership includes senior politicians, numerous secretaries of state, CIA directors, bankers, lawyers, professors, and of course, senior media figures. See how the money gets spread around, the positions, the jobs. See how David Rubenstein can spread money, jobs, stature, and status all over Washington. It's filthy. It's disgusting. And it's your money. It's your money. It's your money being transferred to these people. The Secretary of Transportation, the loathsome Pete Buttigieg, comes to us from a competitor of the Carlyle Group, the McKinsey Group. That's a management consulting firm, whatever that means. It manages companies. It's also a private equity firm. It has an in-house hedge fund that places bets in the market. That's a conflict of interest. It should be stripped by the Justice Department. It's one of the filthiest, dirtiest companies in the world, McKinsey. They run Saudi Arabia, for example. They manage Saudi Arabia. We've talked about this, that Saudi Arabia cannot trust itself to run its own government. So McKinsey is running Saudi Arabia. It's one of the dirtiest companies in the world. Their filth spreads everywhere from Enron to the financial crisis. They assist Saudi Arabia in the identification and then murder of dissidents. It assists Erdogan in Turkey. When Ukraine was run by a Russian puppet, it was McKinsey who was running Ukraine. It took money, McKinsey, from Purdue Pharma to assist in getting more doctors to prescribe opiates. Even locally here in New York City, it took $28 million from New York City to run Rikers Island. Rikers Island was being mismanaged. The city was mismanaging its jail, so they brought in McKinsey, and McKinsey brought in tasers, shotguns, canine patrol dogs, and the situation got worse. They skewed data to make it look like it was getting better. The truth is that when McKinsey was running Rikers Island, it turned into an insane asylum that has to be shut down. And that's who the Secretary of Transportation is, McKinsey. Pete Buttigieg from McKinsey, from Harvard to McKinsey. And they're going to try to make him our next president. They're going to try to make Pete Buttigieg our next president. Pete Buttigieg is going to be taking credit for all the largesse being doled out from that bipartisan infrastructure bill, which is nothing but a $1.2 trillion payout to private businesses, right? But he'll be at all the ribbon cutting. Anytime there's a new bridge, a new road, Pete Buttigieg, McKinsey's Pete Buttigieg will be taking credit for giving our money to other corporations. That's who's running the Biden administration. That's who runs the Biden administration. West Exec, the Carlyle Group, McKinsey, and so I will still vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, but I think he is heinous. He's always been heinous. I think his family is heinous. I think his brother, I think Hunter, I think they are repulsive. And somehow there's no money for Americans to get free health care, but plenty of money for imaginary enemies. Again, I voted for Biden because Trump is worse, but Bernie needs to run in 2024. If Biden is old enough to run for re-election, if this isn't the case for Bernie, nothing is. We will be back with the Hershenfelds. This is our Thanksgiving show. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours Friday night at 8 p.m.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
This is our annual Thanksgiving has been canceled episode of the David Feldman Show. This is a message to Leslie. Do not come in to where I'm recording. I'm holding up a veggie burger that I ate with my hands, and I bit into it during that break, and it crumbled onto the floor. And if you come in here, Leslie, you'll step on the veggie burger, and then it'll spread throughout the apartment, and the mice will have an even better Thanksgiving than. Well, are the Hirschfelds here yet?
One of them is.
That God?
I'm here, David. I have called upon thee to do my bidding. On this, the day upon which we thank our fellow man, but most of all, we thank our Creator. That's me. Thank me. Thank me and bow before me.
You look great. You look like Prince Charles Q-tip. Looks like that.
Thank you. I think I mentioned it's not Dr. Zhivago, it's Nurse Practitioner Zhivago. The look I'm going for. RN Zhivago.
I'm eating.
Yeah, eat it up. I'm wearing a t-shirt. Today's episode brought to you by Herbivore Clothing, herbivoreclothing.com. Check them out, Herbivore Clothing. That's the whole ad. Yeah.
What is it?
It was a gift from my sister. It's up in the northwest of our glorious republic. They're in
Are you allowed
Portland.
to talk about isn't your sister a doctor?
She is a doctor, and she has threatened / offered to give me. There's a thing, if you have like a double or triple chin,
Yeah.
that little fat pad, she said that I was a perfect candidate for something called Kybella, which is something that it's based on some sort of an enzyme.
That, right?
Yeah, it's an enzyme that already exists in our gut, but then they manufacture extra doses of it, and they, of course, I'm not a doctor, but what they do a few injections in there, and then it saves you a chin. Like if you have 3 chins, you go down to 2. If you have 2, you go down to 1. It's it's n-1. That's how it works. Yeah.
You know, I'm afraid. Like, isn't Linda Evangelista?
Yeah, that's something else. That's a freezing thing, and I asked my sister about that as she was trying to pitch me.
Tell everybody what happened to Linda Evangelista.
So Evangelista was doing this cool sculpting, that's not when you go to a bar mitzvah and there's a sculpture made out of ice of a swan on the buffet. That's not cool sculpting. That's something else. This is a dermatologic / cosmetic procedure where they use cold to get rid of fat around your abdomen and other places. But the wand, the machine itself, has a certain shape, and in some cases, that shape is kind of recapitulated on the body of the victim / patient. So you can end up with these sort of cube-shaped things on your body, but then they're supposed to go away. But in the case of certain people, it's very rare, but apparently, let me say again, full disclosure, I'm not a doctor, but sometimes, very rarely, they don't go away. So I asked my sister about that, and she said, again, I'm not speaking on her behalf, I'm just moving my jaw here.
Right.
She said in over 1,000 procedures that they've done in her practice, they've never seen a single case of that thing with the cool sculpting. So, but in any case, it's just a question of vanity, 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 vanity. All is vanity, as they teach us in Ecclesiastes. And so, how much do you want to, indulge in that sort of stuff? What's that?
How much is it? Because this is you have a choice. You can
For you, special price.
Thanksgiving, there are people who are about to be evicted and living on the street.
Yeah.
You have money that you could give to prevent somebody from. You could give somebody a home.
Oh my God, I have a great idea. They could live in my extra chin. That's
Live
called
off the fat of the land.
That's called 2 birds, 1 stone.
Is she a dermatologist?
She is. Yes.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll come up. Does she do hair transplants?
I don't know, but she she does some sort of treatment that also gives increases follicular density or something. I don't know. She'll inject stuff in your scalp. She did me, and now I have a whole family of possums living on my head. My girlfriend wants me to cut it. I think it just looks
You
pleasantly
look good.
full. It's a full head of hair. No, this is
I heard she felt it could be like your father should have gone into business with her, where you first
yeah.
you go to the
I
psychiatrist.
get it. And he convinces you that your skin is sagging and then sends you to.
It's not in your head. It is your head. The problem is your head.
Yeah, I like it.
You're unattractive. Should you accept the way you look? That is the question. And what is the most important part of the face?
The nose. Now, when it comes to noses, I have opinions. I once was considering getting a procedure on the inside because my septum was too fat. I had a fat septum. And my cousin, this was about 20 years ago, she said, well, as long as they're going in there, why don't you have them, fix it? I said, what? I played dumb. I said, what are you talking about? What's the problem? In any case, I did get so that I could breathe, so that I could stop snoring at night a number of years ago. But I think I have a pleasantly prominent proboscis, not a problematically prominent proboscis, and I think it serves me well in the roles that I do. But like I could never get cast, for example, like if they were going to remake Breakfast at Tiffany, I could never get the Audrey Hepburn role with this this profile.
How about the Mickey Rooney role, which was I think most Asian Americans would.
Oh, Jesus, that's right. Oh, my God. Wow.
It was,
wow.
When Mickey Rooney suffered elder abuse, he testified before Congress on elder abuse. He was being abused by his caretakers. And I always felt somebody should say, it's not because you're elderly, they saw Breakfast at Tiffany's. And,
right. I completely forgot about that. Wow.
Yeah. What, is your dad going to be gracing us?
No, he told me to tell you. He sends his regrets, but he said, quote, tell David I was kidnapped.
Oh.
So, no, he's at a thing and he can't get to the device, but he sends his wishes for a happy, healthy Thanksgiving and
but you're going to play the part of your father today.
I can do both. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what did you eat today? Did you eat a turducken? We had a turducken here.
We had an amazing
What a
meal.
turducken is?
I do. Yeah, that's where it's like the Russian doll of cuisine.
It's a duck inside a chicken inside a turd. This is one of the first jokes we used to do on the podcast. Our first Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
First episodes, we gave directions on how to cook a turducken.
Oh, a turducken, yeah. Wow.
It's a duck inside a chicken inside a turd.
I want to say this on the subject of the Carlisle group. A turd Dunkin' is just any Dunkin' donut, because those are not donuts. Those are turds. They're not donuts, people. They're not fried. They're delivered in a truck, fully formed. Those are not donuts. Wake up. It's Soylent Green.
When you eat at Dunkin' Donuts, you are supporting our war economy. They
Right.
make you
Also, I pick up trash on the beach here just as for the fun of it. It relaxes me, and I like doing it. When I take a walk before my swim, I have a bag and I pick up plastic. Many of those items are the refuse of Dunkin' Donuts. Those orange straws and those styrofoam cups. So they're a horror show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw my T-shirt.
Yeah.
It's off balance.
Yeah, that's okay. I got myself a coat, which I'm one of these people who gets a coat every decade. I got a classic pea coat.
It's a pea coat.
That's a coat which it's totally fine if you pee in it because it's got a little flap. So
I have a poo coat.
nice, yeah.
It just looks like shit. Why is it called a pea coat?
I feel like it's from a PT boat. That's my guess, that it came from the Navy or it has something to do with, but I don't know what the hell it is. I
I
honestly.
remember the last jacket my parents bought for me was a pea coat, and I was ashamed of it.
Yeah.
As a kid, did people make fun of your jackets?
You know, my grandfather, my mother's father, was in the knockoff clothing business. He had an office on 33rd Street there for like 50 years, and he would make whatever, like for Gimbals and Alexanders and Zales and that sort of thing. So among the items he would make were these knockoff parkas. So we always had these. Did they make fun of him? Yeah, occasionally I was wearing something that just came from him that was ridiculous. I had an Elmer Fudd jacket one time that was from him.
Right.
You know, the red and black check. I definitely was teased for that. I also had a weird, I don't know what it was about, but I think I got to college freshman year with this gray jacket from EMS or something. I wore it all the way through college and for several years after. I don't know what I was thinking. It didn't occur to me that you have to get a new coat, but at a certain point you should. So, yeah.
Who's barking in the background?
Well, this is Gornamance, the puppy. I got some glorious photos of him leaping on the beach today.
Have we met the puppy yet?
Yeah, he's 15. He's 16 months old now. He's not really a puppy anymore, but he's the youngest of the group. Yeah, and when we play fetch with him before he runs, he's half poodle, so he's half Presbyterian. So that's the kind of joke that Garrison Keillor would have been able to deliver a punchline for. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like a Garrison Keillor setup. Yeah.
Poodles are really German dogs. They're not really French.
That's right. Poodles are German, and so are Dobermans. He's half poodle, half Doberman. The thing with poodles is, I feel like, I don't know if anyone made this joke, but they had to. Is that, you know, there's the Doberdoodle. There's the poodles are mixing with everything these days. Poodles, they're real whores.
Yeah,
but
they are.
Yeah,
They're the best. I hate to admit it.
Yeah.
I hate to admit it. I love poodles. I was conditioned.
I know.
Of the way they're shaved.
Yeah.
They're foo-foo dogs, but
I had the same thing. Couldn't stand them, but then I met one. You get to know them now. We have a half poodle. They're great.
Smartest. They are the. Yeah. I think I had 5 dogs before in a previous life. There was our first real dog. We had Mahara, who was Rhodesian Ridgeback and Pit Bull, but she was violent. And then my second dog was Anya, the poodle, who was a permanent 2-year-old.
Wow.
I mean, the smartest dog and the smartest racist I've ever met.
Oh, right.
It was incredible. She could tell the difference between the FedEx guy and the postman.
Right.
Without sight unseen. What is it your sound that's bad or mine?
I don't know. Someone just said in the comments, put your mic closer to your face, Boomer. I don't know who Boomer is, but...
Let me try this. Is this better?
I mean, you sound great to me, but someone was complaining about the sound.
Well, yeah, we had sound problems.
Oh, someone's saying David's mic in the chat. So
my mic is what?
I think that they're... Ethan's is good. This is according to Walter Kiriaka. Danke, Walter.
Dan, are you there?
Oh, David's is low. He's just saying get the mic closer to your face. That's all.
But was it low during the?
No. It was David. It was good during the monologue. It's just when you started eating, I think you pulled the mic away from your face.
Okay, so
just a little closer. That's all. That's better.
This is better.
Yep.
I have exciting news, David. I wanted to share with you and your wonderful audience.
Good.
I got, I was on a dry spell, a slump with you. I did many auditions. I booked something, so I am going to be in New York shooting. I got a part on the CBS show Bull, which is a courtroom drama that's very popular.
Hang on, give me 1 second, not to step on your success. Dan, how did it sound?
It sounds good.
And can you, when I talk, am I
You're not cutting in and out anymore. The fact
Right.
that you're closer to the microphone, it sounds better now, and it was always good during the opening monologue. It's just when you were eating, I think you pulled the mic away from yourself,
Okay.
6 inches or something.
Right. And I noticed excuse me for 1 second, Ethan.
Yeah, no. I said all I had to say about that. I'm not going to toot my own horn.
Hang on for 1 second. During the Smigel segment last week, or on Monday, I was cutting in, but I think we fixed it, right, Dan?
I haven't listened to the replay, but listening to it live, it sounded fine on my end.
Okay. And when do you want to do community billboard?
Whenever you're ready. I'm going to be hanging out for
We'll do it after. Why don't we do it after your meal?
Sounds good.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ethan.
No.
I'm sorry that you landed it. It's like it's eating me alive. You're in. Was it Red Notice? Is that the hit?
Red Notice is still doing well. People are watching it.
The number one movie in the history of Netflix, and you are one of the stars of Red Notice. And now you landed a part on CBS's Bull.
It's a very popular courtroom drama. It focuses, people probably know this, it's a popular show, and it focuses on a firm that's focused on using algorithms to do jury selection. Apparently these firms actually exist. Yeah, jury consultant, exactly.
Are you allowed to talk about your part?
Yeah, I play I don't know, and I won't talk about it in any detail, but I'm a guy on the witness stand, and I play like it's fun for me. It's a stretch because I'm not a villain or anything like that particularly. I play like a city business, a city building inspector, engineer type, like a technocrat or a guy, an engineer.
A guy.
Yeah, I'm a guy.
I mean, I have to say, not that I miss your dad. It's a different dynamic without your dad.
That's right. Yeah. We're missing.
What we could do is take questions.
Yeah.
From the chat room.
Yeah.
Are the son of a renowned Freudian psychoanalyst, and there are people who are suffering. They're alone for the holidays.
Yeah.
By alone, I mean they're with me, and I can't imagine anything lonelier. Let's talk about loneliness and being alone for Thanksgiving.
Let's do that. I'm sorry?
Who did you spend Thanksgiving with?
I was with my girlfriend and our 3 dogs, and some neighbors came over. We sat outside and had a little sip of champagne. I had non-alcoholic beer because I stopped taking any alcohol about 2 months ago because I saw a lecture about how if you have any predilection towards depression or low moods, if you go to 0 with the alcohol, it can be very helpful, and I found that to be the case. So I literally popped a bottle of champagne, poured it for some people, and me and another guy who was doing the same thing, we drank non-alcoholic beer, which in any case, that was fun.
What are you thankful for?
So, I'm thankful. Let me say this honestly. I'm thankful for you. This has been a godsend the last 18 months, your podcast. I'm thankful for all the comedians and actors in my life and the people who are just funny and supportive. And I put this out there I've had to do dozens, probably 100 auditions on Zoom on my own. You know what I mean? Like just tape my own. So I'm so thankful to my actor and comedian friends who are willing to read those things with me. They act as my reader. And the thing that I noticed, and this is why I booked the thing last week, sometimes they just very nonchalantly will say, you know what, you should probably do that a little less. You should really look right at me on that line. In other words, your friends who are just there to read the lines, they give you suddenly a little bit of direction. That makes all the difference. And then I have friends who coach me in languages. When I have to do an audition with a certain accent or a certain language, I have these friends who are just willing to do that for me. So I'm thankful for that. Thankful for my partner, for my dogs. I'm thankful for having, security. I have a level of security that I know most people in this country and in this world are not lucky to have.
And you're thankful for that as well.
I'm very thankful for that. Yeah.
A lot of people don't have security.
Yeah, that social safety net is just not big enough for all of us. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Coming from a family of doctors.
Yeah. It's not good because I could never get a day off from school. Whenever I was sick, I would say to my dad, I'm feeling sick. He'd say, you're fine, and go to school. I didn't miss a single day of school. I didn't miss one day. One day I was in the car with him. I would take a drive with him because he would get to work really early. We lived up in the Bronx. He would drop me off at school. I'd get to school an hour early, shoot hoops on my own, and get to first period completely sweaty, like drenched. So one day we're driving down. It's like 7:30 in the morning. I am feeling ill, and I said, "No, I'm just feeling really, really sick. I'm feeling terrible." He said, "No, you're fine. It's just a thing." Or if I had pains, orthopedic, no, it's just growing pains. That's what a doctor parent can do. They know nothing is that serious if there's no blood or whatever. Right. So I was really feeling sick. I get out of the car, I puked on the sidewalk, and then went upstairs. I puked in front of my locker. I mean, I was literally, but I went to school. I'd never missed a day of school. So.
Yeah. My dad was a meteorologist, so I never got a snow day. You look out the window, you're going to school. It's nothing. It's nothing.
You call that a blizzard?
I'll show you a blizzard. Yeah, there is a brotherhood and a sisterhood of the children of doctors. I've noticed in the comedy world, they tend to gravitate to one another because they are partly neglected. There's a feeling that the children of doctors didn't get 100%.
I'm so glad you asked this when my dad's not around. I've been wanting to talk about this.
I did notice that there's a special bond. I noticed this in the comedy writing community. A lot of children of doctors bond with other children of doctors. They kind of feel that their parents were emotionally distant because
I think I don't know what it is, but are doctors more emotionally invested in their work than the average person, and so they don't really have it when they're at home for their family? Or is that particular to shrinks who are so invested in that emotional stuff all day? When they're home, they're like, "Oh, okay, enough with the emotion." Can we just I mean, I really feel like there is something to that. But it reminds me of a joke I've always wanted to write. Maybe you can help me. I don't know what the joke is, but what really bothered me was like Dennis France and these guys on things like Law and Order. Every cop and every doctor and every lawyer on TV is so concerned in a very genuine way that rips their hearts out about their clients. When I feel like in real life, those people are just doing their job. It's all very nonchalant, but TV doesn't work that way. I always wanted to do something around this premise because it just gets on my nerves how every cop and doctor, everyone on TV, they care so deeply that it ruins their lives. But if you meet
you know what my shrink said to me when I was going through transference?
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Pally, you're nothing but a dollar sign. I see you, I see with Dean Martin to Jerry Lewis when they broke. The last thing Dean said to Jerry was, "Pally, you're nothing but a dollar sign."
Wow.
Yeah.
That's harsh.
Yeah,
maybe there's no joke there. Maybe that's why for 20 years I thought that premise, and it's not a joke. Yeah.
I think all parents are emotionally distant, but the children of doctors figure it's because the mother or father was off saving lives, when in fact most parents are emotionally distant.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. If they're sewing pants or whatever the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want emotion,
turn on Netflix. That's what it's there for.
I'm not here to share my problems with my children. I'm here to keep you safe and lower your self-esteem.
Yeah.
I'm not here to show you me being vulnerable.
Yeah, I loved Louis C.K.'s take on it. At one point, he just said, his job there is to make sure that they don't die. That's really it, essentially. Just make sure this thing doesn't die. It's really lowering the bar, but it's true. Yeah.
What I found that's interesting about parenting is you think you're a parent when you're parenting, and then they leave and you become a completely different person. And I don't remember who I was. I don't remember who I was when I had babies. Like if you asked me to change a diaper, well, not yours, but if you ask me to change a I don't know the first thing about changing a diaper, but I was a world-class diaper changer when the kids were really young. It's a skill that you lose. I had different hormones going through my body. I don't recognize.
Do you know how to make a hormone?
I know how to as a comedian.
Huh?
I could answer that, but
Yeah.
it would.
Let's just.
You know the origin of the word endorphins,
Endogenous morphine. Yeah.
as
It's
opposed to morphine. Go ahead,
Right.
explain. It was real.
Yeah, it's like your body has the ability to make these chemicals endogenously, internally, that make you feel as good as morphine.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why, and I don't recommend this, some people are into pain. Because you
interesting.
produce, put this ball gag into your mouth and wear this. Let me explain to you how this
You're
works.
going to feel great. No, that's why the cold swimming, not to get back to this topic, but that's what it does. That there's a little bit of a release of something, makes you feel very good from that suffering. The suffering is not that bad. The good feeling is pretty enduring.
And so getting punched, being a boxer,
That one, I don't know. I could never take a punch. I couldn't even take a slap. I can't even take an insult. I can't even take someone. I'm a real lightweight. I mean, I'm like a featherweight when it comes to. I'm very sensitive. It's a terrible quality for if you're hanging out with comedians. By the way, I've gotten much better at that. Taking those barbs, those little kind of. So.
if you don't want barbs, don't have sex with a cat. Because you ever hear cats at night?
Oh, that's what that is.
The male cat is barbed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. That's hence the squealing. But it does explain football players and boxers enjoying sport because getting hit, it's morphine. It
Right.
literally is, as you just said, it's an endorphin is morphine, and they get physically addicted to the pain.
Yeah. My specialty was the 3-point shot, but this was before there was a 3-point shot in high school. So in other words, I would just try to stay as far away from the defense as possible. I didn't like the physical contact.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah.
3-point shot, was it the American ABA? It was first in the ABA, and then when they merged, they brought the 3-point shot into the NBA. I can't remember.
I don't know where it came from, but it appeared, and then suddenly it was extremely short for a little while in college. The 3-point shot was just ridiculously short. Then it moved back to the top of the key. The thing about the ABA that really was bizarre was the red, white, and blue ball. That just seemed wrong. It suddenly seemed like a child's idea.
I actually, when I was in my mid-20s, a woman gave me red, white, and blue balls.
4th of July?
4th of July, she would only have sex with me on the 4th of July. So the rest of the year, I had red, white, and blue balls.
There you go. That's good.
go.
That's fully crafted. Wow, that is good. Yeah.
She gave me a bad case of red.
And also on Bastille Day. On Bastille Day also.
And Bastille Day. Yes, we were playing Montreal. So, your plans for this 4-day weekend? Are you relaxed? Are you able to let go?
I'm going to study my line. No.
About everybody saying stop.
No, I'm going to study my lines for my part next week, and I'm going to worry about my next comedy gig, which isn't again till Christmas, but I'm going to do a whole new set, the same as November, but it's new-ish. So no, I'll worry, but I think I like this time of year. I'm not really a holiday guy. I don't like holidays particularly. I have a friend, and we've discussed the idea that all holidays should be compressed into one day called Holiday Day, and the theme song of Holiday Day should be the Madonna song Holiday. And then you don't have to make these plans constantly, every month, every 2 months. You got to make the plan and do the thing. It should just be one day. And however, for me, Thanksgiving is the one of the entire calendar. I like it.
I have 2 jokes from my act. One kills, one doesn't. These are two from my act that I pull out the day after Thanksgiving. You tell me which joke does well and which one doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
The first joke is
Wait.
bad dog. Bad dog.
I'm muted. Can you close?
That's okay. It's beautiful. I love the sounds of dogs.
Okay, so let's hear them.
You tell me, you know audiences, there's one joke, there's a meal. There's one joke. It's a Thanksgiving meal. Time for a Thanksgiving meal.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving, David.
Happy Thanksgiving. Hang on for 1 second. We're going to test my, you have to pick which joke does well and which one doesn't.
Okay.
Okay. I have a mixed marriage. So around this time of year, we've combined the best of Hanukkah with the best of Christmas, and we call it Hamas. I'm Jewish, my wife is Catholic. We've combined the best of Christmas with the best of Hanukkah, and we call it
I like
Hamas.
it. I like it. Okay.
Joke.
That's
The
A.
other one is my wife
Yeah.
is Catholic. I'm Jewish, so this time of year, it's my job to tell the kids there's no Santa, and it's her job to tell the kids there's no Holocaust.
That's the one that gets the laugh. Yeah.
That's good. I like that. I like that.
No, that's people. Oh no! Break it to the. I didn't tell her. Right? I have to break it to the kids that there's no Santa, and she breaks it to the kids that there was no Holocaust.
That is fantastic. But they like the Hamas joke, is what you're saying.
Nobody can laugh at anybody saying there was no Holocaust.
Yeah. All right.
I've kind of. Oh, wait a second! I swore off Holocaust jokes during the Trump administration. I just realized
Right.
I can trivialize the suffering of others once. No, I can't.
I can't. I have what I'm very thankful for. We never discussed loneliness. I did want to talk about that for 1 second. Do we have a couple more minutes?
Yeah. It's loose tonight.
Okay. So, but I do. I'm very glad that the white supremacists and the Proud Boys remain in the news, and they keep bringing up Charlottesville 2017, because my favorite joke from my special is about that, which is the one, that chant that they were doing then, "Jews will not replace us." Mm-hmm. Jews will not replace us, which sounds like a chant I would have heard from all of the appliances in my parents' kitchen.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's my favorite. So that's sort of that sort of joke. But on the subject of loneliness, there is a blessing in being alone. So a lot of people suffer through the holidays because of all the family and all of the. That's what they're suffering. That's what the suffering is. So to be able to just reframe your situation, you're free of all those entanglements. You can do what you want. You're not with all that baggage. My God.
Right.
So that's my.
There's
that's my
also
big
a
take.
there's also a new COVID reality,
Yeah.
which is people are saying, you know what? I know we're suffering here, but there are a lot of things that I've learned in the past year and a half, and that is you're a pain in the ass.
Right.
The less I see of you, the happier I am. Don't you think a lot of people have realized that?
There's that, and there's the realization, not only do you make me sick emotionally, but you could easily make me sick physically. So
Yes.
yeah, good reason to stay away. Well, we'll leave it with that. But I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for you. Thankful for you, Emil. I'm thankful for your audience. And let's move ahead. Let's
I am
do this.
grateful on behalf of everybody who watches and listens to this show. We are grateful for you and your father. Tell your father that the segment was not the same without him. He was.
I will tell him. My favorite thing is that one of your audience members wrote in the chat, "Up yours, Ethan." I love that. And let's leave it at that. Up yours as well. And God bless.
Yeah, let's get real. Thank you, Ethan Hirschenfeld.
Thanks.
Go to YouTube right now and watch Thug Thug Jew. It is a masterpiece. And joining us from California is my friend, Emil Guillermo. He is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He is also a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Welcome, my friend. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was really nice. I just want to add to what Ethan's saying. Sometimes it's good to be alone. Sometimes it's good to be in a kind of solitary kind of thing. Not that I'm alone. I've got one of my daughters is here, my wife, and no turkeys. The turkeys are out running around free. I was just thinking about that line, Jews will not replace us. What if the turkeys in protest said Jews should replace us, and then you'd have a vegan Thanksgiving Jewish meal.
Yeah.
Because look, I had the best turkey replacement tonight. It was from I don't make any money off this, no commercial connection, but a place in Berkeley called the Butcher's Son. It's a delicatessen. They shipped out to me where I am in my part of California, and we had a great fake turkey with the skin and the crispiness, sort of like the Christmas Story turkey skin kind of thing. It was great, and then we had, usually my wife makes a tofu pot pie, but
Right.
this was a great chicken pot pie using a chicken replacement. And it was also great. So we had a tremendous Thanksgiving meal.
I came up with an idea
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought instead of people should fast on Thanksgiving.
Ah, great. That's a good idea to do, because, here we are. I replaced the turkey. We have this vegan meal. It's great. And at the end, you replace the turkey and you even replace the tryptophan effect, right? I mean, I am like, David, I'm going to say thank you and then I'm going to slip out of here. But
Right.
no, but what if we fasted? What if it was a day of fasting? That's a great idea.
And all the money you get, but you fast together. You get together
Mhm.
and you fast.
Right.
The money and food that you would have spent
Mhm.
is given to charity instead.
Yeah, like or maybe to that guy, what's his name? Kevin Strickland, 43 years behind bars, innocent. Missouri gives him nothing. He's got to go to GoFundMe, and fortunately, there's some people who are contributing. He's got over $800,000, but there's a lot of charities out there, a lot of people out there that it's a there but for fortune moment, and that's a great idea to fast and to, like, instead of going to Black Friday where you're going out and being materialistic and spending, you speed up Giving Tuesday, right? And you give to a charity. That's a great.
Right.
Next year we fast. We're fasting.
There's been talk of a general strike. I want to talk about Strickland in a second.
Yeah.
There's been talk of a general strike in America, which we've never had. I think consumers should go on strike.
Yeah.
This is what I've noticed. I was doing some errands yesterday, and what made me really happy was how rude everybody was where I went shopping. The people ringing me up when I asked which aisle is this in, how dismissive. It was like the old New York I remembered when I first lived here. And I love the fact that customer service has gotten a little rude, because I think people are beginning to realize that they're working for a-holes and they're ready to quit.
So
And they're
people,
not-
yeah. Well, people are
You
quitting
notice-
anyway.
Have you noticed that when you ring something up or you ask when you go shopping for something you don't really need, the people who are supposed to help you are not as helpful as they used to be? And I think that's good.
I guess I have noticed that. I thought it was just because they were working, and they get the news that everyone's quitting and they're working, and so there's a kind of resentment, and so they feel that way. But I don't know. I think
I had a conversation with a woman this week. I said, "How's your Thanksgiving?" She was helping me buy something, and it was unbelievable. She said to me, "Oh, I'm a big family." She said, "I'm going to go to the church and pick up some extra, some sides. I get some help from." I thought, this is only in America would a woman be working a 12-hour day and need to go to the church for food to feed her family. This is a disgusting country. This really is a disgusting country.
Yeah, it is. And then there are these little moments that remind you it's good. But look, the time I dealt with a service person just this previous week, or this immediate, right now, within the last couple of days, I bought over $100 of groceries, and at this one supermarket, it enabled me to get a free turkey. Now, why would a vegan want to give a free turkey to someone? When they shouldn't be eating turkeys.
Right.
But something told me that, I should not be proselytizing people to become vegan. There's some people out there who are hungry and who don't have any money. They're buying stuff with food stamps. And so I donated. I told the girl, the woman, she was a woman, over 18, woman, and she had tattoos. She was just a very, very journeyed woman. And she was working, and I said, "Take my turkey, and you give it to someone who comes up to you here on the checkout line and doesn't have enough money, or doesn't have enough on the the debit card on the food stamps, and could just use a little cheer. Give my turkey to someone less fortunate." Right. I'm not gonna proselytize and say, "Hey, look, better to be vegan." I'm just, this was a store promotion. And, the funny thing, I felt better having done that. Having said, "Look, take my turkey, please." I felt really good. And, if I could find opportunities to do more of that, I would just feel generally better, right? I would feel, don't you feel good when you do something like that?
I feel it's the government's responsibility to do all that stuff. Yeah. It doesn't. I just keep reading about these charities that are supposedly feeding the poor, but it's government money being transferred to a not-for-profit, and they're paying themselves exorbitant salaries.
Right. There are all these administrative costs. Like I know of a charity that got a huge donation from somebody, and there are these professional donation distributors, and they come in, and they instead of letting the person who gives this donation to the charity do that, these professional middlemen in the charity business come in and say, let us distribute it. And then, of course, that whole donation, the 100% of the donation, maybe 30% goes to administrative costs of the distribution organization. That happens a lot, and it sickens me how these middle guys come in and and they feel good. They feel good about what they're doing because they've extended the donation of this donor, right. But they have really cut into the effectiveness that the charity could have done with the donor's money.
This week, the solicitations for PBS and NPR go out. Yeah. I was reading about Neil Shapiro. He is the president and CEO of WNET,
right,
which is the PBS affiliate here in New York City.
And married to Juju Chang, I believe.
Uh-huh.
I think still.
Who is she? She's
the ABC Nightline anchor. I think they're still married. They were a couple years ago.
Neil Shapiro is paid $750,000 a year to run WNET. This is a not-for-profit, correct?
Right.
and it's a local affiliate. It's not even the PBS. It's just WNET, and he's getting $750,000 a year. Now, people say and I want to ask you about this. If you were to say to WNET, why are you paying Neil B. Shapiro, the president and CEO of WNET, $750,000 a year? They would say it's competitive. This is in order to attract, let me ask my question first. In order to attract somebody of his caliber, you have to pay him that much money. So let me ask you a question. He previously worked as the president of NBC News.
Right. Yeah.
What happens to a president of NBC? What is the competition like? Presidents of NBC News and ABC News and CBS, they're dimes a dozen, right? They're not. They placed all the time without any consequences, correct?
I don't know, but once you get up to that level, you've got to be just like to be that kind of success at that level. You've got to be a real asshole.
Yes,
and you that's number one.
Right.
And number two, you're paid a lot of money to be that real asshole, and there's just a handful of people. And they go from network to network, right? And
if you follow presidents of network news, they're professional assholes with no discernible skills other than being assholes. They're a dime a dozen. They're not worth $750,000 a year. They're able to hoodwink you into thinking they're worth this kind of money, but they're not. You don't need Neil B. Shapiro. So what I'm saying to you is do not give money to WNET or WNYC. They pay their CEO $750,000 a year, and you have to look at their tax returns to find that out. Anybody who pays their CEO $750,000 a year can pound sand, as far as I'm concerned.
Look, here's the thing. If you're president level, I think, all right, so most of the anchors at networks make like 10 to 15 million around there, I think. I think the president...
But they're not charities.
I know, but I think I'm just saying that the presidents of those respective networks make at least that, or maybe they do some kind of profit share, so their salary looks lower than it really is. Their total compensation package is fairly high. So as something like WNET, and you're dealing with someone who used to be a network president, $750,000, there are local anchors, making that kind of money in some places. And so, in some ways, they could justify, hey, we got the president of the whole network. He's working for us. Now, does it translate into value? I guess that's really the issue. And can someone being paid, say, $200,000, $100,000, could they adequately do the job for less?
Better. They would do it better.
Probably because they don't have any grandiose ideas about what we could do on a shoestring at WNET, So look, I could see how they can say, look, we're trying to justify bringing a top guy. He was the head of NBC, and then now he's working for us, and because he will come back and say, look, I'm making peanuts. If I was working for the networks, I would be making 5 times, 6 times.
Then go have Neil Shapiro find a network that would hire him.
Well,
nobody would hire him because what he does, any prick can do. He's worthless.
Well, I don't know exactly what they do. Are they visionaries? Are they kind of supervisors of the beat counters?
I'm looking right now at WNET right now. This is their lineup for tonight. Yeah. The PBS NewsHour.
Okay.
We don't need Neil Shapiro for that, right?
Well, I think the PBS NewsHour is. Don't they do that out of Washington? So I don't know how much of it's under his purview, but
it's been around for 40 years. So you don't need the former president of NBC News, Neil Shapiro, who makes $750,000 a year, to air the PBS NewsHour on Channel 13, WNET. Then at 8 p.m., okay, you know what?
Yeah.
All right, I stand corrected. This is amazing.
What's at 8 p.m.?
The Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra Family Christmas Show.
Nostalgia. You
How
know,
did he bring Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra back from death to be on a primetime 8 p.m. show? And what is more, this is the Education Network, Channel 13. What is more enlightening?
David, it's the demographics. The demographics.
Right. This is what this is educational TV. The Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra Family Christmas Show. What a good use of a charitable donation. I'm going to be a better person. I'm going to really learn by watching Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra's 50-year-old family Christmas show. And he made the decision to do that.
American
NBC News head. He's
American.
A piece of shit. Neil Shapiro is a piece of shit, and you shouldn't give money to WNET or WNYC.
NYC too. Are they? They're not connected. NET and NYC, are they?
Connected.
I think they're separate. I think NYC is the radio side, of course. I think they're separate, but I don't know. The way NPR stations or public stations are they're loosely affiliated, and they are their own little fiefdoms. Really. I mean, they happen to be in New York, so they have a big audience, and so I just don't know enough about the connection between NET and NYC. But someone who I worked with is the head of NYC Radio now. She doesn't return my calls, but.
And how much is she making?
I don't know, but she was only making when I worked with her, she was making like $15 an hour. So now she's the big mucky muck of the whole darn NYC. But anyway, look, David. CharityNavigator.com. Sign up before you're thinking of giving to a charity. Yeah. Go to Charity Navigator and download their tax returns. And it's if you've never looked at a tax return before, they are confusing, but in plain English, you can see the salaries of the mucky mucks at these charities. Yeah. So I think that Giving Tuesday's coming up on Tuesday. I hope people will give to the Asian American Legal Defense, or consider giving to the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. They are really one of the few legal charities in the Asian American community. They are out there doing stuff like they're working on redistricting in New York, also fighting the redistricting fight in Texas. They go out there with exit polls to let people know what Asian Americans think. So that's on Tuesday. Check out their website on aldef.org. Just thought, I put in a plug for that because they're a good charity. They're a good charity. So David, when you're addicted to the news, like when you're a news guy, I'm still addicted. I still am kind of still, into the Arbery case and into the, we were talking about Kevin Strickland, his case, and they all kind of dovetailed and they all kind of blotted out Rittenhouse, although Rittenhouse is still kind of an issue. But, it's just amazing. You think of how the Arbery verdict came down. I still marvel at that prosecutor's close, Linda Donikowski. I mean, she had to figure out, how do you get this nearly all-white jury to convict three good old boys? How do you do that in a county that had resisted so hard to get justice? And, you just have to, you got to go back to that closing argument, and you got to study what she said, because what she said was really brilliant. She said, you're not talking about whether or not these three men were good or evil. It's not about whether they're good or bad. It's about whether or not they did what they they did this crime, and if they should be held accountable. It's about accountability. And that was a kind of soft shoe approach that was really, I think, it just struck me as, wow, that could have been the moment that told these white people that it's okay to say guilty on these murder charges on these guys. Because you got the tape, you got the videotape that was, leaked out months after, thank goodness. And, to me, that was a moment where the jury, and then she flattered and praised the jury. You're smart people. You'll do the right thing. But when she said, these people can be good people, and they could still kill blacks and do a bad thing. That's essentially what she's saying. I know you're sympathetic to these white guys, but look, they could be good people. You're not passing judgment on whether they're good. But did they do this thing? And now you see the evidence. They know they did what they did, and now you know what they did. Mm-hmm. Man, that was really, I think that is the patented way to speak to latent white racists about how to convict three white good old boys, one a former cop, right? I mean, that's the reason why all the previous DAs didn't want to get into this, because, here's this former cop, Greg McMichael. What are we going to do? It just, I just think that people will be studying that case for a long time.
And will they be able to appeal?
Oh, yeah, they're going to appeal. But, the appeal based on what? A procedural thing, the judge was unfair. Look, I know someone said, look, I'm not assuming these guys were racist, but one of the things about the stuff that came out in the trial or didn't come out is because there is going to be a federal hate crime trial in February. And some of the prosecutors, the reporting I saw was that some of the prosecutors were trying to hold back on what Greg McMichael was doing on his computer and what things that they found about, or what Travis McMichael said, and using the N-word and that kind of. They were going to hold that back for the hate crime trial in February. So, we're not done with this case. There's going to be the appeal. There's going to be the hate crime case, and in the meantime, these guys are up for sentencing, and there's no question they're going to get life. The only question the judge has, or the only area that he has some kind of hand in, is whether or not they get parole after 30 years. So,
right,
it's still just amazing. It's just amazing that we got this kind of justice with a nearly all white jury in the Deep South. And God, I mean, I look, I wasn't covering it objectively. I mean, I give my opinion and my analysis. But when I heard the series of not guilties, or the series of guilties against Travis McMichael, I let out a cheer too, just like Arbery's father. I yelled out across my room to my wife, "They convict him! He's guilty!" I mean, it was. So someone asked me if I've ever lived in the South. No, but I've been to the Ray Charles statue in Albany, Georgia. So that's about as deep as south as you can go. Have you ever been to the Ray Charles Memorial in Albany, Georgia? He's there.
I have something in common with Ray Charles. We both haven't seen it.
Yeah. Well. Ray Charles is there, and you can pick the song that they play, while you're there at the monument. You could pick Georgia on your mind. You could pick Born to Lose. It's really it's Albany, Georgia. It's so far away from Atlanta, you will be deterred from visiting it. But I went because one of my daughters was out there for some reason, and which was good because I got to see Jimmy Carter give Sunday school.
Really?
Yeah, it's not too far from Plains. And everywhere, you just figure you're going to drive 30, 45 minutes. So where I went to Plains. I stood outside. I saw Jimmy Carter give Sunday school. I'll send you a picture of me and Jimmy Carter. I asked him a question. And he said, actually, I saw him. It was the Sunday when 9/11 was on a Sunday, and he was talking about 9/11. He was talking about the need for people to come together, and it was a good service, a good Sunday school. So anyway, David, one last.
How are you going to spend your 4-day weekend? How do you spend it?
So I'm with some of my family, not all of my family. I like what Ethan was saying about, the solitude. Honest to God, I'll probably be meditating a lot.
Are you going to start again with that? I have kids watching.
Okay. Hey, look, meditation it's the way out. It's the liberation from the colonial holiday meal. You have to liberate yourself from that. I mean, I am I've been vegan for so long now that now I got to liberate myself from the bad fake stuff to get only the good fake stuff. But yeah, I'm going to spend it mostly reading and writing, and I have not. Everyone is sort of like out there doing their thing, right? I mean, I'm double vaxxed, I'm boosted, I'm ready to go out there and be a human again. But I don't really want to. I'd rather just do this. Like, for example, I did a story time show. I could do some stuff live, but if you do stuff live, right, it's reduced audience. People, have to be vaxxed, or, there are all those requirements. I'd much rather do so I did a show. I did a story time show. It's online now. It's on amok.com. You can see me. I tell my story about my Irish grandmother. Because this is the truth. Do you know your grandmother, David?
I knew my grandmother.
See, I never knew my grandmother. Both sides. My father's side. Here I am. Is there anything more pathetic than a 7-year-old who doesn't have a grandmother?
It's sad.
That's sad, right?
You need your grandparents to tell you that your parents are a-holes.
Right.
Only grandparent can tell a kid, your mother and father kind of.
Yeah, kid, I'm sorry. I kind of blew it on them, but look, you got me, grandma. So look, I had no grandparents on either side, and I'm going to school, right? 7 years old. See my white friends. Not only do they have grandparents, they have great grandparents. They've got double. They're lording it over me. We got 2 pairs, on one side. That means like 4 pairs, right? And me, what do I got? Nothing. So I tell a story about my Irish grandmother and how she nurtured me, especially on Thanksgiving.
Can I tell you something about family? And what is it? What, 23andMe, or what is it called?
Yeah, 23andMe, that's one of them. That's one of the...
I'm so sick of this finding your roots, and we are evolving into families that are not blood related. Marriages come, marriages go. It doesn't matter who your ancestors are. It's who you love. I'm so sick of it. It's Hitlerian, this obsession with your genes and your DNA. And you know what? Grandparents are grandparents, but so are older people who give you guidance and love you. This idea of family is overrated.
Yes.
Enough already with the family.
Liberate yourself from your chromosomes.
There's a tyranny to this idea that it's all about the family. It's all about community and who you choose to welcome into your life and who chooses to welcome you into your life. This idea of being bonded to somebody just because of blood, it's nonsense, and it's destructive, quite frankly. I mean that.
I think you're right. It's chromosomal authoritarianism. That's what it is.
Chromosomal authoritarianism.
It should be banned. CA, chromosomal authoritarianism, will mark it along with my coinage of quomosexual. It was added to the
chromosomal authoritarianism. You should write about that. I don't care who my ancestors were. Yeah. I really don't. It's totally irrelevant. it gives me no insight to who I am. And, especially as we're becoming more and more racist,
Yeah.
I think this whole obsession with our roots, it's no coincidence that as America becomes more obsessed with race,
Yeah.
which is a phony construct, we become more obsessed with our
Look,
our
I
DNA. Who cares what your DNA? I don't care who my ancestors were.
I'm with you to a point. We shouldn't be so into roots that we become tubers. That's not the thing. We should not do that. However, here's the thing, David. There's an obligation, right? There's a sense of we're in line, right? So your people, these are your people. They're supposed to like you, and you're supposed to get together. But the thing is, sometimes we don't like those people. Right? Sometimes we don't get along, right? So I agree with a premise that you have, that it's not exactly the Isley brothers love the one you're with, but it's sort of similar. Your family, your community are the people that you're with who you choose to be your people. Like, I am here. My family is downstairs barfing and, in stages of digestion, and I'm up here choosing to be here with you, my friend David Feldman, in the community, because I love you, and I love. See, someone says, "Who are the Isley brothers?" It's like soul disco, 1975, man.
Hang on. We have to wrap it up.
Yeah.
I love you. Thank you for Thanksgiving. The Isley brothers.
Yeah, you're a big Isley brother fan too.
I went to high school with the Isley brothers. Well, I'm Dwight Morrow High School.
I could tell by your hair and your getup, your dress.
And I performed at a benefit for Dwight Morrow High School, where one of the Isley brothers played Jimi Hendrix's national, Star Spangled Banner, because Jimi Hendrix played with the Isley brothers before he went off. The Isley brothers are from Teaneck in Englewood, New Jersey, and they came and played at my elementary school to encourage us to go to Dwight Morrow High School.
You are a soul brother. You are so. I love the Isley brothers. That was that album, "Fight the Power." Now there's a song that's a protest album. "Fight the Power." Dun, dun,
and the Sugar Hill Gang, the first rap song ever.
Yeah, what?
Was written on Palisades Avenue in Englewood, New Jersey, and there's not a plaque to commemorate the pizzeria where the Sugar Hill Gang first.
I'm going to ask Henry Louis Gates to send you a Black History certificate for just
thank you.
Being part
Emil
of
Amok. Follow Emil on Twitter at Emil Amok. Listen to the PETA podcast. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals drops every Wednesday. And ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, on Giving Tuesday. Please donate to.
And the story time on AMOK, where I talk about my Irish grandma. She called me Amariel. My Irish grandma called me Amariel.
Okay.
Effective.
Emil Guillermo, I love you. My love to your family. When we come back, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn from Americans United for Separation of Church and State will join us. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter. Office hours, Friday night at 8 p.m. We will be back after this.
Bye, David.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. And yes, there's food in my mouth. I'm eating a veggie burger. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. Let us now go. I'm going to say to Massachusetts. I think the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is in Massachusetts wasting time with his grandkids. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn is a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar. He, for nearly a quarter of a century, ran Americans United for separation of church and state. He's also an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. Please welcome, let's be thankful that he found time for us, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn.
Thank you very much.
I have food in my gullet. I apologize. What did you eat? Thank you for taking time to do this. In all seriousness.
No, I did get back from a Thanksgiving meal. There was not a tofurkey in sight, but there was a lot of, good stuff.
Now, did you speak as a reverend? Did you say anything?
Well, sometimes we were sufficiently late that I was not requested to do that, but usually I end up doing that, and I'm happy to do it. But we got a little late today.
And did that make you angry?
No, it did not. No, I'm trying to be very calm today, very relaxed.
Right. And what was the discussion? What was the discussion at Thanksgiving?
It's a good question. We talked about
any crazy uncles?
No, I have no crazy uncles. I don't have any crazy uncles left anywhere. And this is not very political, although most of the people, not because it's Massachusetts, but just because of the collection of people, most of the people are, they're progressives. They're not necessarily in agreement with everything you believe or I believe. And then there's one or two kind of libertarians among them. But I try to avoid discussing this because I was very caught up in the other grandfather in our family who had found a way to get international television for $7 a month. And you need, he explained this to me, you need an Amazon Fire device. You can't use what I use, which is a Roku, because they don't permit these kind of sidebar things. But I do remember having it for about a month when I used to use an Amazon Cube.
This is the stick that you put into your TV.
Yes, it is. And Roku is also, one of its forms is a stick, but they don't allow you to take these really off-brand apps and connect them to Roku. But he was playing around with it as we were sitting eating dessert. And so he can get Middle Eastern television most of it not in English, movies in Europe. And I've played around with it for, as I said, about a month some years ago. And one of the things I discovered is that now you could get 300 channels and there'd still be nothing you wanted to watch.
Yes, exactly.
So it's not
Unless
like
you can get German, you get German public access.
you can, I believe, get German access. And because I took 5 years of German in high school, I might be able to understand a few words.
I think you can watch German public access with the sound completely turned off, and you'll be turned on.
It's that
German-
good, eh?
Oh, it's pretty great.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so that was a major part of the conversation as people wandered in and said, what are you looking at? And you can also get network feeds from every major city. So he was watching the football game, the Rams football game on the Boston CBS. And then he said, look what I can do. And what he showed me, he could also find it on the Baton Rouge CBS affiliate, the Charlotte, North Carolina affiliate. But the question is, does anybody need to do that? How many people are desperate enough that on Thanksgiving, or for that matter, any other day, why do you have to watch an affiliate in some city you don't even live? You don't need their local weather. I don't care what the local weather is in Louisiana, in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge. And why do you even have two affiliates? They're very close, those two cities.
Yeah.
So
Did
that
you
was
feel any connection to the first Thanksgiving being in Massachusetts?
this is not a subject that even came up. What did come up for me is we did have the granddaughters over this morning, and they had never, to their knowledge, seen the Macy's parade. So we watched a big chunk of that with them because they like to see the balloons. And there's this Snoopy as we once won tickets in an auction for really good seats at the Macy's parade. And so we took our own two kids and the two of us, and we went and had a great time. I mean, it's really an interesting place to go. And the Mayor Bloomberg was out close to where we were back before people understood what a strange person he was. And we went to a show. I think we saw a movie. I mean, it was really a nice little trip to New York City.
I'm thinking of an inflation joke and I can't come up with it. Something about the Macy's Day floats and inflation. And if you can figure it out in the chat room, let me know. Something about inflation. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But then what happened afterwards, and I don't think Emil's with us anymore. I was going to ask him about this. Always, no matter what city you're in, if you're watching the Macy's parade on NBC, there's always a dog show on afterwards. And today, I've come to this conclusion over years that the dogs that appear in dog shows do not appear to be very happy to me. In other words, I don't understand why. And I was curious what Peter's position is on dog shows, because although dogs win and the breeds win, and then at the end, the best of breeds wins, but they just don't look happy.
Well,
why should they be happy?
Why would anybody in show business be happy? And then being bred? Imagine being born to a breeder. All your brothers and sisters are discarded because they don't measure up the way you do. The guilt that you must feel as a show dog.
But, it raises another question. A bunch of our neighbors where we live in Washington do have dogs. And we live, these are townhouses. There's no backyard to speak of. And I wonder, why is it okay to treat animals as pets? I got in a lot of trouble when I mentioned that I was taking some months ago our granddaughters to a zoo near Boston, but I find it, and I do understand the opposition to zoos, but I'm not sure I understand why it's okay to refer to your dogs as your dogs, my pets, as if they only exist and become relevant because they are associated with humans. It's troublesome to me, and I don't mean to suggest that we're not. I wouldn't mind if everybody's AR-15s were taken away by the government. I don't want people's dogs to be taken away, but there's got to be some restriction, some restraint placed on the number of dogs that people buy or acquire. We have never. I didn't have dogs for a long time, and then we rescued a dog. It was a wonderful dog when we lived out in Virginia, and then we got another one, and then the wonderful dog was hit by a truck.
I didn't know you knew how to drive a truck.
Yeah, no, that was the second dog. The second dog was so unpleasant that I didn't do anything, but I actually did, because he got so obstreperous that we found a farm that wanted another dog. And I understand this. And we had a small dog that was about to be killed. And our kids, if you take children to a place where they're breeding dogs, and the breeder says, well, now we do have one more, but we're going to have to do away with it. Then the kids go, let's see it. And this was a West Highland White Terrier. And because it was a breeder.
If you're ever that's a good used car salesman trick. I can show you one other car. It's a Honda from 1986, but we're going to crush it in 2 hours.
Yeah, these days, the used car business is mainly about convincing you that, yes, it's incredibly expensive, and yes, this used car is probably worth more than it was when it was new. But in this case of these West Highland White Terriers, I kind of think they were telling the truth. And as soon as the kids saw why they were going to kill it, which was that it had a black spot on it, and it's imperfect then by breeding standards for Westies. Right. And then of course they go, this is the one we want. And of course we said, sure.
By the way, this was the first show to go after Ellen DeGeneres. Yep. We've been going after Ellen DeGeneres since 2009 because she's a union scab. And then she returned a pet. Do you remember this story?
No, I do not.
She adopted a pet. She didn't like it, and she took it back to the shelter, and then she started crying on her show. She didn't know, and we wrote a sketch called Petflix. Andy Kaplow and I wrote a thing called Petflix. This was before Netflix was streaming, where you look through a catalog of pets. Yeah. And then we mail you a pet, and you keep it for as long as you want. It comes with a little envelope, and you put the pet back into the envelope and then get a brand new pet. This was when Netflix, you could mail in the DVDs. Yeah. Hey, here's something about dogs and cats. I'm a vegan.
Yeah.
I'm getting really good at veganism, like almost no dairy. I love animals. I do. But do you think, I think you were intimating this, that we care more about animals than we do about human beings? That it's easier the thing with a dog or a cat is they provide you just enough affection to make you feel alive, but they're cats and dogs, so you really don't have to make a commitment. Don't you think that as more and more Americans become lonelier and lonelier, and they spend more on pets, that maybe there's a correlation between your loneliness and your pets? I've noticed some of the most horrible people, like Jon Stewart, is a horrible human being and a fraud. And anti-union, and he spends most of his time rescuing pets. That's, his a big thing with rescuing pets.
Yeah.
Or first responders, which, God bless him for doing that. But where's the sport? Where's the compassion in that? That's a pretty easy. They do deserve to be treated with respect, but bad people like Jon Stewart tend to gravitate towards rescuing pets more than they do humans.
Not sure that I would agree with that generalization.
Well, let me just clarify his work.
Clarify it.
His work for autism and first responders is noble.
Yep.
But he's not a good person, and a lot of that is showboating. He spends most of his time with animals, saving animals, when we should spend more time saving humans. People should be helping humans first.
Yeah, but but you're not suggesting that nobody should help with animal rescues, are you? I mean,
no, it's a conundrum.
Yeah, but it's more than a conundrum, because to the extent that we have reason to believe that there somehow are not enough animals in the rescue area, then we start to breed. And then once we start breeding, then we have more and more of these.
Right.
And
it should be against the law to breed animals. It should be against the law to buy an
agree
animal.
with that.
It should be against the law to spend any money to purchase a living thing, period.
I certainly agree with that. That much I agree with.
And like Alec Baldwin has Emilio, the Bengal cat that costs $3,000 because it's bred. Meanwhile, he's doing documentaries for PETA. Alec Baldwin is busy doing documentaries for PETA, and he owns a $3,000 cat. You buy a cat, you're bad. You buy a cat that's $3,000, you're evil.
Where did he get? I don't know where Alec Baldwin is not my favorite person. I never understood why people thought he did such a great impression of the last president. I thought it was okay, but I thought many, many people did a better job. But where did he buy this? I mean, did he rescue it? I don't even know what this cat is. I've seen pictures of it. I'd have never heard of it until this controversy with Baldwin showed up.
Yeah. And they don't even know it's wrong. That's the amazing thing, is people buy a $3,000 designer cat for their kid, and they don't even know that it's bad for a kid just to be taught such a thing. So what do you think of it? What do you think about Rittenhouse? What do you think about Aubrey? What do you think about the truly important stuff?
Yeah, well, I think last week I said the best thing that could happen in the Rittenhouse case was a hung jury, because I had never any expectation that this would not go badly. And I was a little surprised at just how badly it went. But had there been a hung jury, had there been one holdout saying, wait a minute, I understand these 36 pages of jury instructions, but I'm not going to acquit this character. I call him KK, Killer Kylie. I'm not going to do it. And I'm just hang the jury. Then they would have gotten another judge, and the other judge couldn't be any worse, more favorably disposed in a bad way toward Rittenhouse's arguments. Wisconsin law, I don't think I mentioned this last week, but Wisconsin law, like the law in many states, says that if you introduce a defense of self-defense, you can't just say, well, I thought I was in trouble. You have to provide evidence. And of course, they did provide evidence. They had not only the guy who was injured, who admitted that he did point a gun at Rittenhouse, but Rosenbaum and Huber also, according to the view of Mr. Rittenhouse, was that they came at him, they had guns, they were trying to grab his gun, and that's what gave him the fear necessary for, in his view, for there to be a defense of self-defense. And I don't think, this goes back to what I said last week. I don't believe for a minute that the jurors in that case understood concepts like who has the burden of proof, who has the burden of, it's 36 pages.
I'm sorry to be rude. I'm sorry to be rude, but your microphone is rubbing against your beautiful Christmas sweater.
Oh, no kidding. Well, I'm going to have to change that. I'll have to connect it to my
But it is a
trousers,
beautiful
maybe.
sweater.
Well, thank you. I've had it a long time.
It looks beautiful, but it sounds horrible.
Well, let's see what we can do about that.
Thank you. Follow the Reverend Barry W. Lynn on Twitter at Barry W. Lynn.
So is this better? Is this
Yes,
better?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't believe, I have not seen, if you've seen any interviews with any member of the jury in the Rittenhouse case on
No.
television, I haven't either. I think it would be instructive if we were able to do that and see it. And if there was somebody willing and able to ask questions about what the instructions meant to them and how they interpreted them and how they took the facts as presented at the trial and merged it with what they assumed was the correct interpretation of the instructions they were given. That would teach us a lot. But in my judgment, I don't believe if you see 36 pages worth of instructions, even if you're allowed, as happened the last time we were together here, that was the night they were told to go home, take the 36 pages of instructions with them and review them with, of course, the caveat. Now, you can't show this to anybody else. You can't talk to anybody. You can't have anybody else interpret them. And it's contrary to human nature to go through something like this for 2 weeks, have this document with you the night before you suspect that it's all going to come to a conclusion, and not say to a spouse or a brother or somebody, I wonder what do you think this means?
Mm-hmm.
It's inconceivable. And I don't believe that they reached a jury verdict that was in any way reasonable. And I think all of this was discolored by the comments of the judge himself. Everything from saying you can't refer to those persons who were deceased or injured as victims to when his cell phone went off and it was playing that absurdly horrible Lee Greenwood song that was always used at the beginning of Trump rallies. Right. There's nothing to do. When people say, well, what do you want to, what could you have done with the judge? And the answer is you can't do anything. The judge makes these rulings. There was one ruling that could have been challenged immediately. The prosecutors, for some reason, decided not to do that. And then as a consequence, you're stuck with this result. Jerry Nadler, who I do like and do know, the head of the House Judiciary Committee, made some comments after the verdict that said, well, maybe we should investigate this. And I mentioned last week that there was a possibility of finding a way to claim this was a federal civil rights violation. And, but, as was pointed out, and I was wrong about this, I thought that one of the people who had shot was a person of mixed race background. That turned out not to be true. There's actually a way you can file civil rights suits if there's a perception, if you say that the person who violated the civil rights thought an individual was of a different ethnic group or a religious group. Of course, one of them was Jewish, but it's kind of a stretch. And I've not seen much interest in anybody in the federal government and taking Jerry Nadler up and trying to find a way to do this. There's been at least one, I think now 2 civil actions filed against him for money damages. And that's, of course, the good news in the last 2 days was that in Charlottesville, there was a determination of major financial liability on the part of a number of groups, including the Proud Boys, that were involved in the
And
Charlottesville
Richard Spencer.
killing, and Richard Spencer. And my
I'm going to
friends,
ask you about that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about that in a second. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced a bill to award the Congressional Gold Medal to Kyle Rittenhouse.
yeah, I at first I thought that was a joke, but in fact, I guess it's not.
Yeah,
But
right,
this
so
is
talk to me about, in Virginia, the law regarding civil liability for this the death of, was it Heather Heyer? What was her name?
Heather Heyer.
Are they responsible for the civil damages there, or just the destruction of property? What did this? It was a federal jury, right?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, they could award, and they did award, enormous damages, and everybody was really excited. Except that problem with money damages, aside from the fact that it doesn't bring back somebody who has been run over by Nazis, but how are these people going to get enough money ever to make any kind of compensation?
Well, Christopher Cantwell, the comedian, is going to do 40 months in prison. But Spencer, who really is the leader of the alt-right, comes from some money. Isn't he a graduate of Duke? Isn't there some family money with Richard Spencer?
Well, yeah, but you can't, if it's not his money. In other words, if he has a brother or a family that's worth millions of dollars, you can't acquire access to that because those family members are not part of this lawsuit.
But it does hamper his future earnings. Is there a lien on all future earnings?
Well, in theory there is, but these things are, I don't want to be too negative about it, because as people remember, the Southern Poverty Law Center essentially put the Aryan nations out of business. They sued it, they got so much damage, but the Aryan nations had a huge amount of property, particularly in Idaho, yeah. And they were able to seize it and effectively put them out of business. And they had another lawsuit against the Ku Klux Klan, where again, there was a lot of property that was owned by the Klan members involved in that. So it's possible, but I don't think that that Spencer's organization, first of all, I'm not even sure it exists anymore.
Well, you're a member of the Supreme Court bar.
Yeah.
And you're also a reverend.
Yeah.
There's a lot of criticism of our Attorney General for not going after the people behind January 6th.
Sure.
And I'm not going to defend Merrick Garland, but could an argument be made that the legal profession is wearing down not just the Trump people, wearing down the alt-right just by constantly suing? It breaks the spirit of the far right, doesn't it? I'm not talking about the federal government. I'm talking about these. Yeah. No?
I don't think so. It's very hard to wear down fascism. I mean, it's just, we drove up to Massachusetts yesterday. We listened to a lot of radio, and there are all these people commenting on the idea that the alt-right, some of the major groups are losing control, they're losing power. But the alt-right isn't going away. It's not like they're stopping engaging in conduct that certainly for most of it is illegal, but it's certainly morally reprehensible. And you can't control, you cannot control the amount of social media disinformation, not just about things like COVID, but about the very nature of the country and the nature of race and the nature of history. And as long as you have so many people endlessly starting podcasts on the right, as long as you have people like Steve Bannon out on bail, deciding he's going to continue to do his podcast every day, having luminaries like Matt Gaetz on, this just feeds itself, and I think overwhelms whatever damage is being done by people filing lawsuits, talking about how terrible the alt-right is.
Well, let me push back for one
push
second.
back, because
Well,
I think you're on the wrong path here.
Yeah. Steve Bannon has had a cloud of lawsuits hanging over his head since he left the White House. Matt Gaetz is in legal difficulty. I guess if you're a sociopath, legal difficulty doesn't get to you. I'd have to think that Giuliani, under constant threat of prosecution, being, is just about to be prosecuted, the Trump family, do they consider this the price of doing business? I guess they do. I guess they consider criminal lawsuits, criminal investigations, the cost of doing business, and it doesn't get to them.
I don't think it does, but where also, by the way, is the evidence? I think one of the things they're looking for, particularly anybody that's been subpoenaed by the January 6th special committee, they know, and the evidence is all in their favor of this happening, that the House will flip. There will be no January 6th committee starting next year, and that as long as they can fight these subpoenas long enough to get through the midterm elections, they really don't have anything to worry about. And so all of this bluster, when Bannon comes out and talks, when Mark Meadows comes out and says, I'm not going to cooperate, I'm not going to do this, because they think, and again, I think with the gerrymandering that one sees literally every day, that they probably are betting on the right side of the odds when they say, we, the Republicans, are going to take control.
And that's a 10-year, that's 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years of
gerrymandering, it's 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years of ruined, of ruining and requiring extraordinary circumstances and extraordinary efforts to get more non-voters who are progressives to vote. And that's very tough. I just, and as far as some of these other civil suits, they take a very, very long time to work their way through the courts. And to the extent that there are any victories in the next 12 months, they will all be appealed, and they will be appealed to what I always talk about, this corrupted judiciary that we now have in the United States.
Yeah.
One of the things, here's one thing that I wish, I've not seen anybody really talking about this. Mark Meadows last week actually suggested on one of these right-wing podcasts that what the Republicans ought to do if they gain control of the House is select Donald Trump to be the Speaker of the House, because the Constitution does not require you to be an elected member of the House in order for you to become the Speaker. That ought to be the top line of every congressional candidate, Democratic congressional candidate.
Absolutely.
But where's that? I'm sure you do too. I get 100 requests for money from politicians every day, even on Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving. Be thankful, send money. I've not seen anybody even pick up on this. It's as if it didn't even happen. And a statement like that is so outrageous on so many scores that I think it is a primary argument that ought to be used by every Democratic House candidate, everyone.
Yeah, I agree with you. How bad, it's a terrible question to ask. It's Thanksgiving, and how bad would it get if Biden were president and the Senate and the House belonged to McConnell and Speaker Trump? I know McConnell wouldn't like that.
No. And it could, of
Carthy
course,
wouldn't like that.
Of course, we could have Speaker Jim Jordan, but how
How
bad would it
could
be?
get?
Well, no, it would be terrible, because nothing, literally nothing, that Biden wanted, no matter how modest and no matter how somewhat progressive it is, he would never get a vote in support of it from either house. And in the event that there would be an opening, and there will be an opening in the next 5 years of on the Supreme Court, nobody that Biden wanted would even be considered, because McConnell would say, well, we're so close to the next presidential election, we ought to let that happen. And I don't think Breyer, under the best of circumstances, is planning to retire until at least the end of this term, which would be in June of 2022. And that's plenty of time under normal circumstances to get someone confirmed. But if the Republicans wanted to do what the Democrats failed to do with the last nominee, they will play hardball, they will delay things as much as possible. And by the time it gets into the fall,
Schumer could steamroll a nomination through. Less Sinema.
Yeah, but if that's a good question, what would Sinema do? What would our friend Joe Manchin in West Virginia do? Would they allow someone to, quote, steamroll? Because that's exactly what the Republicans would call it. Because if this city of Washington doesn't work very much in the summer, so it would be the fall, and they'd start hearings in the fall, but the hearings would drag on and on and on. I've not seen Chuck Schumer ever rush something, no matter how good, through the Senate. He doesn't do that. He thinks he's still working in some kind of bipartisan world, and he's not going to give up on that. So I think he's not going to do it.
How angry are you at Joe Biden?
Well, I mean, I'm not as angry as most people on the left are, because when you look at what has been achieved, the problem is he can't ever explain what he does. If you look at the Wall Street Journal the last couple of days, there are people writing in the Wall Street Journal about what an effective economy he is creating. And they're using the very standards that they probably believe are useful, and certainly Trump believes are useful, like where is the stock market? Where is the Standard & Poor's index? Where is the Dow? These are at extraordinary high levels. And although that no normal person believes that that's a measure of the economy of the United States, the Republicans do, and the Wall Street Journal does. And so for them to say, we got to say that, Biden's doing pretty well on these measures. When you look at unemployment, and again, we know that unemployment is down. It's at a relatively low. I mean, I think it's the lowest since the 70s. And Biden does say that occasionally, but he doesn't say it with much conviction, and it doesn't sink in. So people look at the gas prices. I was shocked the other day. I bought some gas. It was $4.50. And I thought, this is nothing but price gouging. So earlier this week, he takes 50 million barrels out of the strategic petroleum reserves, but without saying, oh, by the way, if you're planning to get any of this, you're going to have to control the prices. If you open
well, in his defense, he's ordered the FTC. Tell us what he ordered the FTC to do. He's ordered the FTC to look into the price gouging. So,
well, yeah, but how much do you have to look into it to know that a week ago it was $1 less a gallon? You don't have to be an economist. You just have to be a consumer. You have to say, what the hell has happened to make these gas prices go up this dramatically? And it's great to say, hey, the Federal Trade Commission ought to look into it. They ought to have hearings on it. I think you don't make a decision like opening these strategic reserves at a time when he's getting, for what it's worth, a lot of praise for what he's managed to achieve at the big environmental summit last week. We got to wean ourselves off gas and oil.
So let the prices soar. Let
Yeah.
the price of gasoline soar. Easy to say if you don't want to see anybody, but there are some people who actually love other people and want to spend Thanksgiving with them. But
Yeah.
maybe,
But-
you know, maybe,
But he does. He. I'm sure nobody even had to tell Biden. By the way, don't talk about price controls. Don't mention that phrase. If you say it's something price gouging, we've heard rumors about it. We're going to examine it. We're going to look into it. We're going to hold hearings about it. Just say, this is what I am going to do. He does have a lot of executive authority to make decisions.
didn't
on pricing. Nixon,
froze
Yes.
prices, right?
yes, he did. And of course, Republicans freaked out over that because they thought he was a pure market guy. But in some ways, Nixon, in fact, had more guts than Biden has. And now, why are we talking?
I feel, Reverend,
Yeah.
I feel a genuine, you need to help me,
Sure.
because I feel a genuine contempt for my party. And I'm afraid I'm being serious. I see how people go to the dark side and become Republicans. When I look at Paul Pelosi, I look at Doug Emhoff, the vice president's husband, and Joe Biden, and where they're spending Thanksgiving at war profiteer David Rubenstein's home. And nobody even knows that David Rubenstein, who runs the Kennedy Center, is perhaps the single biggest war profiteer in the world through the Carlyle Group.
Yep.
I hate my party. The fact that Joe Biden would spend Thanksgiving in the home of the war profiteer. I see why people.
You failed to mention that the Rubenstein's house is worth $20 million.
Did it go down? I thought it was 30 million.
It could have. Who's counting once you get past 20? But where he
Who's in
spends
Washington, D.C., do people know what the Carlyle Group does?
Yeah, well, insiders do, but the average person has no idea who they are. Didn't we talk last week about the Governor Youngkin making so much money with the Carlyle Group, and the reason that his opponent, got lost and lost the election was he couldn't really mention that because he too profited from the Carlyle Group. So it's so incestuous that when it is hard to find purity if what you're going to do is find candidates who are just in kind of the corporate mainstream of much of the Democratic Party. You can't criticize, Terry McAuliffe can't criticize Youngkin because they're in with the same bad people, making huge profits from the same bad company.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I mean, it is. So there's a level, though, I think, where the purity of someone, there are very few saints in the political arena.
Bernie.
Well,
Bernie's.
yeah. Well, let's talk about Bernie for a second. Bernie said a few weeks ago that he would not pass the Bring Back Better bill if it did not include Medicare coverage for hearing aids, eyeglasses, and dental work. They've already taken dental out of the bill. They've already taken it out because the dental lobby is so great and dentists are so damn greedy. Who knows what's going to happen with hearing aids in the next round. Who knows what Kristen Sinema thinks about eyeglasses? I mean, and if he meant that, then he should be the one that Biden is calling tomorrow saying, you know, I know what Sinema wants. Maybe he does. I know what Joe Manchin wants. He certainly does. Bernie, what do you want? And if Bernie doesn't say, I insist that we have this coverage for Medicare or you're not going to get my vote, should he do that?
I think.
Go ahead. I'm curious what your answer is.
I think Bernie is probably, he doesn't have an ally. See, there's a structural problem that the left has, and they only have Bernie in the Senate. That's it. So he has no allies whatsoever.
Right.
You know, Sinema and Manchin are playing the part that Tester, Warner, there were other.
Sure.
They have a deep bench that Schumer can call upon to play the parts of Sinema and Manchin. There's nobody to play the role that Bernie plays. There's no backup. It's just him in the Senate. I can't think of anybody in the Senate. Warren comes close, but not close enough. So if I were Bernie, I'd say I can make a stand.
Yeah.
This is the last chance we get on insulin, a lot of things. Yep. So I have to, hold my nose and vote for this because these idiots are going to lose the House and the Senate next year.
Yep.
And I don't want, to hold up. He's not going to hold it up.
No, but then maybe he shouldn't have said he was going to vote. He was going to hold it up. Maybe if you want to take these positions, and our other senator up here in Massachusetts, Ed Markey, of course, also is very progressive, and there are people in the West. Yeah, they're good people. So I'm not. It's not the bench that includes Tester and Warner and others, but he's not simply out there alone. You can find comments from all kinds of decent Democrats, of which there still are some, that say Medicare has got to cover these items. This is what people want. This is what those of us who are aging want more than anything. We want coverage. I've been trying to get hearing aids for the last month. I tried them. The first ones were cheap being $800 for a pair of them. But so when I talked to another audiologist, she says, well, you can't really expect to get ones that work for under $7,000 a pair. Well, I'm not impoverished, but I don't know.
You know what? I had no idea.
$7,000. So
really $7,000?
Yes. I was with somebody tonight who has hearing aids, and he said he was lucky to get them for $4,000. So this stuff is hugely necessary. These are the things that people really want. Medicare was written by people who, remember, were thinking about, most people didn't even live till 70 at the time Medicare was passed. We didn't live with incredible long-term illnesses. And it was written for, the diseases of white men like heart attacks. It wasn't written to take care of women who are suffering from dementia and are suffering for 10 or 15 years. I don't even think people understood that, men now die 3 or 4 years, I think, on average, before their spouse, and the spouse has usually been taking care of them for a couple of years before they die. So this is a system that needs not a complete revision, but major revisions. And if these people who say these are terribly important and the cost of insulin is unbelievable and we should do something about it, if they never become a block of people, the block of Manchin and Sinema I mean, you're right. Tester and all these other people are kind of flaky also, but they stand up and they say, we're not going to do it. If you don't do X, Y, and Z, or if you don't take out A, B, and C from this bill, we're not going to give you the votes. When does this ever have any teeth? And it doesn't if you're Bernie and you say, a month ago, I'm never passing a bill that doesn't cover dental. And now
Well,
all
how
of a
can you
sudden
have
you say,
teeth? It's a catch-22. You can't have any teeth if there's no dental. We only have 5 minutes
Sure.
left. I've brought this subject up before. The role of the scold. Now, I hate to bring up Hunter Biden. His crack addiction. This is a kid who went to Yale Law School and he messed up his life. What is the role of morality if he's surrounded by Uncle Jimmy Biden and Joe Biden? If you're spending your Thanksgiving in the home of David Rubenstein, the number one war profiteer in the world, isn't crack addiction a reasonable reaction to your father's values?
It might be. It's back in the 70s, there was a psychiatrist named R.D. Laing who wrote books.
Oh, Artie, the comic, Artie Lang.
No, that was
Crack
the previous. I don't know.
Okay. The crack addiction. I didn't know Artie was a.
No,
Okay,
he
go ahead.
wasn't. But his argument was that schizophrenia is a response, a perfectly reasonable response to the circumstances of a screwed up world. And that was very appealing to me for a while. I think it's a little simplistic now.
But trauma can create
Yeah.
schizophrenia, right?
Yeah.
Something
Yes, it
traumatic.
can. Of course it can.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, his argument was pretty much, as a general matter, schizophrenia was we should assume it to be a normal response to a crazy world. And so it doesn't make, it's not at all surprising that Hunter Biden has bizarre addictions, and maybe he does or does not have other problems that you've mentioned on the show before. But I think a scold is a person who says it is not morally responsible to have Medicare change without including a way to reduce prescription drug costs using insulin as the principal objective. And it's not reasonable to expand Medicare without doing not just hearing aids and glasses, but also dental work. I mean, does the average person know how expensive it is to have dental work done? And the last time I brought this up and I explained that, I go to a dentist, or at least at the moment I'm going to a dentist who does these deep cleanings that cost like $600, $700 for one part of your mouth. So you have to come in a couple times. You come in the first time, $700, the next time, $700. And somebody in the chat room, when I brought this up, said, well, find a dental clinic. And there are dental clinics in a lot of big cities, and I've used them in the past. But the average person living in the middle of Montana, there's no dental school or dental clinic outside of Missoula that somebody can go to save a little money. So you're reduced to not being able to do something if you pay these exorbitant prices for dental care in most of the country.
The thing about dentistry, there was a great piece either in Harper's or The Atlantic about 3 years ago about the scam that is dentistry, that the ADA is really a trade association. There are no standards. They've done studies where you can take your mouth to 5 separate dentists, and depending on how much that dentist owes to the credit card and whether or not his wife wants to go on a vacation, you will get 5 different diagnoses as to what you need. Like for example, the deep cleanings, I'm told, is a scam. that every dentist looks at a mouth, and it's almost like being a chiropractor. It is not, dentistry is not the exact science that medicine is. I know this is going to upset a lot of people, but you go to a dentist, get a fifth opinion. Go to 5 separate dentists, you'll get 5 separate answers. It's the Wild West dentistry. It really is.
Absolutely.
It really is. And it shouldn't be.
No, of course it shouldn't be. But, the first dentist I went to as an adult, I got through college without having dental problems. And when I went to graduate school, I was living in Boston, and I found a Boston dentist who would find things like even something as simple as a filling, which I think cost about $40 at the time to fill. And he'd say, you can pay this, or you can just brush your teeth better and hope, it doesn't get any worse. And I was, this was like a gold mine for me. It was like, I don't have to spend $40. This is great. So I didn't get the stuff done. And then 5 years later, I had enormous dental problems. And people say, well, why didn't you take care of this? And I said, well, I had a dentist who said, just brush your teeth better. It won't get any worse. And the dentist said, that's insane advice. But you're absolutely right. And sometime, maybe next time we get together, I want to tell you about what I did at the Dartmouth Medical School for a brief period of time when I was up there in that thoroughly unpleasant, in my judgment.
Dartmouth Dental School?
Dartmouth. I don't even know if they had a dental school, but they had some
Here's
good
the article.
ideas.
Here's the article.
What is it?
It's from The Atlantic,
Yep.
a legitimate magazine. Would you agree?
Yep. Yes, it is.
It's May of 2019. The article is called The Truth About Dentistry by Faris Jabbar. I reached out to him 2 years ago, never heard back. I wanted him on the show. The Truth About Dentistry. It's much less scientific and more prone to gratuitous procedures than you may think. And I recommend, I'm looking at it, I think you can read it for free over at theatlantic.com. Google The Truth About Dentistry by Faris Jabbar, last name Jabr, and you will think twice about your dentist. You will get a fifth opinion. You'll get a second, a third, a fourth, and fifth opinion before you decide to spend the money that they want you to spend. And the ADA is blocking free dental or
Yeah. I mean, they're really good. They've done a much more effective job than the optician lobby or the hearing aid lobby, but those lobbyists have not given up. And there's a long time between now and whenever the Senate gets a final vote. And I do think it's important.
We need what we need in this country. We have to wrap it up. I love you. Thank you for spending time with us. I'm very grateful for you. I'd be more grateful if your wife were here, but that's, please give my best to her.
I certainly will.
There is a moral component that is lacking. People need to be told they are bad. People need to be told that they are bad, and we don't have that in our country, and we don't get it from our religious leaders. We don't have religious scolds who are saying, you are evil, like David Rubenstein, the founder of the Carlyle Group. David Rubenstein, know this name, know who this man is, know who the Carlyle Group is. David Rubenstein is evil, and Joe Biden is spending his Thanksgiving in that man's home, and nobody is scolding David Rubenstein. Nobody, not his rabbi, I would assume. I think he's Jewish. He finds solace wherever he goes. Nobody walks up to David Rubenstein, the head of the Carlyle Group, and say, "You're a war profiteer. Burn in hell. Burn in hell." Where are the skulls?
Yep.
Where are they?
Yeah, they're they don't hang around. They don't come across David Rubenstein too often. It's the same thing as Henry Kissinger. Why the hell is he able to go to the Kennedy Center and watch a play and at intermission have 10 people say, "You are a terrible person"?
Because David Rubenstein is chairman of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts.
Of course he is. But,
and he has his own show on the PBS, and he donates. Ken Burns takes $10 million from him, and so does the PBS. So nobody's going to go after David Rubenstein, including, if he's Jewish, his rabbi or whatever he believes in.
Well, speaking of Ken Burns, I mean, everybody loves his stuff. I suggest people go back and watch his 8 or 10 part series on the Vietnam War and ask yourself the question after you see it: why is there no reference at all to the anti-war movement in that entire special on PBS? That's a disgrace.
Is that true?
That's true.
It's complicated. I had a rabbi who took money from Eli Broad, who was this heinous. He just died, thankfully. Bad guy, real estate developer, personally responsible for homelessness in LA. If you're a real estate developer, you're the cause of homelessness, pure and simple. And my rabbi, who should rot in hell, said to me, "Well, he's a mixed bag." And I said, "He's a mixed bag because he gives to your temple. That's why he's a mixed bag."
Exactly.
He didn't give to your temple. It's unbelievable. Thank you, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Follow him on Twitter at Barry W. Lynn. And go to barrywlynn.com for a treasure trove of his sermons and his appearances on shows like Firing Line. And when is your book going to be done?
It's moving along. It's really moving along.
You should get the professor, Mike Steinel, to write it for you. I don't mean, I'm not causing any competition. I'm just saying, Professor Mike Steinel, new song every week. Yep. I think he's on his 3rd book in 1 year.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he's a better writer than I am.
And I've seen neither one of your grandkids, but his are cuter. Not that I'm passing judgment here. I haven't seen yours or his. No. I'm just saying he's winning.
Okay. Thank you. I'll see you next week. Thank you. I will. Bye-bye.
Coming up next, the professors and Marianne, and we have them all here. Wow. This is fantastic. We will be back with the professors and Marianne on this special Take Your Thanksgiving and celebrate it where the sun don't shine. And I'm not talking about Seattle. We'll be back with the professors and Marianne after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Forget that one.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. Let me swallow. Hang on for 1 second. I have some veggie burger that I stuffed into my gullet. Happy Thanksgiving. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours this Friday night at 8 p.m. I will be there for the first hour, taking your questions and taking your complaints. We have the professors and Marianne. Please. Oh, we didn't do community billboard. Well, we'll do it. Dan, hello there, Professor Adnan. Dan, are you there? Okay. We didn't get to community billboard. Well, everybody's back. Professor Ann Lee joins us. Thank you. This is a treat. Professor Adnan Hussein joins us. Professor Jonathan Bick and Professor Marianne Cummings. And it's thank you for taking time out of your Thanksgiving to be here. I want to ask everybody what they feel guilty about for Thanksgiving. What did you eat this Thanksgiving today that you shouldn't have? Professor Ann Lee, I'll start with you. What did you eat today? Let's confess.
I had Guinness. It's a food group.
Okay. Professor Hussein in Canada, I would assume you celebrated Thanksgiving despite living in Canada, right?
No, we decidedly did not bother. I think after the first or second year in expat mode, we gave up on it and decided we would just do Thanksgiving on the Canadian schedule.
And when is that?
It's the second Monday of October.
Oh,
so it actually is related to a harvest period, as opposed to, I mean, I'm presuming Thanksgiving was a harvest festival, and having it at the end of November really doesn't seem to make much sense unless you're in California, where the harvest season does go into the fall. Like
Right.
most of the rest of the country, you're now getting into your your tubers and your squashes because the harvest is long over.
Right. Professor Jonathan Bick, what do you want to confess in terms of what you ate today?
Well, I gotta say that I had a traditional Thanksgiving meal, although I didn't eat any turkey. Let's see, we had the mashed sweet potatoes with.
Yeah, but what do you feel bad about?
Oh,
What do you
bad. I
do you feel
forgot who
bad
I was
about?
talking to. Okay, yeah. So let's focus
What
on
did
the
you
bad.
eat that you shouldn't have?
I had too much pecan pie. I
Yeah.
think that's not going to be good for my waistline.
You know what the problem with pecan pie is? It's not a staple of the American diet, and you only see it on Thanksgiving and Christmas. And you go, oh my God, this is fantastic. And then it disappears for the rest of the year. I think we should introduce pecan pie as part of like a dinner entree so that we don't overeat it for Thanksgiving and Christmas. I don't think Marianne Cummings, Professor Marianne Cummings, hang on. This is how smart she is. She's multitasking. Look at her. Even while she's appearing on this show, she's poring over important.
Over all the news you need to know. Hillary and Bill Clinton's going to divorce Hillary, desperate to escape after 46 years. Also worried about his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. I am assuming. He escaped death. But that's
Oh,
what
is that the
I
Globe?
was guilty over, by the way.
Is that the Globe?
Yeah, it's the Globe.
The headline,
see.
read the headline, please.
Okay. Medical crisis sparks $120 million breakup as Bill Clinton deathbed divorce. You know, he just dodged. He was like in the hospital recently. He was pretty bad. We don't know too many details. It was a little dicey there. So he's wanting to escape Hillary, maybe wants to enjoy life, you know, for the whatever few months he has left. Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, that little love rat, abandoned ship. Maxwell abandoned by hubby. Rat.
Men.
Kevin Costner caught in DUI scandal. Is that a scandal? Oh, Biden and Camilla hate each other. No, they don't.
Well, Camilla, you mean the one he passed Wynn in front of, or Kamala?
Oh, Biden doesn't hate anybody at this point. Biden, I think, only knows that, hey, Bernie Sanders, that guy's my friend. Where are all you other people? But I think it's Jill Biden that wants Kamala to stay a mile away. I think Jill Biden wants her full term as first lady. I think she likes being loudest.
Right.
Anyway, but this is
So
not
you
what
didn't
I'm.
eat anything. You didn't eat anything bad today.
No, I had a little bit of salad because I was over at a friend's house and they really didn't accommodate a vegetarian or vegan. So, but I did consume an entire football game, kickoff to end, and that was the Raiders versus the Cowboys. And I was rooting for the Raiders because I just can't stand the Cowboys, just on general principles. So that was my little bit of guilty pleasure. I actually enjoyed the hell of that game. That was a great game.
Even though it's wrong, even though it's morally reprehensible, you're able to enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm able. Yeah, I have to say, you know, I like yelling at the TV, and you know, I really love coaching. I get to yell and go, wait a minute, no, catch that ball, no, that way, run that way. I'm coaching, and I'm always right. And once in a while, these teams follow my advice and they win. So,
We know that football is bad for the players. It's bad for the fans. It's bad for the country. At some point, don't you have to go on strike and say, I will not participate in this?
It's kind of like pecan pie.
Don't we have to we talk about labor. We need to unionize. What about a general strike of American citizens rejecting all this poison and saying, no, I'm not going to participate in any of this?
They're already doing that for soccer.
Are they?
Yeah, Americans don't watch soccer.
Okay, now let's just pretend it's for some political reason. What would happen if Americans woke up one day? Ayn Rand always, is it either the Fountainhead? I think it's the Fountainhead where the greatest minds in America go on strike, and they just say, fine, we're not going to participate. What would happen if the American people said we're not going to participate in any of this nonsense?
well,
Changes
football
would happen.
viewership really did go down, didn't it? I mean, it's going down because TV watching is going down. But they seem to have recovered. Now, but I seem to think, at least for football is kind of the most socialistic sport we have, isn't? I've heard where they actually share, proceeds and wealth, and even though
television revenue is split evenly.
Yeah. So even though my most favored Detroit Lions are now 0-10, the Bears fortunately ended a skid playing the Lions earlier today. So, but everybody gets paid very well. So,
what is on your mind, Professor Ann Lee? What are you reading? What are you thinking about this phony holiday?
Well, that Thanksgiving is a commie plot. It's definitely communist. I mean, Lara Trump has accused liberals of detraditionalizing Thanksgiving because turkeys are too expensive. If you can follow that logic, you know, that the attack on tradition occurs because prices are going up. If you can follow that logic, you're right in there with Lara Trump.
Well, inflation is the Biden administration's fault.
Right.
And the price of turkey went up because Democrats cause inflation. And the reason they cause it was to destroy Christmas and Thanksgiving. That makes sense to me.
Exactly. She actually made that claim. On the other hand, I think it's
Amazing.
part of a much more insidious plot. And I'll talk about that perhaps later on, that all the flash mob smash and grabs is really a plot by paramilitary police forces.
Go on with the looting, because, by the way, my mother taught me.
I will go on with looting.
Yes, my mother taught me you loot at Nordstrom, accessorize at Macy's. That was one of the first things she taught me.
Five-finger discount.
Looting. What's going on with the looting?
Well, I just think it's a boon for paramilitary police. I mean, the thing is, it's just a perfect storm. You know, SWAT teams don't have enough to do. There's just not enough street violence. They should be staking out the local Nordstroms. So when there's a flash mob smashing and grabbing, you know, they'll be able to descend upon them. In fact, you could probably even monetize it as a TV program.
It could be like The Price is Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like supermarket sweeps, you know, you have all these people running around.
Ooh, I'm just old enough to remember that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, is the looting, will we look back in a year and discover that the looting was a blip, that it was agent provocateurs, organized crime? It's not political. The looting going on is, people who loot Louis Vuitton are not storming the Bastille. They're just trying to fence stolen goods, right? This is not a political statement.
Well, it's interesting because it's sort of a prequel to Black Friday. I mean, you know, it could be quite interesting tomorrow, where people will line up in front of the big box store to pick up the loss leader thing that's on sale.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps the local police will think it's a flash mob smashing and grabbing. It could be quite interesting, actually.
Well, we've seen that. We've seen people trampled to death on Black Friday.
Yes. But it's kind of like, I used to measure the success of Eddie Murphy films by the number of people who would get killed at the premiere.
Wow. All right. The looting is temporary. It's just part of the, hey, don't defund, as you say, don't defund the police. We need police. Look at these mobs of people. And they can shoot to kill. With looting, the jury is still out on shooting to kill, right? You're not supposed to shoot to kill, but it's property and you can be forgiven.
Well, it's one of the few things you can't privatize very well. You know, I think that there is this, I think the guilty verdict in Georgia shows that you can't privatize everything. You know, citizens' arrests can't be privatized. That's a good start for the future.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen Professor Adnan Hussein. What's on your mind this evening?
Well, a story that's not too lighthearted, I have to say, but certainly does remind us some of the things we have to be thankful for, just by way of contrast of the misery that others are suffering. So I had been thinking a little bit about the terrible tragedy of the Channel crossing refugees in Calais, in the Calais area, drowning in the English Channel. I can't remember the exact final tally, but there were 29 people on the boat that capsized. And I think what's really just so disgusting and sad about it really is the blame game that British politicians have been playing after shutting off various pathways and routes to receive migrants and refugees in the UK. People have become more desperate than ever and resorted to these dangerous crossings that we see routinely happening also in the Mediterranean. So it's been a common story. This blaming of France for not patrolling, their coastline effectively, and the recommendations that they have to militarize it even further in order to prevent the crossing just seems like exactly what's wrong with how we go about trying to solve problems, by actually not solving problems, but just avoiding, our responsibility for them. So instead of considering how we might make either solve the sources of that are producing refugees by ending the wars, having a more egalitarian society, spreading the wealth globally in a more equitable fashion, these sorts of big solutions. Okay, forget about that. How about at least respecting the dignity of these people who are fleeing terrible circumstances, and accept them in your country? No, that's not the choice that's made. It's instead, I think, building on Brexit and the resentment and the blaming of refugees and migrants and immigrants for all of their problems, is build this wall even greater. It's really a horrible story.
What is happening with the migrants coming out of Syria? Are they going back to Syria? What is happening in Syria?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. Are you referring to something specific? I mean,
Well, Syria was the story that we heard,
yeah.
and then suddenly it kind of disappeared. We were told that ISIS was defeated, and weren't a lot of the migrants coming into Europe from Syria?
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously an acute period during the height of the Civil War that was
Right.
putting people in desperate circumstances. They were fleeing the violence and seeking refuge across the border, principally in Turkey, but they were going also to Lebanon, Jordan, other contiguous neighboring countries. And then from there, migrating and trying to cross through Eastern Europe, or into the Balkans, crossing the Mediterranean or Adriatic, to get to places like Italy and so on. But I think the situation has stabilized in the sense that the Assad government has survived the attempts to topple it, and there is a sort of stable situation right now with the U.S. Essentially and its allies, principally Kurdish-led forces controlling a large section of Syria's petroleum-producing region and its granary, where most of the wheat and grains are produced. Oil is being stolen.
Who's controlling that?
The U.S. with Kurdish-led forces. In like the north.
So does Assad then have to negotiate with Erdogan, who is he negotiating with to get food and oil?
That's an excellent question. I mean, I think I'm not sure exactly who is helping out, but I think the humanitarian situation is growing worse in places like Syria and other countries that are under these new kind of total sanctions regimes. I think that's that's a structure. We should find somebody good to talk about this, because we're seeing it being applied. Initially, as everyone recalls, Cuba was under sanctions by the U.S. been decades, but the Trump administration started these policies of maximum pressure, and the Biden administration has not rolled any of these back. And so you have countries like Iran, Syria. There are a host of countries, Libya, many countries, Sudan, that are under these extreme sanctions regimes. And what it's doing is actually producing a coalition. And you see at the UN, there was a group that has they've put together a coalition, Friends of the UN Charter, that is mostly countries that are under extreme sanctions from the US and Europe, having to band together and work with countries like China and Russia to evade these extreme sanctions regimes, to get needed medicines, food supplies, things like that. Essentially a kind of counter black market that has emerged, and geopolitical coalition because of this policy of extreme isolation of various countries and subjecting them to, frankly, illegal forms of sanction.
Right.
Well, how is the occupation? I'm sorry, Professor Sain. How is the occupation of Syria's oil fields and grain regions at all legal? I mean, isn't this just lawlessness? So we don't have international law. I mean, these are just utterly lawless actions.
Yeah, that's why these countries are have named themselves, friends of the UN charters, because these actions that are taking place violate the UN Charter. So the minimal demand that they're asking is that we actually respect the UN Charter, which, of course, the US is a signatory to, as are all of the European countries as well. But I agree completely. I mean, this is a completely brutal and illegal tactic, essentially bullying, on the grand geopolitical scale, a kind of vicious regime that's being imposed. There's no real basis for it, and it's causing mayhem in the region and extreme suffering for hundreds of millions of people, to be honest. If you total up places like Libya, Sudan, Syria, Iran, I must be forgetting, one or two other places that are under
Venezuela, right? I mean,
yes.
Venezuela.
Oh, of course, we come to the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Let me ask you about arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Raytheon, the stock has almost doubled since the election, since the presidential election. Joe Biden has authorized the sale of 280 air-to-air missiles worth $650 million to Saudi Arabia. They're made by Raytheon. It's also against the law to sell. It's against international law to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia, isn't it? Since it's going to be used on the people of Yemen.
Yes. I mean, again, it just seems that, it's not something new that the U.S. acts with impunity and is not called to account. That's not anything new. It's just the brazenness of this, continuing on for so long, despite the fact that there were attempts in Congress to raise issues, reverse the policy that did pass, at a certain point, were vetoed. But you would expect the Biden administration, there was a lot of crony corruption between, say, Bush administration and the Saudi royal family. We saw something similar emerging with Trump's very close relationship to members of the House of Saud, especially MBS, and business deals with, his, son-in-law, and so on. So there were reasons that you could adduce for why those administrations would not be subject to this hypocritical, violation of the law. But, Biden didn't seem to necessarily have any. I mean, I think as a candidate, he may have made some criticisms of the Saudi family, the Saudi policy, and so on. Why he's persisting, in the same kind of policy is unclear. It must have to do with the larger bipartisan geopolitical interest in extending U.S. control and influence in the Middle East. But you would have thought that as the confrontation with China, the concern, ending the war in Afghanistan, you would think that this pivot to Asia might mean that they would start to actually apply some of these legal principles to their foreign policy in the Middle East, since they're not so invested in the region. But clearly, at the same, the real point here is that the largest, I think, auction of oil concessions is about to take place, and what it means is that the U.S. is still extremely wedded geopolitically to an energy policy that makes control over oil production and oil markets very important, and means that countries like Saudi Arabia, in addition to regional value to the U.S., also there is an important economic one as well.
Geopolitically, when you look at arms sales to Saudi Arabia, which is, I would assume, using the arms to scare Iran, but also in Yemen, is that fair to say that these weapons are used in Yemen right now? That war is raging. Has it slowed down?
I'm not that up on just the latest in the last few months of the state of the Yemen war. I know that wasn't going so well despite all of this support, and it did lead to, for example, the UAE, which I consider probably the worst administration really in the whole region, practically the most corrupt. Actually decided to pull out from a war that they practically helped start and encouraged, the Saudis, and they were their main partners in this. They actually decided to pull their forces out because it's just proven too costly and too dangerous. So this is over the summer. I think I remember reading reports about that. So my impression was at that point that it wasn't going particularly well for the Saudis and the U.S. coalition in Yemen. But I have to admit, I'm not up to date on the
in terms of, I'm harping on the fact that Joe Biden tonight is celebrating Thanksgiving in the home of arguably the world's #1 arms dealer, David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group. If one of the Biden daughters said, why are you giving weapons? Why are you selling weapons to Saudi Arabia? What would the Carlyle Group, what would they say? Would they say, it's horrible what's going on in Saudi Arabia, but without Raytheon, it would be worse? I mean, how do they, isn't there some halcyon, that little blue pill that they tell themselves to sleep?
Perhaps they just tell themselves somebody else would sell them, I mean,
right.
This is, so better us to sell them for whatever reason. Maybe there's some additional rationale they might give there, is that then we can have quality control. We can have, it gives a strategic advantage if it's a U.S. company that's the one selling these things, because then at any time, U.S. policy, they could cut off the technical support and all of that. So it is a strategic advantage that it's a U.S. company selling it. Now, whether it's Raytheon or Boeing or Lockheed, maybe there's a harder argument, to make to justify it. But as far as it being a U.S. company, I think the reason The way it's justified is just that somebody else will do it, and it's much better that it be a U.S. company that gives U.S. control and leverage over the military of another country.
Professor Handley, you were shaking your head in agreement. Is that what they explained to the president and what they explained to the Secretary of State? They say, look, we don't sell these weapons. Then the French, the Israelis, they step in, the Russians, they make the sales, and they get better. The more money they make in arms sales, the more arms they make, the better their technology gets. And then all of a sudden, we're not the supreme military player in the world. And we have to bend to their will instead of the other way around. Is that the rationale for that?
Sure, it's the reason why you can rationalize selling the same technology to both sides in what would be a Middle Eastern war. I mean,
Iran and
Qatar,
Iraq. Yeah.
yeah. Well, Qatar and UAE will have American jet fighters in their air force, and they'll essentially be fighting against Israeli F-35. So one can rationalize and say, well, we're supplying both sides this time, and maybe we can actually constrain the war in that way, which is an incredibly bizarre rationalization considering that people will still get killed in the interim.
Right. And these are proxy wars and proving grounds where these weapons you can only test a fighter jet so far until it has to be in combat. So the Soviets are studying how our fighter jets do in Iraq or wherever, and it is in many ways a proxy war where we flex our muscles and show the kind of weaponry we have, right?
Right. It's the Spanish Civil War again. I mean, it is. To our military industrial complex, we've learned a lot from having F-35s being placed in more combat situations. It's really important, not just for us, but for every country to which we sell F-35s, which is a lot of countries now.
When you say the Spanish Civil War, Hitler and Mussolini were using that to test weapons. Is that
right? Right.
And we were paying, and the British and the Americans were paying attention to Guernica to see what they were capable of doing to determine whether or not to fight the Germans.
Well, I mean, it was not quite the same sort of thing in the sense that the Soviets were supplying the Republican side, I mean the Royalist side, but not in a useful way. It really wasn't an equal fight, and essentially they had outgunned. It was just a slaughter in that sense. So not really the best example.
But they got to see if their weapons worked. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was tactical improvements, with how to deploy. It was more about logistics, with all due respect. That's in effect how Franco took over. Essentially, was with logistical airlift.
So David Rubenstein, the Bidens will sleep very well tonight on those, the Egyptian cotton.
I bet there are at least 400 count sheets, not a doubt.
Wow.
No, wait a second. That David Lindell sells Egyptian cotton too.
Oh, that's true. Oh, Mike Lindell, the
Mike Lindell, right?
The pillow guy. Yes. So let's turn to Professor Jonathan Bick. I'll ask you what's on your mind, and then Professor Marianne Cummings, and then I'll ask you what you're not thankful for. We'll go around and.
So I wanted to talk about an arms transfer in, I guess you'd say, the other direction. Are you familiar with the Defense Department's 1033 program, David?
Is this where it goes to our cops?
There you go.
I thought Obama discontinued that, but I've been told otherwise.
Yeah, no, it's still going on. In fact, recently, 22 House Democrats voted with all but 2 House Republicans to vote down an amendment that would have reduced the flow of military weapons to U.S. police departments. So they voted
An amendment to
against
what?
it was an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act. And this amendment was introduced by Representative Hank Johnson, a Democrat of Georgia. And it sought to reform the Defense Department's 1033 program, which has authorized the transfer of more than $1.5 billion worth of so-called excess military equipment to local law enforcement since 2013. This amendment would have prohibited the transfers for certain types of combat gear, including firearms, military vehicles, and aircraft. According to Stephen Semler of the Security Policy Reform Institute, U.S. police departments have received nearly 70,000 firearms, over 5,000 military vehicles, 358 aircraft since the inception of this program. So 22 conservative and corporate Democrats in the House voted against this amendment. I'm just going to name a few of them, and maybe their names will sound familiar, David.
Okay.
Kurt Schrader of Oregon, Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey, Henry Cuellar of Texas, Antonio Delgado of New York, Val Demings of Florida, who's going to be running for Senate there, I believe.
Against Alan Grayson, yes.
Yeah, great pick, Val Demings. Charlie Crist of Florida, Stephanie Murphy of Florida, Jared Golden of Maine, Ron Kind of Wisconsin, who turns out to be not that kind, and Connor Lamb of Pennsylvania. So they all voted against this amendment, which would have stopped much of this transfer of weapons and military weapons and equipment to police departments. And many of these Democrats, if you remember, particularly some of the ones I named, forced Democrats to drop some very popular programs from the Build Back Better Act. Things like a lower Medicare age, things like dental and vision coverage, and free community college for all Americans. These corporate Democrats also insisted on raising the SALT deduction cap to a level that would mainly benefit the top 10% in the country. So that's what these people are working for. Interestingly, these same Democrats supported reforming the 1033 program twice in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Bill. But now they're siding with the police unions rather than their own constituents who are calling to get weapons of war off our streets. The Huffington Post reported the day before the vote, the National Fraternal Order of Police sent a letter to House leaders from both parties, urging them to vote against Johnson's amendment, claiming the equipment sent to police is, quote, demilitarized. I guess they changed the color of the paint.
They painted it pink?
Yeah.
Just like my friend did in the Czech Republic when the Berlin Wall went down. He was in Prague and the Soviets got out of their tanks and he started paying with the profits. It started paying in pink, demilitarized.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's what they mean. I'm not exactly sure how they've been demilitarized. And they said, the Fraternal Order of Police said, there are no examples of the equipment being misused. So my question is, are there any examples of these weapons of war and equipment being used properly?
Right.
What would that mean? The job of police should be very different than the job of a soldier, which is to destroy and to kill. That shouldn't be the job of the police, right? Except in the most extraordinary of circumstances, they might have to kill somebody in order to stop them from killing others. But they certainly don't need tanks and MRAPs. I mean, you should see how, your viewers should look up what an MRAP is. These are armored vehicles that are so well protected that they protect against mines and improvised explosive devices.
We didn't have them for our soldiers in Iraq.
Well, they finally got them there. Now they're coming back to our streets. So, yeah.
You know what's interesting about this? We are not only the world's largest weapons manufacturer, we're also the world's largest manufacturer of guns. And I think, I don't know what the numbers are, but I think the top gun companies are here in the United States. The military, it's all tied into the military-industrial complex because the Pentagon wants our gun manufacturers to be solvent. It's in the best interest of our military that we have the best gun manufacturers in the world. And so they're encouraged to make these AR-15s and sell them to the American people. There's an arms race going on now between the police and, as we were talking about earlier, the paramilitary groups, the militias. This is all part of an arms race that benefits the arms manufacturers. I mean, it's just obvious and plain and simple. It's no different from what we were talking about when it comes to selling arms to Saudi Arabia. They want to militarize our police. It's in the best interest of the weapons manufacturers.
Yeah, I mean, it's really disturbing on many levels because, when the police are equipped as if they were soldiers, they tend to become more violent, right?
And they cause people to become violent. They've done studies that when people see a police officer with a weapon, they talked about this with Kyle Rittenhouse. When people see somebody with an AR-15, it animates them. It makes them scared. It makes them want to take the AR-15 away from people. Yeah.
And there's also the cost. I mean, many people don't realize this either. Although the equipment is, transferred without charging the police, the training is not covered. The shipping is not covered. The operating of the machinery for the equipment is not covered, and the maintenance is not covered. All of this is put on the shoulders of state and local governments. So instead of, putting money into the schools, we have to put it into maintaining MRAPs for police, which we hope will never use them against its own citizenry.
It is another example of capital money having to go everywhere. That if you have investments, you have to find new markets. And this is another example of our weapons manufacturers who are supposed to keep us safe, caring more about profits. I mean, and now the banality of a 17-year-old kid walking around with an AR-15 in Kenosha. Did you ever think that would be something it's now commonplace? It's just accepted that you can open carry an AR-15.
And with this Supreme Court that we have, 7 Republican nominees appointed justices to 2 is that right? 6 to 3. There are cases before the Supreme Court that could make that even more generalized, and more restrictions placed on gun control measures as opposed to placing restrictions on firearms.
Professor Marianne Cummings.
Well, when I was listening to Professor John, it was just occurring to me that's probably why the U.S. does not stop the violence in Qatar and between Qatar and UEC and their proxies there. It's just it's urban warfare. I mean, they're not just testing out various weapons; they're testing them out on people, on populations. How do you manage these weapons not in traditional battlefields, but in the closed confines of urban areas? So anyway, we've had perpetual war as a business model now for quite a long time. And yeah, it's not an insolvable problem. It just takes courage and understanding what the real problem is. The real problem is that our people like Biden and Pelosi and Schumer and all the Republican leadership, Rand Paul is the exception. By the way, he and Bernie Sanders did introduce a measure, co-sponsor a measure into the Senate to prevent the sale, the sale to the Saudis. I don't know what happened with that, but but all of those other people, I mean, they have positions of power because they raise the money, and people with money know that they are absolutely reliable characters. To see that government behaves the way all these other people, the oil companies, the arms manufacturers, the pharmaceutical companies, whatever, make sure that government acts the way that's in their benefit. And it doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican, they don't care about abortion. They don't even care about shootings. They don't care about the racial stuff because it doesn't matter to them one way or the other. Although it does, if we hate each other, if we keep hating each other and we don't pay attention to what, people up on top are doing, then, well, that services them. In fact, having a whole country at each other's throats is actually useful to them. Which brings me to the topic of Pete Buttigieg.
Yes.
Oh, my Lord. Has he been discussed today at all?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. At the beginning of the show, I laid
it seems
into him.
to me that, they are really trying to, I knew that they were pushing this guy from the get-go. So they're trying to make it a rivalry between Kamala Harris Kamala Harris is probably the
She doesn't
least
stand a chance against him.
Oh no, she doesn't stand a chance against anybody. I mean, and Pete, I would say though that Pete Buttigieg at least won delegates, but I'm going to put a great big fat asterisk next to that. Now, I'm going to go back to Marianne's War Tales. I was in Iowa for 2020 for the on caucus night. I went to 2 caucuses. I was an official observer there. So one caucus was held earlier in the evening, another caucus was held later in the evening. Went to both of them. I saw the same phenomenon. This is around Iowa City. That's where the university is. And so Iowa City, Iowa. And both times when there was the first round of voting, the Buttigieg people didn't have enough delegates to qualify. Then the whole point is you have to have at least 15% of the delegates, the raw delegates who are there at the caucus, to be able to eventually get a delegate when the dust settles. Well, in both cases, it seemed like professional hustlers were coming almost out of the woodwork, working people. And I was telling people I couldn't do anything, but I could tell the people I was talking to, get out there and get these people over to Bernie's side. What are you doing? Look at these people hustling. And they did. They hustled. And Buttigieg did not win, but he did come in second or third in the first one, and he came in second in the second one. And the second one, exactly the same. And I asked my friend, what the hell is going on here? These people do not look like they're just from the neighborhood. They look like operatives. And coupled that with the fact that the app failed. Now this, let me explain something to people in case you didn't know. There is something called the raw delegate count. And one of the Bernie Sanders people got on the state committee in Iowa and changed the rule that you actually have a raw delegate count. That means the count of all the delegates that are there by the end of the evening when everything's settled out. And so you voted for whoever's gotten at least 15% of the people present. So, and then you count those raw delegates, and then those get translated into delegates that go to the state. And those are the delegates that determine whether or not you quote unquote win the caucuses. And there was an app that the Iowa Democratic Party used that was to count the raw and to calculate to estimate the delegate count that would determine, who would win the caucus that night or not. And of course it failed. They completely failed that night. And then there were so many discrepancies that local newspapers caught in the ensuing days, that people on Twitter caught and corrected the New York Times because they were reporting it wrong. That at the end of the day, I think Buttigieg won the Iowa caucus by a fraction of a delegate, not even a full delegate, a fraction of one. The AP refused to call it. They said there's just too much discrepancies, there's too many unresolved issues, we can't call this. And they never did. They never did call the Iowa caucus. So watching that evening, oh, and yeah, I forgot. The Des Moines Register were about to release their final poll before caucus night. And then they stopped. They didn't release it. Somebody released it like the night before the caucus. Somebody leaked it to other news agencies and groups online. And of course, Bernie Sanders was winning. Later on, we find out, because of reporting done at The Intercept, that the Iowa Democratic Party lied about having connection with the National Party and the Buttigieg campaign. They were all working together. So, how important it is when somebody wins the Iowa caucus, especially when you have this cacophony of candidates running, that Bernie Sanders, having come out with a clean win. By the way, his raw delegate count stand, he won definitively in the raw delegate counts, but it was these, calculated state delegate counts that Buttigieg managed to eke out a victory. But the most important thing was he denied Bernie Sanders a clean win that night, which would have really given a lot of momentum. People would have thought that, okay, and then Bernie went on, despite all the headwinds, to win the next couple of contests. Buttigieg was in there. He's been a perfect tool for the Democratic National Committee. He was also the one that ran for DNC chair. And at the last minute, it looked like, Keith Ellison was a shoo-in. And suddenly Tom Perez, Obama's calling everybody, twisting arms and getting Tom Perez in there. And Buttigieg dropped out at the last minute and gave all of his votes because he was running for that job. And
Excuse me for 1 second. Before South Carolina, we had Biden, Klobuchar, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Tulsi Gabbard, Bloomberg, and Buttigieg, didn't they all have delegates except for Bernie? Like, didn't Biden have like no delegates going into?
I don't remember, and I honestly don't remember. But he didn't the first. He did win in South Carolina, remember? But the first three, he came in like fourth, third. He was very, very disappointing. So what I saw.
There was no possibility for momentum in 2020. There was no way Perez and the Democratic establishment, there was no way they were going to allow the primaries to take place, fight it out, may the best candidate win. They forced Buttigieg to drop out and endorse.
They called not only, I think it was Klobuchar who had also placed in the early primaries. She dropped out, Buttigieg dropped out. Then a whole bunch of people who had suspended their campaigns, announced their endorsement of Joe Biden. That was quite stunning. I mean, so anyone who says that the Democratic Party is inept and weak or the leadership can't do anything, I mean, when they want to do something, it is stunning how they can get it together.
He did not. Here's the problem with Joe, but we have to wrap it up. I apologize. The problem with Joe Biden is that when you have an honest primary season, it weeds out the weak. Say what you will about Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
They weeded out the weak in 2016. Donald Trump has staying power. 2 impeachments. You could not knock Trump down. That's why, and the primaries prove that. That's the purpose of an honest primary season. We had a dishonest in the Democratic Party. The primary season was dishonest. They stepped in, they stopped the primary. They went into the back room and they picked Joe Biden. And he was not tested. He was forced upon the American people. And that's why his popularity is tanking. And as some of you warned, he will drag the entire party down in the 2022 midterms, because this is who Joe Biden has always been, a failure from the state of Delaware.
Can I say one other thing? When they were looking at the results from Virginia, and I don't take these state results or off-year elections as any big harbinger, but the one demographic that Biden improved versus Trump, the one demographic that he improved over Hillary Clinton was white men. And that's what he seemed to lose in Virginia, in Toulouse in Virginia, he, meaning the Democratic Party, meaning Terry McAuliffe, who's basically cut from that same ilk of Democratic Party leadership. So Biden was foisted on us as somebody who could handle the Senate. He knew his way around Washington. He knew world leaders. I was getting a lot of flack for pointing out that he is obviously in mental decline, and it wasn't just me. It was his own people telling Matt Stoller and Matt Taibbi the same thing in Iowa back in 2019. So, right. It was not to even win, it was to keep Bernie and the progressives out, because that's the existential threat to Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. All their power is to have a party taken over by progressives. They don't care if the Republicans take over the White House. Nancy Pelosi will be going to her same parties, as I said before. Chuck Schumer will be meeting with the same donors. He'll have his gentleman agreement with Mitch McConnell. It's obvious to me. I'm the bad guy for pointing it out, but and all of that enthusiasm and energy that Bernie generated 2 times in a row being funneled into the Democratic Party and just crushed is making me very, passive aggressive angry.
Yeah, I hashtag Marianne Cummings was right. So I saw that on Twitter. We have to wrap it up. Thank you for sharing your Thanksgiving with us, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Adnan Hussein, and Professor Jonathan Bick. I hope to see all of you for office hours. And again, it's I'm honored that you would find time to spend with us. So thank you. Let us now go to Wisconsin, where Professor Harvey J. Kaye, the author of FDR on Democracy and Take Hold of Your History, and he also has a new edition. They're coming out with a new edition of a book that you wrote. I believe it's a classic. I believe you wrote The British Marxist Historians. I don't know when you wrote it, in 1996 or 1984?
No, I first published in the winter of 84-85, and then the second edition with Hobsbawm's forward was 96. Yeah.
Wow. The British Marxist Historians, published by Zero Books. And also joining us, but I think it's I have a feeling it's going to be a problem, is Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. He's at a Thanksgiving dinner in Los Angeles. We just lost him.
Yeah, well, that's what PDA stands for, Problematic Democrats of America.
Problematic Democrats of America. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there are. So we just have your audio.
California. I think that big tidal wave came. He sounded like he was underwater in California.
Yeah, no, I just left the Thanksgiving party I'm at, and as I go through the house to go out into the street in front of the house, I lose reception in the house. So now
there you are, up in my right hand
in a very spectral way here.
Are you in Los Angeles?
I am. I'm at a street lamp. I'm just on the downside of the Hollywood Hills, near the Van Nuys and Ventura Boulevard intersection.
And were you with Hollywood, Los Angeles faux progressives eating faux turkey?
Actually, as Harvey knows, and I think I tried to communicate this in email, I was actually with a very preeminent Marxist scholar, his partner, who is the host of the original Jacobin magazine radio show. And then other than that, a bunch of Hollywood faux progressives. No, actually, her sister was involved in working in a production company with Jane Fonda through the balance of her career. And in fact, one guy at the party was telling me about how he was involved in the production of her most famous production, which was the whatever that's called, aerobics stuff she did. Remember that stuff?
Aerobics in North Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
No, they didn't shoot that in North Vietnam, though maybe they did.
No, I'm kidding.
She's a great American. I watched the documentary about her, like Jane Fonda in 3 acts or 4 acts. She is a great American, and it's a miracle she survived.
Lauren and this chap actually both speak glowingly of her, and she was their boss, so that's always a good sign.
She's and she and Tom Hayden. I mean, doesn't get any better than Tom Hayden, right?
Absolutely. And as David knows, I was once David's boss, and I'm a cruel bastard. So, it's not all bosses are good like that.
Right. And you introduced me to Tom Hayden. And Tom Hayden.
Right. Great guy.
Tom Hayden, who wrote the Lake Huron statement. Port Huron.
Port Huron.
And,
primary author, right?
Yeah.
Oddly, I wrote the Lake Huron statement and went nowhere, and then this guy wrote the Port Huron statement and went everywhere.
Which was the blueprint for the 60s. He was invited by Arthur Schlesinger to come to the Kennedy White House. Can you imagine? Anyway, right. Tom Hayden said to me, and it was an honor to meet him, he said, "Don't get cynical. That's what they want. They want you to get cynical." Professor Harvey J. Kaye, when you look at the Democratic leadership, when you see Joe Biden tonight celebrating Thanksgiving in the home of David Rubenstein, who runs the Carlyle Group, arguably the world's biggest arms war profiteer. Carlyle Group, they don't manufacture weapons, but they're the biggest investor in weapons.
Am I wrong in saying that Michael Moore's film, was it Fahrenheit? Which was it? Wasn't that a lot to do with the Carlyle Group, Alan?
Yeah, Fahrenheit 9/11.
Yeah, that was a lot of Carlyle Group. I mean, I associated the Carlyle Group with Bush. Little did I realize that very rich people cover their asses, both, Democrats, Republicans.
How do you not, again, we're Democrats. I voted for Biden. You voted for Biden. How can you not detest? It's like being molested by your priest. It's being like, it really
I
is.
don't have a priest. Let's be clear.
Would you like to be over in 2 hours?
Like being molested by your rabbi.
It's like being molested by your rabbi.
I've had women rabbis that might,
Yeah.
The point I just figure it's Thanksgiving. You're getting really serious for a holiday night, man.
Yeah, I know. I had some. They have very nice whiskey in there, by the way.
I'm like you. I don't stop. I'm kidding. I'm sick. I'm mentally ill. I don't.
No, I am impressed. I am impressed, actually, David. Very impressed. Why stop too? Right.
It's like being molested by the person you're supposed to trust. I know that Gosar is bad and Trump is bad, but this is like to reappoint Jerome Powell to the Federal Reserve.
Look, this is a thing that you can only imagine how frustrated I am by this subject, David. And Harvey and I talk all the time. The Democratic Party is split, and before Occupy and before the Bernie Sanders campaign, there was one place in the media where you could hear the basically political positions that were advocated on the one hand by Occupy and then by the Sanders campaign. And that was the place I worked. Okay.
Right.
And you talk to people around society and they knew a few things. One, the Democratic Party had completely, it was always, of course, compromised on foreign policy. Lyndon Johnson did the Vietnam War, after all. So there was a foreign policy consensus. But after Clinton, there was a domestic policy consensus, effectively. And it was no mystery. And so, after the Sanders campaign, there now develops an unapologetically progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says, Joe Biden and I should be in different political parties. If this was another country, we would very much be in different political parties.
Right.
But in this two-party system, for whatever reason, political scientists
Let me ask Professor Harvey J.K. a question based on what Alan just said. Alan Minsky, Executive Director, Progressive Democrats of America. Professor Harvey J.K. Does Joe Biden have more in common with Mitch McConnell than he does with you, me, and Alan?
Obviously, not in a public way, but
politically speaking, in terms of what he wants.
But if we do it over the course of a 45-year period, it would seem so. I mean, he was a neoliberal. I voted for him because I wasn't about to vote for Trump, and I don't throw my vote away on third parties. I haven't done that since 1980, and I'm in one sense, I had no expectations. I think I actually made my endorsement, for what it is, or for what it was, and for what it was worth, by saying, that you had the deplorable and the despicable to choose between, and deplorable was better than despicable. I then became. Do you think was my selection of words appropriate? Deplorable.
Yeah,
versus,
I went with. Despicable. What did you say? You went with despicable.
I think deplorable is not as bad as despicable.
You went with deplorable over despicable.
Yeah, right, right. And the only thing that I have to say that for a brief while I got a boost because I really did think that Bernie had found his way into Biden's brain. That Biden could see the crisis, and then little by then it sort of was whittled away. That as I've said before here, the selection of historians, that he was going to have a conversation with. Again, I don't have anything against any one of those people, unless you count John Meekum in there. I don't have anything good to say about him, actually. And then the what do they call it, the inaugural address, and one was grasping at straws because at that same evening he fired the guy who was like the chief attorney for the National Labor Relations Board. I mean, there were these little signs that he might actually have gotten the message that that the American people really need some kind of progressive, dare I say, radical action. Well, we do need radical action, but progressive would have been a nice start. And the American Rescue Plan was a major success, except there again, we got the signal that, number one, there were enough Democrats, even if the total number might only have been a dozen or so, who could block $15 an hour. And Biden was pretty much, by his inaction, apparently revealed his own position. He didn't go to bat for the $15 minimum wage, period. He left Bernie hanging there. And then over the course, and then what was telling is the fact that nothing happened. It's just like one long drag out kind of thing. Okay. One admired his determination to pull out of Afghanistan. But in terms of domestic, I mean, can you imagine it took 10 months to come up with a bill, and then, well, two bills, one of which was the bipartisan plan, which, then, except for the utterly ridiculous Republicans, it isn't it's big, but it's not exactly a radical innovation. And then the second, the Build Back Better, okay, which, one couldn't help but remember the other three B's, Better Business Bureau. Right?
There we go. Yeah.
But so as
nothing good with Bibi Rebozo, Bibi Netanyahu, nothing good.
BB guns,
nothing.
Brigitte Bardot, she wasn't too bad, at least for a while.
Actually she is.
No, and then it turned out she was like a fascist of some sort, I guess. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyhow, so then we get into all.
Maybe based on balls is more appropriate.
And then we get into the
Boop turned out to be a madam, by the way.
What's that? What?
Eddie Boop was a madam.
Hey guys, two things here. One is I have a thesis about this, which is a little bit dangerous for me to throw out with Harvey on the call, because it does draw a comparison between this legislation and Roosevelt. The other thing is, it seems that my phone is straining to maintain the connection, and it's plummeting.
You sound good. You
sound
look,
great.
But I'm down to
good.
16%, and I'm going to fade out soon. So I'm going to have to duck away in a few minutes.
You're doing worse than Biden. 60%.
yeah, there we go. I think so. But yeah, there we go. Both in sort of maybe. I shouldn't make a joke about vitality, but it's already at 15, so it's plummeting here. But here's the thing: is I sort of view Build Back Better. I'm beginning to look at this in this effort at democratic legislation in this political context, the pandemic and everything, but also the first Democratic president after the 2016 election, when public dissatisfaction with the neoliberal order burst onto the electoral political scene. And this is tough with Professor K here, because he can take a scalpel to this, but it's often said, especially on the left, that Roosevelt, in his decency and in taking it up in the strong union movements and the Great Depression, quote unquote, saved capitalism. I worry that all we got right now from Biden is the effort here is enough to save neoliberalism. If you look at the measures, people talk about, is Build Back Better as strong as the New Deal legislation? No, it's not even close, right? So in its weakness in that regard, all it does is save neoliberalism. You look at the even central statutes. It's a lot of Band-Aids to sort of hold the system together as it is, even though they're necessary and very good Band-Aids. But, even the best of them almost in this reconciliation bill, you can look at them through the light of allowing people to be freed up to be in the labor force under the neoliberal order. So this is saving neoliberalism. That not only saved capitalism, but it gave us social democracy in the United States because of how much stronger those were and how much stronger the left was. So if that framing is very, very broad stroke framing, has any accuracy to it, then it's incumbent upon us on the left to not stop pushing at this point, because we're just going to go back again to,
I
Go ahead,
agree.
Harvey.
Yeah, no, I still think we exaggerate the degree to which FDR saved capitalism as opposed to democracy, where I think the two were so intimately connected in his mind that it wasn't going to matter very much. But this is the thing. I think you're right, actually. That he may well be saving neoliberalism, because we have already heard, all this talk of inflation has already empowered folks who want to start cutting back. Okay. And the other thing is that the 2 trillion, it's not even 2 trillion, but people like to round up. This $2 trillion Build Back Better is not going to make it through the next stage. I mean, one would literally have to be a fool to believe that Manchin and Sinema are not going to slice into that somehow. I mean, they've made it clear they're going to do that. So what are we going to end up with? It, and in the end, ultimately, I can tell you, it isn't just the bills I'm concerned with. I've kind of left that to you, Alan. I'm concerned about the fact of how utterly disgruntled the vast majority of Americans will be, given already the fact that there are those who remember they didn't pass 15. Vast numbers of former students and students will remember that there was no release or reprieve from the student debt. I mean, it's just piles up,
Well,
and then on top of that, and at least FDR passed Social Security on a permanent basis, not that it would last 2 or 3 years.
Well, I got to tell you a few things, Guy. I do have to say I'm probably going to have to go. I'm down to 7%.
Whoa, that's going fast. Yeah,
it is. It's eating up because I think it has a bad connection. It's straining for the connection. And
as Ross Perot said, it's that vast sucking sound to the south. Mexico is just draining your battery there.
That's right.
But there we go. But
usually the sucking sound is my show in general, but it's nice that it's something else.
Well, I am going to just wait. First, yes, the Democrats have it worse before they get better, even with the great jobs report and the incredibly low unemployment rate, because you're going to have the what's it called, getting kicked out of your house. That relief period
Divorce?
is going to end. The student debt relief is going to end. It's not only not getting passed, people are going to start paying their student debts unless there's some kind of executive decision made in January. Then there's going to be no more unemployment payments to people. And these 3 things are really going to harm Democrats a lot. And I will see further in the decline in polls before things get better.
I know you're going to have to go. So I just want to tell you what I intend to just bring up is the fact that, seriously speaking, this last month, which I know is not a strike wave, but Striketober and then the continuing strikes and the victories in some cases that have taken place by labor, to me, that's my only hope for the next year, that labor will possibly gain a new dynamism based on the energies of these workers who had the audacity to stage strikes, which more power to them.
And we don't have a labor department that keeps track. They will only keep track of strikes that involve something like 1,000 employees. We hear about the John Deere, but we don't have the apparatus in Washington to measure little strikes, small business strikes.
Interesting.
So we're being told that this is one of the most halcyon periods when it comes to labor unrest. Alan Minsky.
I'm at 2%, so bye-bye. Your old friend Bob Brenner says hello, Harvey.
Nice to hear that. Thank you.
Sorry I couldn't bring him on, but I'm now at 1%. I'm fading. I'm dying. Bye.
Thank you, Alan. Happy Thanksgiving. So Alan is gone. How bad? Let me mute him. Let me say goodbye to Alan there. If you're not paying attention to what's going on in Washington, which is kind of what Reagan told us to do, don't pay attention to uh, to Washington.
Well, Carter said it first.
What did Carter say?
Carter basically said, he was telling people the problem is you've all got to make sacrifices. And I don't have the speeches right in front of me now, but if you could walk away from the Carter speeches of 78 and 79, believing that the problem is your next door neighbor. Yeah. Okay. Because your next door neighbor was not turning down the heat and putting on a sweater.
He made you suspicious
Yes.
of your neighbor's
right.
patriotism, neighbor's value.
Not patriotism. Basically, you couldn't trust each other because it's all the American people's fault because, they weren't willing to make it was imperative to make sacrifices. And if your next door neighbor would make the sacrifice and they were going to be a drag on the recovery. Seriously speaking, I know I disabused you of Carter a couple of years ago, but seriously speaking, the entire American political scene was already in motion, but Carter did incredible damage to the American left and American progressives and American labor and the American consumer movement and the American environmental movement. So, no joke.
Well, let's talk about your book. That's your new book.
Oh no, let's not talk about. Let's leave that for the spring when it comes out. Okay.
Well, I want to ask you about the British Marxist historians. It's coming out again. What would they say has happened? It seems to me you at one time in your life were one of the leading scholars, leading Marxist scholars. You turned to democracy studies. I think.
Well, it's funny because I didn't see one versus the other. To me, it really always had to do with democracy. In fact, at the very end of the British Marxist historians, from start to finish, anyone who reads it will see the degree to which the question of democracy was what was at stake. I mean, the British historians were undergraduates in the 1930s, and they were communists, undeniably. But what was at stake was, the future of democracy, and also that perhaps the collapse of capitalism would allow for the making of a democracy that included what we would think of as socialism. So, to me, my interest in them was that they really had transformed by their own efforts the ways in which, for a start, American social history and political history would be written ever after. I mean, before that, history was generally, there are those who still write in this way. Presidential historians are infamous for this top-down history. Okay. The intrigues of the court or the intrigues of the West Wing or the intrigues of inside the Beltway. And in fact, it's interesting because that's what was most upsetting, really, about, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier about Biden's intimacy with John Meacham. Meacham is just one of those presidential historian types. And to read him is, very pleasant and very, maybe even inspiring to, suburbanite, upper middle class people. But it doesn't get at how history is made. And when you then confront a crisis, as we are now confronting, as they confronted in the 30s, similarly, you don't understand the degree to which what it takes right now is not to rediscover the soul of America, whatever the fuck that might be, but rather that you have to, as much as possible, speak out. Not only, C. Wright Mills said you have to, speak truth to power and to others in hopes that maybe the others, meaning, working people, will literally sort of get stirred up and realize who they are and change the structure of power itself. I mean, that's speaking as a, in quotes, intellectual, but I'm also in the labor movement. I think labor movement, for 45 years has taken a beating from capital conservatives and neoliberals. And as I said, again, it's not a strike. It hasn't been a strike wave yet, but we can definitely see a hell of a lot of white caps, right, in the water.
Yeah.
And, how does one build on that? And I can also tell you, I'm hoping that in the next 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, whatever it might be, before the AFL-CIO convention and the election of either what I think of as an interim president or the election of a new president who I can tell you honestly, I would love to see Sarah Nelson win the presidency, and I've told her that very, very clearly. It's going to be a battle for the future, the future of the labor movement right now, which will also be the backstop for the rescuing of democracy. That's what's at stake in these next 8 months, because you're not going to see. Look, is it imaginable that the Democrats will pass a solid Voting Rights Act? Is it imaginable that the Democrats will pass the PRO Act that will re-empower workers, as the National Labor Relations Act did back in 1935? It's not likely. I mean, we've seen it. I mean, there is no alternative to Manchin and Sinema in this next year. I don't see how the Democrats can possibly enthuse people enough to vote, for their version of. Let's not even look. The Democratic Party has been, held by the neoliberals for all these years. Those who declared the end of neoliberalism with the election of Biden, that was fantastical, right? I mean, really fantastical. And I do think Bernie was right to take the chair of the Budget Committee, Senate Budget Committee. Why? Because you can imagine if he didn't, what we'd be seeing. Okay, I mean, seriously. So,
Kyle Rittenhouse gave an interview with Tucker Carlson. He said, "I support Black Lives Matter." And I heard that, saw Kyle Rittenhouse, and I thought, that's Joe Biden. That is, if you say it, it's good enough just to say it. Like Kyle Rittenhouse says, "I support BLM." And it's almost as though it's like identical to Joe Biden saying, "I'm going to be the
next FDR."
Yeah. And people go, "Oh, he's identifying with FDR." That's almost good enough.
Yeah, it seemed that way, didn't it? Right away, and I can tell you, it's really funny. People who I've known for years and years and years, who somehow really did, what's the expression? Drink the Kool-Aid about the Biden administration. They come at me more than anyone on the right or anyone on the left these days.
What's happening
in
right
fact,
now?
In that vein, I got to tell you, it's amazing the degree to which there are those who have been inside the Beltway all those years. If they were either with Clinton or they were with Obama or they were with Biden, and we all we like to imagine that there's a real divide between the Clinton dynasty and the Obama folks and the Biden folks, and it may well be the case. But who the fuck cares? The point is, they've all been doing the same kind of stuff.
They all want the same thing just for themselves.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way, right? Just for themselves, and God forbid, democracy should be what characterizes the Democratic Party.
Right. What's happening? A couple of things I've noticed. It's not my imagination. I've noticed when you go out and deal with people who work behind the counter, they treat you with contempt. I've noticed this in the past couple of weeks. Which aisle can I find my endurance cream? They just look at me with no. They look at when I'm at CVS and Walgreens or wherever I'm shopping. People are, especially in the big chains, which you shouldn't shop at.
Yeah,
the workers not only feel disgruntled, but it's almost like, go ahead and fire me. Go try to replace me. How much power, when you think of the borders being closed, we're not allowing people into the country.
Yeah.
We're told that workers have leverage. What could we be looking at in terms of the ascendancy of labor? Is that another fairy tale?
Well, there's one thing which has to do with workers' disgruntlement and the need for corporations at high and low to secure labor, and that does sort of give a certain impulse to seeing a rise in wages. It does give that. That's different. That's different, however, than a massive organizing effort. Which, by the way, even in the 30s, the massive organizing really did require an impulse afforded by the Democratic Party under FDR. And 1935 was the National Labor Relations Act. FDR had already been president since January of 33. But everyone forgets, I mean, seriously, everyone forgets, even historians forget when they comment about this, that it was in the first 100 days, he signed into law a bill which was intended to give workers the power to organize and bargain collectively. And the problem was that capitalists found their way around it in 33. They started organizing company unions, and the act did not give the federal government the kind of authority that it required to make sure that workers were not being cheated of their rights. That was part of the 35 National Labor Relations Act. Now, if we go back to when Biden took office, okay, yeah, he fired the right-wing lawyer for the National Labor Relations Board. I think that's what it was. And then later, when Bessemer was in the news, he made the remark that workers have the right to organize in favor and seek recognition and bargain collectively. Well, that was just a statement of fact. It was not really an endorsement.
No,
that's a statement of fact.
They already voted. When he made that statement, most of them had already voted.
Yeah, and yes, and moreover, and I think this is important to realize, it is a fact that workers have a right to organize in favor of bargaining collectively. And what most corporations are doing is what is not they are not entitled to do. Okay. So when he did that, one started to believe that the next step would be some kind of major endorsement of the PRO Act, a major call for workers to call on workers to go out and organize. And the leadership of the AFL-CIO didn't do a very effective job either in saying, okay, well, we can't have sympathy strikes, but what the fuck? We'll have sympathy strikes, right? That would have been one thing, or even better than that, we're gonna have a day of action.
Right? Sympathy strikes are against the law, aren't they?
Yeah, you can't have a sympathy strikes, right? Yeah, but workers have found their way around that. You can have a sympathy sick out, right? You got lots of things.
They do it all the time.
Yeah, right.
Blue.
And right now, how many people know right now that the Teamsters just literally had a leadership change that is committed to organizing the unorganized? Have people heard about that? No.
What happened?
Well, a progressive coalition won at the Teamsters lead, I believe, on the national level, and the impulse, the desire, the ambition is to go out and organize, which they've begun doing, Amazon workers and others. Now, whether they win all the time or not, we'll have to see. But if that's the case, then we ought to be hearing noise out of the Biden administration. Look, we can't get you the PRO Act, but we're going to do everything we can by way of the National Labor Relations Act and the National Labor Relations Board and whatever else to make sure your rights are guaranteed. And then let Biden say one more thing. If we're going to save democracy, we need a strong and vibrant labor movement, and we need workers to organize. Go, do it.
So they're going to scare.
But of course, I know, but he's not going to do it. But that's what he should do.
We're about 6 weeks away from being scared shitless. This is the season to scare the shit out of us.
Is that Christmas?
No, that after Christmas, 2022.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
We're not going to have Build Back Better passed, right? They're going to go on.
We'll have something they call Build Back Better passed, and all the folks who are fans of the Bidenettes, as I call them, they'll be celebrating. Well, look, 1.2 trillion dollars. This is nothing. So we haven't seen this kind of thing since FDR's New Deal.
Right. If the Democrat, we're being told this is, just really dark for the Democrats.
Yeah.
How bad can it get? I can imagine Speaker McCarthy or Speaker Trump.
Yes. Speaker McCarthy, and we already have McConnell could get back the
voting to remove committee assignments to all Democrats.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that. No, that's not.
But a lot of committee assignments.
No, more important than that. No, they don't even. Who the hell? look what they were able to accomplish with Democrats on all those committees. They're not worried. I mean, what they'll do if they want to is they'll pass a national right to work law. Okay, they'll definitely endorse in some way state initiatives to, reactionary state initiatives to suppress the vote, looking towards 2024. They will definitely encourage folks around the country to try to go to the Supreme Court with a woman's right to choose and see how far that gets. I mean, look, I've been saying for years, it's workers' rights, voting rights, women's rights, and they'll be targeted. And immigration, it'll be interesting on the question of immigration, because there will be a lot of corporate bosses who might say, well, we do want more workers, we can't have these disgruntled, already in the country American workers telling us what we should pay them. So, they may actually open the door a little more.
Right.
That's off the top of my head. I don't know what they'll do, obviously.
Before you go, the 14-day moving average of COVID cases is up 20%.
Yeah.
People are not, thankfully, dying. It's down 10%, but people are getting COVID. And what are we looking at with COVID? What's going on in Wisconsin? Because it was pretty bad.
It's on the rise again. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have the statistic. My wife reads it to me and I think, really? And because I don't have the raw numbers, so I can get too carried away when I hear the percentages.
Well,
but it is the case. It's definitely it's definitely coming back up. Look, vast numbers of people. I don't think we're that much higher now in terms. I think it was as a percentage of people vaccinated, right? I mean,
more people died from COVID this year than last year in America.
In 2021 than 2020. Huh. Well, it came late in 2020, right? That was 2020. Now it's a full year.
In March, April, they told us it was coming. We knew it didn't really.
Yeah, New York had it. It was New York. You folks
battered it here first. We had it first.
Yeah, right. Well, New York has always taken the lead in culture, the arts, and all those kinds of
things that are cultured as well.
Yes.
It's hot. I mean, the hot spots are Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, parts of New Mexico, parts of Maine.
Well, we've decided, we've allowed ourselves, we've gone into various places we hadn't been going in before. Food store we go in because we're not there that long, and we shop almost every other day just for the fun of walking to the store with masks on. But I'm not going to go to shopping malls as I've occasionally done recently. I'll stay away from certain places just to take the extra care. I mean, I am flying to New York again in mid-December.
Oh, well, we go for our...
I would like to imagine that. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, because I'll be there, I think, even more day. I think I'll be there a couple more days than I was last time.
Fantastic. That was
fun, right?
It was the first time in 2 years where I thought, New York's a great town. Look at this.
This time, I think we should do it as
2 years.
Well, that's great. I think we should do it as a musical next time when we get together.
New York's a great town. What are you reading
on the town? I think has anyone used that title before? I can't remember.
You and me. We should do a remake.
Right.
You can have the Gene Kelly part, and I'll be Frank Sinatra. What are you reading for pleasure? What is bringing you pleasure?
Well, actually, you know what? I can tell you, pleasure I can't quite say, but yesterday I read the first 3 chapters of Newt Gingrich's new book.
You read Josh Hawley?
I was supposed to review this book by Gingrich, but it is a real trial to try to get through it. It's just, these guys say the same thing all the time. And the worst part about it is that it's just not worth reading liberals' books. It's not even worth reading liberals and progressives' books these days. Yeah. At least this one, it keeps me awake because of the fact that it makes me angry. So
he's an intellectual. Considering
that the Republicans have always been the stupid party, I guess. Yeah, I mean, he's a PhD. He has a PhD in European history. I think he dealt with the Belgian Congo or something like that.
Neo-colonialism
Yeah,
or
well, colonialism straight out is probably what he did.
yeah.
And
Right. He criticized Obama in 2012 for being having the mindset of a post-colonial Kenyan. And I remember thinking, what the hell does that mean? And
oh God. Well, I can tell you that I've been following Newt Gingrich, the intellectual, for years because he wrote a book back in, I want to say early mid 90s. It was before the Contract on America, so it must have been 1992. So the Renewal of America. His first book really was a kind of political book that was influenced by Future Shock, who's the author's name is escaping me, Toffler, Alvin Toffler.
Right.
And his book was actually a kind of a statement in political terms of the future shock. He really was talking in those terms. This book, after all these years, echoed, at least in one chapter, that future shock kind. He's saying, his book is called Beyond Biden. He's saying after Biden, things are good. When we take power again, things are going to be great. Think of the technologies and this and this and that. And it's like he's selling the future once again.
Yeah. Hey, plagiarist Fareed Zakaria,
yeah,
neoliberal and warmonger, has a special Sunday night entitled China's Iron Fist, Xi Jinping and the Stakes for America. They are trying to gin up a confrontation with China.
Well, it seems that way, but I'm not naive. I'm not going to be so naive as to say the Chinese aren't pushing at the U.S. in the South China Sea and elsewhere. I'm just not going to. I have a very neutral kind of view of the question. I think I think international relations and such things go two ways, and the problem is that there's just no leadership in the world to create a more effective vehicle for peace and monitoring and things like that. And we're having to depend on outlets such as CNN and Fareed Zakaria. So, fake news, I don't know.
Yeah. Professor Harvey J. Kaye is the author of your next Christmas gift, FDR on Democracy. What a great gift, FDR and Democracy. Or
thank you, David. I really
do.
do think I know how flawed FDR was. People sometimes think I'm naive. Look, he didn't do enough. He didn't purge the State Department to make sure more Jews could escape Hitler. Number one. Two, he didn't succeed in opening the army in such a way to as a multiracial force. They sustained it as a Jim Crow military. And last but not least, and really in domestic terms, one of the worst civil rights tragedies in American history, the internment of the Japanese Americans. But it also remains the case that FDR, in his moment, offered a vision of democracy that I can tell you, at least in the 20th century and 21st, we have yet to see another president reach that kind of vision.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be seeing it in the next 3 years.
No.
I love you. Thank you. I'll see you for the holidays.
Yeah. Well, in New York, you bet.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Great.
And
Thank
you'll
you.
see me next Thursday night.
Fantastic. Thank
Good.
you.
Okay.
Professor
Thank you.
Harvey J. Kaye. And I think that wraps up our Thanksgiving spectacular, and a spectacular it was. I want to thank all our guests for showing up to the show. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Everybody-
Can I just say, I was really enjoying hearing Marianne recount the details to whatever extent any of us can remember them of the primary. Pete Buttigieg's, it was actually something of a threat, as was Klobuchar. Believe me, if you would ever ask me, could either one of them be a threat to anyone, I could never have imagined. And the oddest thing was that Biden was literally a flunky and a failure through the primaries. And yet they all somehow rallied around him because they all got told they had to, because when it came down to it, he's the only one who could win. Bernie couldn't win.
Right. It speaks to a mindset among neoliberals of entitlement and inheritance, that Biden should inherit the presidency instead
But
of.
it's also something else, and this is what I mean by an understanding of history afforded by the British Marxist historians that sticks with me, and that is, it's also very telling that the neoliberals actually have a better sense of their fellow citizens than we do. And what do I mean by that? They're afraid of them. Okay. They needed the Biden guy because Biden would not do what Bernie would have done.
Right.
Okay. And so when I come on and I say to you on the show, I don't understand why they don't do this or that, mobilize people, because God forbid in their minds, American working people should get mobilized.
Right. And it speaks to how anti-democratic the Democratic Party is. They didn't trust the process.
Right.
Whatever you want to say about the process, the grueling weeding out of the weak that the primary season is, it gets the toughest candidate wins, the most convincing and the toughest. And it's a leading indicator of what kind of president this person will make. Biden had the nomination handed to him. He didn't earn it. Nobody wanted Joe Biden. Trump, on the other hand, he earned the Republican nomination. He won that. You watch that process. He won the filtration.
He revealed just how many wusses were on the stage in that circus car of a debate among the Republicans. Right. But the other thing is because the Democrats have been so incapable of inspiring people, and remember, Bernie's not exactly a Democrat. The fact is that Trump could get away with the lies about his own vision that he made it sound as if he would be the primary defender of Medicare. He made it out as if he would be the primary pursuer of national infrastructure. Okay. People should remember that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, David, I'm keeping you later than you should be up.
Thank you. I'll see you next week. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
My last thought on this is there is a filtration process that both parties have, that when you start in Iowa, you will be, if you don't have the goods in terms of stamina, strength, and being able to sell your product, you will be weeded out by the primaries. Biden couldn't survive the filtration process. He was handed the nomination, and he doesn't have the stamina to be president. You can't hand things to people that they didn't earn. It's why Hunter, who tonight is sitting in the home of a $30 million home of David Rubenstein, the Carlyle Group, Hunter had things handed to him, and it makes him weak. The Biden family has things handed to them, and it makes them weak. We have a weak president because he didn't earn it. It was handed to him by Obama, Clyburn, and the Democratic establishment, and that's why his poll numbers are so bad. I will vote for Biden if he runs against Trump, but I am thoroughly disgusted by our president. I think he is heinous. I really do. I think he did not earn. He won it, but he didn't earn it. It was handed to him by the neoliberal Democratic Party establishment, and I hope Bernie challenges him in 2024. Problem is, there isn't enough of a left infrastructure within the Democratic Party to hold Bernie up. That's the problem. We don't have enough leftists in the Democratic Party. So it's not just Biden's fault. We need more AOCs. We need more Cori Bushes. We don't have them yet, and the clock is ticking. So we have to support more leftists in the Democratic Party. Again, I'm not giving up on the Democratic Party. I want the Bidens out, the Clintons out. We need more leftists to come in and then purge the party of people who celebrate Thanksgiving inside the $30 million home of war profiteer David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group. Know the name David Rubenstein. Know what the Carlyle Group is. David Rubenstein. Before you donate to the PBS, keep in mind that David Rubenstein, war profiteer, arguably the biggest war profiteer in the world, bought his way onto his own show on the PBS, the David Rubenstein Show. Ken Burns has collected something like $15 million from David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group. Know who David Rubenstein is. He runs the Kennedy Center. He used to run the Smithsonian. He is arguably the single biggest war profiteer in the world. Carlyle Group. Learn about the Carlyle Group. Our president is celebrating Thanksgiving in that man's home. That is heinous. I want to thank our guests. I have no idea who they were tonight. Let me see. It was Ethan Hirschenfeld. Thank you. Go watch Thug Thug Jew. It's amazing on YouTube. Emil Guillermo. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. And then we had Professor Ann Lee. She was back. Professor Adnan Hussein was back. Professor Jonathan Bick. Professor Marianne Cummings, the executive director of the Progressive Democrats of America, Alan Minsky, and of course, the great Professor Harvey J. Kaye. Go buy FDR on Democracy and take hold of your history. Two great gifts for your loved ones this holiday season. Thank you for sharing your Thanksgiving with me. To all the people in the chat room, if you would like to attend a live taping, we have some people. Yes, Rodrigo. I was going to thank everybody in the chat room.
I wasn't going to say anything, but it's amazing to me that even among your listeners, there's people who honestly believe that Trump would have beaten Bernie, and we should be worried about that. And that's all. Happy Thanksgiving.
You are surprised that there are people who think Trump could have beaten Bernie.
I'm surprised there are people who say they're leftists who believe Trump would have beaten Bernie. Yes.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I don't think it would have been easy for Bernie. I think this country has a lot of residual hatred for Jewish socialists from New York. I think Bernie would have really scared the Wall Street, and maybe the American people would be for Bernie, but there are powers that you and I are not aware of who can figure out ways to scare millions and millions of Americans into voting against their own self-interest. There are things you can do with the markets, the media, the mainstream media. Sidney Ember from the New York Times, a Wall Street reporter, was covering Bernie and not giving him a fair shake. There were plenty of neoliberals who who call themselves Democrats, who would have sabotaged the general election. And if through some strange quirk of history, Bernie won, they would have, look at what Manchin and Sinema are doing. I mean, forget the Republicans. The Democrats in D.C., they don't need a Democratic president. They don't care. Look at Pelosi. They don't care about what Bernie wants. They don't need to be in power. They do very well without being in charge. So a Bernie win over Trump, I don't think that was guaranteed. And if he did win, he has no support in the Democratic Party. Zero. He'd have to do what Trump did, and that would have been unseemly. He couldn't do what Trump did. Trump was a Democrat who took over the Republican Party, a Democratic socialist taking over the Democratic Party that is so neoliberal. Bernie would have, they would have, the way Tip O'Neill and Ted Kennedy sabotaged Jimmy Carter, it would have been exponentially worse for Bernie. And the American people scare very easily. So I wanted Bernie to win, and it's a fight. You have to fight the good fight. The problem is he would be all by himself. And can you imagine what Afghanistan, the pullout of Afghanistan would have looked like if it were Bernie? Not what it would have looked like, how it would have been reported. Can you imagine how they would have reported getting the troops out of Afghanistan if it was Bernie doing it? Again, I want Bernie, but the American people scare easily because they are, all Americans are low information voters, including me. We are low information voters and we scare easily. So I don't know why you think it would have been a cakewalk in November if Bernie got the nomination.
Hold on, I never said a cakewalk. I have never said it would be easy. I'm very aware of how hard it would have been, but I also remember Bernie going out there and talking to people until he had a heart attack. And if Bernie hadn't dropped off, a lot more people would have started to wonder, hey, why am I voting for these guys who haven't allowed the minimum wage to go up since 2007, you know?
Yeah. All right. When does Mexico, what do you do for Thanksgiving? When do you celebrate Thanksgiving?
We don't have Thanksgiving, but we have Black Friday and Cyber Monday, which are the important parts, as you know.
Yeah, don't buy anything, people. You don't need anything. Buy a book. But I think labor needs to start organizing, and I think the best way to celebrate Christmas is bake somebody some bread. Don't waste money on garbage that's sitting in a container ship that hasn't been unloaded yet. Don't get your kids Hanukkah gifts. Don't get them Christmas gifts. Don't get them Kwanzaa gifts. Do not do it. Give them hugs. Give them something to eat. Give them a library card. There is no toy, no video game that they need. And I have more respect for adults who felt cheated when they were kids on Christmas Day and Kwanzaa and Hanukkah and whatever holiday. If you really love your kids, do not buy them any gifts for the holidays, especially if you're having a good year. If you had a good year and you got money in the bank, which nobody has, but you're not being evicted, don't buy gifts for people. Don't buy into this garbage. There's nothing you can buy that anybody needs other than your unconditional love and support. Give the gift of unconditional love for the holidays. I mean that. Unfortunately, I have to buy people gifts, but few people I have. But no, but don't, and toys for tots, and that kind of stuff. But for the most part, if you're safe and your family's safe, don't give them anything. Give them donate to Toys for Tots. Think about those who really need something all year round. That's my message. All right. Thank you to everybody. Bernie Ho, I love you, Bernie Ho. I know you're going to say something. Go ahead.
You big pussy. Why
What?
didn't you put me on? I said, you big pussy. Why didn't you put me on with Greg and Apatow yesterday? Were you afraid I was going to make them cry?
Did you raise your hand?
To give Judd some pointers on how to make his movies better.
You were going to give Judd Apatow pointers on how to make movies.
Yes, he really should speak to John Landis. He has a lot of experience, especially with helicopters and
See, Jennifer Jason Leigh actually says that those jokes, she's Vic Morrow's daughter, and she said, you didn't know that Jennifer Jason Leigh is Vic Morrow's daughter?
Wasn't she in Howard the Duck?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't she in Howard the Duck?
The George Lucas movie?
Oh, I don't know.
To me, that's better than Star Wars, Howard the Duck. I'm not a star. Anyway.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Well, I should what?
I said, go fuck yourself.
Thank you. Jennifer Jason Leigh said that her father, Vic Morrow, died, and she couldn't believe that became.
Bifurcated.
He got yes, and she couldn't believe that became like the biggest joke. Like she's grieving, and there are Vic Morrow jokes going on, not on this show. All right, how was your Thanksgiving, Bernie Ho, baby cat?
It was fun. I'm not big on Thanksgiving.
What?
Not big on Thanksgiving.
Nothing to be thankful for, or you just?
Thanks for nothing.
That's what we should have a holiday called Thanks for Nothing Day. I agree with you. All right. Thank you, Bernie Ho. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow at office hours, okay?
All right. Go fuck yourself.
Thank you. Bernie Ho is royalty on this show. She's the original gangster when Liam and I used to take questions from my listeners. Bernie Ho was one of the first people. That's our show. Thank you for coming to our virtual studio audience. If you would like to attend a live taping, please go to my website and sign up. And if you would like to come to office hours and meet better people like Bernie Ho, baby cat, then go to my website, sign up for office hours. Subscribe to this show wherever you get podcasts. We are on every platform: Stitcher, Pandora, Spotify, iTunes, wherever there's a podcast catcher, you can listen to us. We also, if you want to watch this show getting live streamed, we have a YouTube channel that's slowly growing. So please subscribe to this show on YouTube. And YouTube is the best way to share something you like. because of the time code. So if there's an interview that we did that you think you would want to share with a loved one, it's best to do it through YouTube, because you can just punch in the time code and share a specific part of this baton death march of an episode. I'm David Feldman. I'll see you all at office hours, I hope. Oh my God! I
was wondering when you were going to notice, David.
I didn't notice. I didn't notice. It's, oh my, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, I figured you know, it's nice and early here, David.
Huh?
I figured I should drop by before you closed it out. But it's nice and early.
You know what this is like? I feel like this is Thanksgiving dinner, and my estranged whatever decided, but you're not estranged. Henry Huckamackie joins us, who you have not been on the show since you left the United States. And let's not talk about COVID. Let's talk about you. Where have you been?
Henry, how's Mama Maki?
She's good. I called her yesterday. Well, today for you, yesterday for me. She's doing well.
Okay, I have to.
Tell her I said hi.
Okay.
And any messages for my mother? Bernie Ho, any messages for my mother?
She needs to get her prescription refilled.
All right. Just kidding. Okay, I'm going.
Willow resistant.
All right. I have to. Okay, I have to disable talking. Oh no, hang on, I didn't do it. Okay, I think I did it. Henry Huckamackie is an immunobiologist, host of Guerrilla History with Professor Adnan Hussein, and he does not join us from Germany. We were told you were going back to Germany. People who watch the show and watch your interviews know that you're coming to us from someplace else. Where are you tonight?
Yeah, well, I was in Germany. I was in Germany for about 4 months or so after I went back. But since then, I've been in Kazan, Russia.
Now, where's that?
It's about 10 and a half hours drive due east of Moscow. So I'm getting closer to the European-Asian divide. Still technically on the European side of Russia, though.
Right. So it's 10 hours further east?
Further east than Moscow, yeah.
Of Moscow. So longitudinally, what would be below it?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, it is.
Let's see if I can
Oh,
find
what are
it.
you doing?
I know the latitude. The latitude is I'm at the 56th parallel, which would put me in Hudson Bay if I was in North America. So pretty far north.
And what are you doing?
Yeah, so interesting story. My lab that I was at in Germany had budget restructuring, so my position was eliminated there, along with a bunch of other people.
When you got there?
Yeah, a couple months after I got there.
How American.
So yeah, I lost my position. Some other people lost their positions, and an opportunity opened itself over here that, you know, it's not a very hard job, but not a lot of hours, although yesterday was long because we had meetings. So I'm only having to work like 25, 26 hours a week generally, and getting close to as much pay as I was, getting in Germany. And the cost of living is like a third of what it was there. So
Wow.
very, very good opportunity. And I'm enjoying it. Although the paperwork here is just as crazy as Germany. And Germany is notoriously bad when it comes to paperwork. And here it's just as bad. And
Right.
the percentage of Russians who speak English is very low. So I have to have a translator with me for almost everything.
Right. So you're not learning Russian.
I will be. I mean, I know.
How hard is it to speak English in Russia?
So some of the young people in Russia speak English fairly okay. Not all of them. I mean, I would say, I don't know, I don't talk to too many people, but I would say that of the younger people that I try to talk to, I can get by speaking English with about a third of them, maybe 40% of young people. Of the older people, it's probably well under 10% that I could even get by speaking in English to. There's some translation apps that work really well. So, you know, I talk into my app and then they read in real time what I'm saying. They talk into my app and I read in real time what they're saying. I can point my camera at things and it'll translate, you know, entire labels or recipes, cookbook, you know, for Thanksgiving, which I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving, but, you know, point my camera at this cookbook and it'll translate all of the ingredients and the recipe. I mean, it's very, very cool.
Now, one of the noticed, follow Henry on Twitter at Huck1995. One of the things I've noticed is you are unearthing Soviet era monuments and tributes to Lenin. How much is left of, how much happy memories do they have of Soviet Russia, Marxism?
A lot. Yeah, so in terms of like monuments and things like that, like you mentioned that I've been kind of sharing, you see it all over the place. I mean, in one of the central squares, we have a huge monument to Lenin, probably, you know, 40 feet tall. There's outside of the main university in the city, there's a statue of Lenin when he was a student there. It was the first university that he went to. He was kicked out when his brother was executed by the Tsar, but it was where he first went. It was where his dad went. And it's the only statue of young Lenin in Russia. But yeah, there's statues, there's big statues with, you know, red stars, monuments to World War II victims, hammers and sickles on things all over the place. There's museums.
Communism, we're told here that communism is dead in Russia. How big is the Communist Party in Russia?
It's the second biggest party in the country. It's the biggest opposition party. So the biggest party is
Navalny's not a communist.
No, not at all. Not at all. He's so he doesn't really fit within any of the existing political parties particularly well, but he was a member of Yabloko, which means apple in English. And they're very centrist, somewhat liberal party that doesn't really stand for much, and they have no support whatsoever. I mean, they really never get seats.
In the United States, we're told in, what was it, 91, communism fell and the kleptocracy took over, Wall Street took over, and communism was a complete and utter failure. And it's settled law, not in China, but it's settled law in Russia that communism has entered the dust heap of history. Is that true? Is it possible that communism would come back? And are there any remnants of communism structurally?
That's a really good question. So in terms of the governmental structure, they are very, very capitalist. The party that rules, Yenadnaya Rossiya, which means United Russia, are a pretty right-wing party by European standards. But a lot of the institutions within Russia still are vestiges of the Soviet era. So for example, when women have children here, they get a full year of paid maternal leave, and they get a stipend for the child that's the equivalent of 1 year at the median wage of work. So you get a year of paid leave and basically the equivalent of an extra year's work to pay for the child when you have it.
In America, that's communism. I mean,
Right.
People, they go, that's communism.
You know, they have the option for an extra year of unpaid leave without where they're guaranteed their job when they come back. So you get up to 2 years off. And with that stipend, it would be the equivalent of working for those 2 years anyway. But yeah, I mean, institutionally, there are some structures that still remain from the Soviet era. Those are things that came in the Soviet Union, and they're still here. And the people, they would riot if they tried to get rid of them. And in fact, they did, riot when some of these things were tried to be done away with under Yeltsin. And that was when Yeltsin, and supported by the United States, turned the guns on the civilians who were trying to make sure that the Communist Party was still able to exist in the end of the Soviet Union, beginning of Russian Federation. But yeah, the US's support for Yeltsin really did end the potential for overturning that sham election that the US influenced. Not very, it was pretty explicit. I mean, it was on the cover of Time magazine. It was the president that we elected, and it was a picture of Yeltsin. They weren't exactly hiding it.
A useful alcoholic idiot. I mean, a fall down drunk.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, Putin also was somebody who was supported by the United States at that time. He was, one of Yeltsin's guys, really. And, the US kind of supported him because he was also an anti-communist. Now, I know a lot of people are like, well, he was a KGB agent. Being in the KGB did not mean that you were a committed communist. Sorry to say. That's like saying that everybody in the State Department under Donald Trump was a fan of Donald Trump.
Right.
That's not necessarily the case. In fact, most of the people in the State Department probably didn't like Donald Trump a whole heck of a lot.
So he and the KGB were parking billions of dollars in America during this transition. He was very much a capitalist, and he could possibly be the wealthiest man in the world, Putin. So the impression we get is Russia is an authoritarian regime living under the iron fist of Putin. Do you get a sense that the people live in fear of Putin?
Fear is not the word that I would say. I would say people are aware that there's going to be more surveillance by the state than there would be in some other countries, for example. But let's not pretend that there's not surveillance in the United States. Just look at what Edward Snowden released, for example. We know that the United States does surveillance on a mass scale, whether they're saying that they are or not. We know that it's happening. Russians accept that there is surveillance going on that perhaps they don't really like, but they're not afraid of it per se. I mean, maybe they're uneasy about some of the surveillance measures, but they're not afraid of it. In terms of Putin's popularity himself, it's very split. It's not like everybody is super anti-Putin and they just can't get rid of the guy. There are a lot of people that still really credit him for, and this is in fairness, completely pulling Russia out of the tailspin that Yeltsin put them in. The Soviet Union started to take a dip at the end, in part because of the war in Afghanistan in the 80s, in part because of revisionism that was seeping into the Communist Party, in part because of external forces by the United States. There was a lot of reasons why the Soviet Union started to take its dip at the end. And then when it fell, and again, a lot of those same factors pushed it into that, things went really, really, really bad afterwards. Like I've said on the show before, and I'm sure other people have brought up the same statistic, when the Soviet Union fell, the next 5-year period was the biggest drop in life expectancy in any country in recorded history outside of wartime. So obviously, if a country was undergoing a genocide or something like that, the life expectancy might have dropped more. But in terms of peacetime, biggest drop in life expectancy in any country ever. The economic situation of Russia completely fell apart under Yeltsin. And it was only when Putin came in that things really started to stabilize themselves again. So a lot of people still credit him for that. And particularly among the, I would say, middle-aged Russians. So a lot of the older Russians have very fond memories of communism. The middle-aged Russians credit Putin for pulling up Russia by the bootstraps, as the saying goes. And younger Russians are a more diverse bunch. You have some people that fall into the liberal human rights camp of Navalny. Although, again, let's remember, and you can go back to the interview that I did with Katya on the show. He does not have nearly the support here that people in the West think that he does. Like, his rallies sometimes get a lot of people out, but those are more rallies against this kind of government surveillance that they know that they're under than in support of Navalny. Navalny doesn't himself have support. You know, the cause of human rights, for example, may have support, but Navalny, nobody really cares about the guy here. If he ran for president, he would get, 2% of the vote. He's not a real factor here.
Right.
But yeah, I don't remember what the question was now, but
how much are there Starbucks, Kentucky Fried Chickens? What do you see?
Yeah, those
American businesses?
Yeah, those are all here. And those were brought in under Gorbachev. You may remember, David, but if not, that's fine. Gorbachev was famous for bringing Pizza Hut to Russia. There was big ads with Gorbachev on them for bringing Pizza Hut to Russia, and it was kind of this opening between the Soviet Union and the United States. And of course, the Soviet Union fell apart very shortly after.
They called it Pizza Yurt, I believe, where you are. Pizza
Yeah,
Yurt.
we actually have plans to go to a yurt for work one of these days, but
what is a
I don't know.
yurt?
It's like a round tent, basically, a large round tent, slightly domed. They're very, very nice things if you like the outdoors. Yeah, I like yurts. We have yurts in the UP where I was from. You would go to them in the winter time, go cross country ski to a yurt, stay in it, and then go out skiing during
It's
the
not
day.
romantic. Like there's no such thing as a stabbing yurt. Like, you ever heard of a stabbing cabin? I was your age.
I have heard of it, but I have no idea what it is.
A stabbing cabin is where, you're young, you're single, and you have a cabin for some stabbing, for dating.
Yeah. No, I don't know if yurts are really the thing for that. Although, where you can find romance in that, middle of the woods, a big rounded tent, the wind whistling through the leaves outside, the moonlight glistening through the top of the canvas, the fire in the middle keeping you nice and toasty warm. I mean, there's romance to be found there.
I need to have you on with John Ross, because John Ross, now he's married, he, right after the fall of the Soviet Union, gave up on American women, went to Russia. The whole thing was to go to Russia and bring a woman back. And he has video of him trying to, and I don't remember this. I've heard stories. It's always like, yes, I'll move in. This wasn't John Ross, but I've heard other stories of American men going to Russia to bring a woman back. And right before they want to get married, well, I have a brother. And then they realize that's not really her brother. This is some Tennessee shit that's going on with her brother. And I told John that if you were to bring a woman from Russia home with you, anyway, I'm not going to tell you, it would, but is it free and lively? Are people up drinking espresso and talking about the world? Are you arguing the world in Russia?
Oh yeah, debate is a very open part of society here. Although, it's difficult because of COVID restrictions in a lot of places. Like the republic I'm in, which is the Republic of Tatarstan, has
the Republic of Tatarstan. That sounds like
it's
some
basically like the state.
movie.
There's 85 federal districts of Russia, and this is one of them. So it would be like one of the 85 states of Russia. It's a very interesting one. Maybe a story.
What is the ethnic makeup of people of Tatarstan?
Yeah, it's 50% ethnic Tatar, 30% ethnic Russian, roughly. 50% Muslim, 30% Christian. Hasn't been religious conflict since the Golden Horde was
And do
around
people
here.
identify as Tatar?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and I mean visibly so. I mean, you can walk down the street here, and you see, oh yeah, Russian, Tatar, Russian. Some of them, aren't too easy to tell because, of course, that ethnic group's been here for like 1,000 years, so there's been a lot of mixing between the two cultures. But
and what are the stereotypes? Like who? I would assume the ethnic Russians look down on the Tatars, right?
Here? No. I mean, I think that if you looked, I don't have the demographic data or the socioeconomic data. I would guess, this is just purely based on things that I've seen, so it could be completely wrong. I would guess that the ethnic Russians on average are slightly wealthier than the Tatars in this city. And that's simply because...
Are they like a colonial power, the ethnic Russians?
No, I don't think so. It's more like that. The thing is that the immigration happened so long ago and they've coexisted peacefully for so long. It's not like the United States, who genocided the Native Americans. Right. The settlers genocided the Native Americans, and now there's such a minority group that most Americans do implicitly look down on them. I'm not saying that everybody is, an explicit racist, but of course, everybody has prejudices that they have inside, even if you're trying to overcome them.
Right.
Anybody that says that they have no prejudice against anybody is a liar. Here, it's, they've been coexisting in this exact area for 1,000 years. And the Tatars are still the majority group here. And still see all this
Muslim, or it's split?
Yes,
mostly Muslim.
So it's 50. This republic is 50% Muslim, 30% Orthodox Catholic.
And what are the Tatars? Are mostly what?
They're mostly Muslim. The only ones that aren't Muslim, Ivan the Terrible, when he sacked the city, forcibly converted a fairly significant portion of the Tatars to Orthodoxy. Obviously, this was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So after Ivan the Terrible's reign, and when things kind of opened back up again, many of them converted.
It's funny that you would be born with the name Ivan the Terrible, and you would end up becoming terrible.
It's a bit of a mistranslation, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Russian, it's Ivan Grozny, which means it's more close to like Ivan the Great, rather than Ivan the Terrible. Like when we think terrible, like, oh, he was a terrible guy, but Grozny means more like great or significant, not necessarily like bad. In fact, it doesn't mean bad at all.
So it would be Catherine the Terrible.
I don't know what the translation for Catherine the Great is. Usually they use the numbers when I talk to them here. So I don't know, but like Grozny, it's not really like a direct translation for great. It's like great and powerful. So whether or not that same name would be used for Catherine the Great, we call Catherine the Great in English.
Well, if you ever had a horse on top of you, have you ever had a horse on top of you that requires great power and greatness? What are the stereotypes? Do they make jokes behind people's backs? Are some people hot-blooded, cheap, stupid? What are there must be ethnic jokes that are told, right?
Not too many that I know. I mean, most of the ethnic jokes that I've heard, and maybe people are just tiptoeing around me because I'm a foreigner, which I'm sure is the case. Nobody's going to open up their heart to you on the first day that you're there. So I can't really say whether there's like any deeply held stereotypes. It seems like everybody gets along really well here, but a lot of the stereotypes are regarding food, because Tatar cuisine is pretty distinct from the rest of Russia. Horse meat, for example, is a big delicacy here. Everybody here loves horse meat, whereas in most of Russia,
Catherine the Great.
Probably. But yeah,
you don't have Catherine.
No. I know what you're referring to, David.
Okay.
But in most of Russia, or at least the more populated parts of Russia, not to say that this is unpopulated, there's 1.3 million people here.
Right.
But in more West Russia, horse meat is not really a big delicacy, but here it's huge. There's all kinds of, pies. There's a very distinct dessert here, which is I really like. It's called chak-chak. That's so popular here that they even have a museum dedicated to it. It's the Museum of Chak-chak. It would be like having the Museum of Apple Pie in the United States, or the Museum of, I don't know, what's a dessert?
This is horse
dessert
pie?
of creme brulee. No. This dessert doesn't have meat in it. It's basically just fried dough, like little strips of dough with honey poured on it. So it's like crispy and sweet. Looks like, let me see. I've got my cookbook in front of me. It looks like this when it's done.
Oh, wow. That looks
Yeah,
delicious.
it's good, and it's in every grocery store and bakery, everything. So
One of the things I've noticed when you drive over the border, when you go from the United States to Mexico or Canada, you automatically know you're not in America anymore. It's jarring. How jarring is it to be in Russia? Do you ever see something that reminds you of home, or are you I would assume it's far more alien to your sensibilities than Germany was. Architecturally?
Yes. Architecturally, it's very different than the United States or Germany. This part of Russia specifically, because the war never made it this far east in Russia. That is to say, World War II. So all of the historic buildings are still standing. We've got buildings that are, the city's over 1,000 years old. It was founded in the year 1005. So we have most of our old buildings that are still standing for 500, 600, 700 years in the city. We have mosques that are 600 years old in the city. We have churches that are 400 years old in the city. We have the Kremlin here is I don't know, 700 years old, 600 years old.
Kremlin. I thought isn't there a Kremlin in Moscow? Isn't that?
Yeah, Kremlin is like a fortified castle wall, basically, like the old castle area of the city. So a lot of big cities have Kremlins. Our Kremlin has like this old defensive wall back from when this was more, like castle-y type times. And then there's some internal buildings within the castle walls that would have been like, watchtowers and stuff like that. Moscow obviously has a more famous one, but the Kremlin here is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's really beautiful. You should just Google it.
Exhilarating that we always hear about. It's depressing this time of year in Russia. Is it when you walk outside, are you exhilarated that you're in Russia and this is an adventure, or does it sometimes?
I love it. I love it. So it's exhilarating in terms of the temperature. We've had snow for a few weeks already, which isn't that unusual for me. That's what the UP is like. But compared to Germany, Germany, you would get individual days of snow in a year. Whereas here we've got, several inches on the ground consistently all the time. But like architecturally, it's much more bright than Germany, I would say. There's a lot of color. There's a lot of old buildings, which I personally like. I don't find old buildings depressing.
Soviet era buildings are kind of depressing, aren't they?
I would disagree with that too. I mean, I think that a lot of the reason that there's two things that I think of why Soviet era buildings are looked down on. One is because they're very standardized in terms of the individual apartments within buildings. They're very standardized. So like, in fact, one of the most popular Russian movies of all time is a New Year's movie. You can watch it on YouTube, I believe, with English subtitles. It's on every New Year here. It's called The Irony of Fate, and the entire joke of the movie, it's like a rom-com.
Jimmy Stewart, right?
No, it would be like the Russian Jimmy Stewart, but it's like a Russian rom-com, 2-part rom-com, and the entire point of the story is this guy is getting married, but out just after New Year. But on New Year, he goes to the bathhouse with his buddies, and they drink too much vodka, and he passes out. and they find an airplane ticket for one of the guys that was also passed out. They didn't know who it was, so they just schlepped the one guy onto the plane, and he ends up in, I believe, in St. Petersburg from Moscow. But because everything was so standardized, when he gets off the plane, he gets into a taxi, he tells them his address, and there's a same street with a similar looking building at that same address. He goes into the building. His key for his room opens the equivalent room in that building. And then he meets a girl there who's living in that apartment, who is also due to be married. And yeah, then romance ensues over the next, 2 hours or so after that.
And that's on Russian television every
year. It would be like, we have It's a Wonderful Life on at Christmas time. Christmas isn't a big holiday here. I should just state up front. And they celebrate it on a different day. For us here in Russia, Christmas is in January. It's the Orthodox Christmas, but New Year's is the big celebration of the year. So it would be like the Russian equivalent of It's a Wonderful Life. But yeah, anyway, so the buildings are all standardized, and they were just very economical. They're big apartment buildings. I don't think they look that ugly. They look a little bit industrial, but if you go to those would have been in the areas that were poor housing places. It's not like everybody was living in these Soviet
Do you have
apartment
homeless?
complexes.
Homeless?
I haven't seen any. I haven't seen a single homeless person since I've been here. I've seen a couple people panhandling, but not like in Germany, there was homeless people all over the place. In Hamburg specifically, when I was living there, the homeless population was just huge. No matter what street you were on, whether you were in a touristy part of the city, a residential part of the city, a business part of the city.
Indigenous Germans, or are we talking about migrants?
It looked like mostly German to me.
Right.
And I think that
what happens if you get sick in Russia?
Health insurance is fine. Actually, when I got here,
Is it what do most residents have?
There is like universal health care. Now there's a dual system. Some of it's government administered, some of it's privately administered, but regulated by the government. But it's mandated that everybody have health insurance, and I have health insurance here. So like, for example, I landed, and then 2 days later, I was deathly ill. I think that I got something.
But you had COVID, right?
No, I took a COVID test and it came back negative. It was weird because I completely lost my smell for 24 hours. I had a slight cough. What else? I had a few other symptoms, that sore throat, over the course of like 3 days after being vaccinated, which would have been in line with what the symptoms of somebody with COVID after vaccination would be, at my age: losing smell, a slight cough, sore throat. And I had negative. I took, and I see in the chat, I just looked over there, John Hayes says false negative. I took 2 tests, both were negative. So definitely was not COVID. But it was weird because my smell was completely gone. I was like snorting cinnamon, smelling my laundry detergent, smelling bars of soap, smelling vinegar, nothing. Could not smell anything for 24 hours. And then it slowly came back over the second 24 hours. So I don't know what I had, but yeah, no, I was much more deathly ill when I first got here. Bloody diarrhea, extreme cramping all over the body.
One of my favorite bands, right next to Pussy Riot and Bloody Diarrhea.
Yeah,
two of my
right.
favorite Russian bands.
Yeah. So very ill. For
Bloody diarrhea.
Yeah, I think it was something.
No, that's an exclamation. That's just like when you're upset, you say bloody diarrhea.
Yeah, no, one of the things that you're not supposed to do in Russia is drink the tap water without filtering it.
No, so that's like being in Michigan.
Well, in downstate Michigan, the UP, we have good tap water in the UP. But yeah, you're not supposed to drink the tap water. And I think that some of the people who, like me, aren't acclimatized to not having super clean tap water, they can't handle it. And I could not handle it. It was very, very bad. But yeah,
Russia, water taps you. They tap water taps phone and water tap.
I was tapped. That's for sure.
The chat room for 2 years now is just taking in Russia, Yakov Smirnov.
Right. Yeah.
Did you go to the birthplace of Yakov Smirnov?
No, I think that he was Ukrainian, so I would have had to get over the border there.
That's any better? Is Don
Well, I
Rickles?
don't think that they would have let me in, is the problem, because of the decommunization practices that Ukraine has had since 2008. So when you said like monuments, for example, there's monuments of Lenin, hammers and sickles, red stars, all over the place in Russia. In Ukraine, none of those exist anymore because the government was a super, super far right-wing government that didn't want the people to sympathize with the Soviet Union, even though the majority of Ukrainians, when polled, say that they wish that they still had the Soviet Union, that communism was better than capitalism. A vast majority, something like 75% of Ukrainians who were alive during the Soviet Union time, when polled, say that they preferred that system and wish that that was back.
So when Putin took Crimea, there was fond memories of
Yes.
Russia.
So I mean, Crimea. This is again where people need a little bit of historical knowledge. Crimea was always part of Russia. You know, the people there speak Russian. There was, ethnic Russians and ethnic Crimean Tatars, which is like the sister or cousin ethnic group to the Tatars here. But yeah, culturally speaking, they were always far more closely related to Russia than Ukraine. And why Ukraine ended up with that is because when the Soviet Union was in existence, and this is something that Khrushchev did, and something that I don't know, it was just very confusing. He gave Crimea as a gift to the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, which was a part of the Soviet Union. So it was like, Michigan giving the UP, or the western part of the UP to Wisconsin as a gift for something, even though, I mean, it's a bad example because culturally speaking, the western end of the UP is more like Wisconsin than the lower part of Michigan anyway. But you get the point. It was like a gift, and it was within the national borders. And he did that in, I think, 56, 58, something like that. It was in the 50s. But up until that point, Crimea had always been part of Russia. The people identified with Russia. And then after the fall
Putin
of
took the gift back.
He took the gift back, but it was very popularly supported. Polls in Crimea showed that over 90% of Crimeans supported the annexation. And I can speak from even anecdotal experience. My partner is Crimean Tatar, and she is very in favor of the annexation of Crimea for two reasons. Because Crimea was always I guess three reasons. Crimea was always part of Russia. Crimea is culturally more similar to Russia. And thirdly, and this is perhaps most importantly for people from there, Ukraine completely neglected Crimea. For example, when they took their referendum and voted that they wanted to join Russia, Ukraine shut off the water supply to the entire Crimean Peninsula. So they had to try to scramble and get things up and running themselves because the government in Kiev turned off their water supply.
What was this, Yankov?
No, this would have been under Poroshenko. I believe under Poroshenko. Let me I think the annexation happened under, it was Yanukovych and then Poroshenko. Yanukovych is the guy that you're thinking of.
That was Paul Manafort's guy, right?
Yes, they had some connections, but of course, anybody that wants any influence in a country is going to have connections to the president of that country.
Right.
I mean, Ukraine, since the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine has been perhaps the most corrupt country in the world consistently since 1991. The corruption within Ukraine is unbelievably bad. And I don't think that anybody, whether they support Ukraine or whether they support Russia or whether they don't care for either one of them, I don't think that anybody that's actually looked at the situation in Ukraine can deny the fact that they are one of the most corrupt countries in the world, particularly in the European continent. There are perhaps some other, for example, Thailand is still a monarchy. And the king of Thailand is this absolute psychotic despot. Perhaps there's more corruption in Thailand than Ukraine. But in terms of the European context, there's not many more countries that are more corrupt than Ukraine. So yeah, the people of Crimea very, very in support of the annexation, and they're much happier with Russia. And Russia actually has started to invest in the infrastructure there. Of course, the average income of people in Crimea is significantly lower than in the other populated parts of Russia, not rural Russia, but Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kazan, Volgograd, Nizhny Novgorod, all of these cities have significantly higher incomes and standards of living than in Crimea. But things are getting better right now for people in Crimea, whereas under Ukrainian rule of the peninsula, things were completely stagnant. There was the only industry that they were really basically allowed to have was tourism, because it's a warm weather, basically resort peninsula. It would be like going to Anatolia. People go there for the warm weather, the beaches, and the food. But yeah, there's not much more that I should say about that than that, other than the fact that they support
we need
it.
to wrap it up.
Yeah, for sure.
It's great. I would love. Well, let's email back and forth and figure out.
Anytime, David. I always respond to your emails.
Coming on at the end of the show. What time is it now in Russia?
Right now, it's not quite 8 o'clock.
So you coming on at the end would be first thing in the morning, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I got out of bed and then I turned on my computer. That was it.
So maybe when you have time, come on first thing in the morning and we can talk about Russia and COVID, and we haven't even scratched the surface. I'm going to email you. This was very pleasant, and we have to have your mother on as well. So.
Yeah, email her. She has more stuff to say about pharmacy benefit managers.
Fantastic.
I know you talked about that last time with her, but there's an update to that story. So
good. All right. Very good. Thank you, Henry. It's good to see you. And
take care, David. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Are you kidding? Thank you. That's Henry Huckamaki, host of Guerrilla History with Professor Adnan Hussein. And he can be reached on Twitter at Huck1995. We also should do a segment with the irritable immunologist and Henry to go over COVID. We've kind of neglected that story since Henry left. There's so much to talk about. That's our show. That was a pleasant surprise. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. Subscribe to the show wherever you get podcasts. And thank you to everybody in the chat room for showing up tonight. I look forward to seeing you at office hours starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Remember to stay strong, protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.